What if you knew in advance how you were going to die? This handsome guy with the six-pack abs is our main character, Deculein, head of the foremost Yua clan in the kingdom. He's also the youngest genius professor at the academy. Yet, he's completely obsessed with one person, doing anything and everything to pursue her. But in the end, he dies at the hands of the one he loves most. But knowing this outcome in advance, what will he do to change his destiny? And without further ado, let's begin. The first season has concluded. We hope you enjoy the recap. The story begins on a night of endless wind and rain. A tragic, heart-wrenching voice rings out, "Change your destiny." The winner becomes king, but if the main character loses, he gets skewered. The man's face is devoid of emotion, as if he's accepted his tragic fate. "If you wish to kill," the voice continues, accompanied by an emotionless woman staring intently at the main character. Her hand grips the sword with absolute certainty. It seems that Sir Deculein has finally bitten the dust at her hand. The truth is, he still has a bit of life left. And he spits out a mouthful of blood. His trembling hand reaches up as a hoarse voice emerges. "You're still so beautiful. Precisely because I can never have you." Deculein's hand touches the girl's cheek. She instinctively pulls back several steps, watching him from a distance. This time, Deculein has truly kicked the bucket. He can't even die in peace. Sir Deculein can only curse bitterly under his breath. "You damn bitch." Annulling the engagement was the condition for killing Deculein. In stark contrast to the dark space from before, he's now in a bright office, letting out a heavy sigh. Phew. A notification on the screen announces, "Level complete. Congratulations on clearing the level." Are you kidding me? It turns out that whole tragic scene was just a storyline created by Kim Woojin. Finally, it didn't crash again. So much effort just for this one character. I finally fixed the recurring bug in the engagement annulment route. Character design, Kim Woojin. "My name is Kim Woojin. I'm so exhausted." Kim Woojin stretches wearily and says, "That's it for today's overtime. I'm a game developer at a studio called Cons R in South Korea, a place that's considered a barren land for console games. Our company appeared like a storm, continuously releasing hit titles. Before long, it became a studio known all around the world. The game I'm testing right now is one that the company has poured all of its capital and past profits into. According to Kim Woojin, this is a make-or-break game for the company. In other words, if this game fails, the company goes down with it." He continues to work diligently. Let's see. Playtime is 11 hours. Huh. The core of this game lies in how the difficulty and storyline change based on the player's choices. Perhaps that's why, even though it's just a single-player game, its advanced AI system and named characters have attracted a ton of attention from the community. Furthermore, the game features countless different classes, like Knight, Mage, Adventurer, Demonkin, Demon Hunter, Noble, Monarch, and many more. Thanks to this diversity in character roles, players can freely embody anyone they want in the game. Here comes the part I've been waiting for. In other words, if this game is a success, we're going to make a boatload of money. But at the same time, that also means if it fails, the studio goes down with it. I'd better recheck the character settings. The reason I've been working overtime for the past few months is because of this guy. Character information. Name, Deculein. Main profession, Head Professor. Mana, 3,357. This is the main character from the episode where I just fixed the bug related to Deculein's death. Deculein is one of the game's formidable mid-tier bosses, and also a named villain. Because there are so many story branches related to this character, we've had to fix countless bugs, and I finally succeeded in killing him without any errors. The cause of death in this storyline is being stabbed to death by his fiancée. Kim Woojin explains the plot to himself. Makes sense, considering all the schemes he's pulled. As he was lost in thought, a voice cut through. Kim Woojin. A beautiful young woman approached him with a question. "How's the testing progress?" Let Kim Woojin introduce her to you all. This is Yua, the team leader of the development department where I work. She's also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years and shared so many happy moments. I was naturally lazy, while she was a born workaholic. It was her ambition that helped me become a better person. But in the end, we still broke up. He thinks to himself, "In the end, I just couldn't change, no matter how hard she tried. Even after the breakup, she seems to be handling things with class. I heard you were having trouble with some bugs. 6 months after that, I heard she had someone new. He was well-spoken, charming, and considerate. Looks like things are going well between you and Mr. Yua, huh?" Woojin asks. Yua replies, "I didn't expect the office gossip mill to spread that so fast. Rumors really do travel fast in this company. I guess it's fine." Woojin tries to act like he's okay, but deep down, he's crying a river. Hearing it from her wasn't easy at all. Putting on his best fake smile, he could only congratulate her. I hope you marry him." She replies, "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. Just focus on fixing the bugs. Also, you'll have to change a few things." The scriptwriters just revised some details in the story. Woojin thinks, again? Every time this happens. Are you sure he's just a mid-tier boss? He seems way too easy to kill. That's also what's interesting about this game, and about Deculein himself. The deeper you go into the story, the stronger Deculein becomes. The game's difficulty level depends entirely on the player's choices. Yua was right. How could he argue with that? That's true. But did you know? This character model was based on you. Kim Woojin never expected to hear this, and couldn't react in time. Huh? Yua explains with a bashful look. You don't recognize it? You two look so much alike. Kim Woojin wouldn't have believed it for $1,000,000, since he'd only met the artist twice. Yua continues. That's why I killed him as soon as I saw him in the game. I bet you believe that. He just replies perfunctorily. What? She doesn't give up and continues her assessment. Your personalities are similar, too. In the game, Deculein has the line, "You damn bitch." Woojin thinks his last words were, "You damn bitch." And she's saying I'm like him? Yua switches to a serious mode and says, anyway, that's enough small talk. How's the game experience? He comments, the game's good, but I don't like how the fate of the entire studio depends on it. She replies, you don't need to worry about that. It'll definitely be a success. The last game was a huge hit too, right? Faced with her unwavering faith, he just gives a non-committal Kim Woojin shifts his attention away from Yua. Isn't that your little boyfriend? All good things must come to an end. Kim Woojin was already planning to usher Do-A out the door. Look, he's waiting for you. It's getting late. What are you still standing there for? Don't keep him waiting. Go on. Though he acted tough, deep down his heart was breaking and his eyes were full of tears. When you can tell someone wants you to leave, you should have the decency to take the hint. Do-A didn't want to stay long anyway. She quickly said her goodbyes. Good luck, Kim Woojin. Goodbye. See you never again. Goodbye. The moon is so sad tonight. Its light is dim and seems tired. The moonlight is speaking for my lonely heart. Now, it's time for bed. Kim Woojin was still slaving away at his work. I guess I'll check on Deculein one more time. This character artist is unbelievable. People are saying this guy looks like me? He scoffed. His 6 main attributes are charisma and dignity, an eye for aesthetics, average magical ability, and a combination of genius-level intellect with average magic. As a child, Deculein was praised as a magical prodigy and put on a pedestal. But in reality, he was just an average mage like all the others. And his arrogance, combined with his noble birth, turned him into a person with the worst personality. Elitism, obsessive-compulsive disorder, strict habits, a highly competitive nature, sensitive aristocratic etiquette, authoritarianism, hypocrisy, and steadfast emotional restraint. Can he even be considered human anymore? It's true that he'll get stronger as the plot progresses, but right now, he's surrounded by people who hate him. Can't we add another attribute or personality trait? Something not too flashy. Kim Woojin felt a pang of pity. After all, the character was modeled after him. Let's see. Is the understanding attribute similar to empathy? He wondered. At the very least, this should help you become more empathetic than I am. Understanding. Let's add it. Wealthy. The Midas touch. How about adding this too? Sharp vision. This one's good. Iron will. And this one too. Kim Woojin pretty much wanted to add the entire world to Deculein's character. In the end, I added all the traits that looked good. But now, looking back, it's a little embarrassing. He went all out, and now he was feeling self-conscious. I should probably change him back to his original state before something happens. Let me just rest for a bit. Suddenly, a loud ding came from the computer screen. That scared me to death. Who's sending an email at this hour? The sender was developer. The subject was previous message. Sent on April 6th, 2021. Kim Woojin was confused, thinking it was the scriptwriter. Kim Woojin immediately messaged back. Are you still working? Yes. Is there something you want to change about the character model? I can edit it right now. The person on the other end immediately replied, no, I'm just waiting to double check. Right now? He couldn't quite process it. The person messaging him this late at night was the developer. Previous message. April 6th, 2021, 1:23 a.m. Reply to message? I'm just waiting to double check. What does that mean? What are you talking about? Do you want to see the completed character model? A mysterious message arrived from that person. That's not it. Go look out the window. Girls were hard enough to understand, but now this guy was confusing him too. Is there something outside the window? A storm was brewing in his heart. Was a hurricane about to hit outside too? His face went completely blank. Kim Woojin was too stunned to react. What the hell? It was as if there was a giant hole in the sky. A face that was neither human nor demon appeared in the sky. This grotesque entity enveloped Kim Woojin's body, leaving him terrified. What the hell is happening? He groggily wondered where he was. A blood-curdling scream made him panic. Who is that? A completely unfamiliar voice. Son, don't forget. Always be wary of him. Deculein is not someone easily tamed. He may be hesitating now, but he could act at any moment. He's just hiding his true talents. He is a true villain. He found himself in a strange new place, as an urgent voice called out. Wake up! Get up right now, Deculein. Kim Woojin had successfully possessed the body of Deculein. The purple-haired girl was shouting, her face full of anger. How long are you planning to sleep? My lady, please calm down. Do you even dare to call yourself a human being? Deculein sighed, his body feeling like it was glued to the bed. He thought, it's been a few days since I entered this body, but it still feels like a dream. Uriel had no intention of dropping the argument. How long are you going to hide? Are you going to hole yourself up in your room all day just because of some woman? Do you want to bring shame upon the entire Deculein family? I'll leave the papers here. Deal with them yourself. If you don't want to get fired, then get up. After that day, when the sky turned strange, I woke up in an unfamiliar body. A week has passed, and I am certain that I'm inside the world of the very game I created. This familiar scenery confirmed it, and I've become the worst villain in this game. A character who can't escape death, no matter what. Someone destined to die. I've become the villain. Deculein. Deculein lay dazed on the bed, lost in thought. It's been a week since I arrived here, in Deculein's bedroom at the Deculein estate. At first, I thought this was all just a dream, but as the days went by, this unbelievably realistic feeling forced me to accept the truth. Could this be some kind of afterlife? After I was struck by lightning and died. Oh, whatever. Only one thing is certain. I've really become the villain of the game I helped develop. Deculein is the mid-game boss. No matter which path the player takes, he's the root of all problems, an enemy to everyone, and has caused immense suffering for countless characters. But why did I have to become such a famous villain? An even bigger problem is that I don't know exactly where I am in the current storyline. The only thing I'm sure of is the total amount of mana this body possesses. But even then, I don't know how quickly it depletes, Deculein thought. In this situation, I can't prepare for anything. This is no joke. During development, the entire team, including myself, tested this game at least 1,000 times, and this character only survived a single time. He was created for the sole purpose of dying, to be a true mid-game boss. As Deculein was sitting, he noticed a folder of documents. He wondered, are these the documents that person left? Professor Deculein of the Imperial University. Syllabus, basic magical knowledge and how to think about mana. Uriel, she's the one who threw this stack of documents at my face while I was still sleeping. She's Deculein's half-sister and also the one currently holding the position of head of the Deculein family in Deculein's place. Note, does not have a good relationship with Deculein. As for the woman Uriel mentioned, it's probably Julie. I'm guessing something must have happened with the original Deculein's fiancée. He's recalling this body's memories. In one memory, his angry younger sister is leaving and says, I'm leaving these documents for you. If you don't want to get kicked out of that glamorous professor job of yours, get up now. Sitting on the bed, it dawns on Deculein. What did she just say? Professor, the lecture is today. He picks up the documents, sighs, and thinks, I should get going. I've never taught a class before, but more than anything, I need to do something to gather more information. The system appears. Main survival objective. Become a key figure in the game. Side quest. Teach at the university. Shop currency. Plus 0.5. These words were floating right in front of my eyes when I woke up. Because of them, I feel like I need to act now. There are countless ways Deculein could die just because of Uriel. Anyway, this so-called shop currency seems very important. Footsteps echo in the hallway. But what am I supposed to teach? It sounds worrying, but it's fine. This body possesses the comprehension attribute. Unique grade. Description. The ability to understand anything, activated by consuming mana. Before I transmigrated, I personally added this attribute to him to make him a little more empathetic. This is a unique grade attribute that only appears late in the game. It probably has other hidden effects too. He walks into a lavish and magnificent bathroom. As Deculein changes his clothes, he thinks, these clothes, this bathroom, they're all unfamiliar to me, but I'm using them without any sense of unfamiliarity. It's as if I've lived my whole life as Deculein. Normally, if I wore clothes like this, I'd feel restricted. But right now, they feel elegant and comfortable. This is one of his other attributes. Dignity and charisma, aesthetic sense. It's like, his eyebrows are furrowed so tightly, they look like they're about to French kiss. This body is telling me that it is my own. I don't even feel the urge to say anything crude. The formality that Kim Woojin once found forced now feels more natural than ever. Even though my main purpose is to gather information, the journey to my first lecture feels strangely natural. I am a nobleman, a member of the upper class. Thinking back, he still feels angry and curses under his breath. Son of a bitch. Kim Woojin, an ordinary man from South Korea. Objectively speaking, I'm tall and good-looking. And to quote my ex-girlfriend before we broke up, In the past, I was always called a useless, lazy bastard. He thinks, yeah, that's me. No, I won't lose myself. I will never let my guard down. Then, Deculein steps outside, where a luxury car is waiting for him. He gets into the car, but he's still thinking, anyway, I've never been in a luxury car like this before. Damn it. Thinking about expensive cars reminds me of that one time. It still pisses me off just thinking about it. Once he's inside the car, he sees a stranger sitting next to him. He immediately wonders, who's this? The person answers him, Professor, good afternoon. Here are your documents. Hearing this, he thinks, is he Deculein's assistant? Or a secretary? He asks the person, hey, are you a mage? He replies, yes, sir, I have been serving you for 3 years now. I'm kidding. Deculein sinks back into his thoughts. Are these the materials he prepared for the lecture? I thought it was a lesson plan, but it's actually just a script to be read verbatim. It contains everything needed for the lecture from start to finish. After all, an arrogant and incompetent guy like him would never be able to prepare his own lecture material. So, this guy must have done everything. Realizing this, he gives him a compliment. Good job, the assistant asks in surprise. Pardon, sir? Deculein says to his secretary again, get some rest. I'll call you when we arrive. The driver is also taken aback. Did he just compliment him? The secretary replies, yes, sir. He makes a casual, cool gesture with his hand. Deculein thinks to himself, does complimenting someone really have to make me feel this nauseous? What kind of person was the real Deculein? I've been feeling this ever since I left the mansion. Deculein's consciousness is slowly taking over my own. A short while later, they arrived. The driver says, we've arrived, sir. He steps out. This is Deculein's workplace, the Imperial University. The location written on the lecture invitation is Doteo Hall. Inside Doteo Hall, people are buzzing. We finally get to hear Head Professor Deculein's lecture. I heard he's a master in the field of magical deciphering. They say he was a genius as a child. As they are chattering, Deculein walks in. He says, everyone, your attention. I am Deculein von Gahan-Uklein. Starting today, I will be taking over this class as the head professor of the University Magic Tower. Now, I will begin the lecture. The allure of a handsome man is truly irresistible. The girls swoon, captivated by Deculein's masculine beauty. He's so handsome. He's handsome and smart, so cool. But among them, one girl feels a surge of anger. She mutters to herself, there he is, my father's enemy. This is Ephraim. She continues, Deculein, you fucking piece of scum. 3 years ago, my father took his own life. For years, he had researched magical deciphering, but the shock of having his thesis stolen drove him into complete despair, and he chose death. The one who stole that thesis is now hailed by the world as a genius of magical deciphering. That's right, that despicable man is Deculein. But I couldn't do anything, because after my father passed away, I lost everything. Born into a noble family, I lost everything precious to me. My family, my territory, even the roof over my head. I became a helpless orphan, and because of that, I swore I would get my revenge on that bastard. Ephraim sits there, lost in thought. After making that vow, I poured everything I had into getting into the Imperial University, where Deculein is a professor. The other students may not know, but I know the truth. His so-called magical deciphering skill is just a fraudulent facade built on my father's work. With it, he destroyed an entire family. She clenches the paper on her desk, crumpling it in her hand. Her expression is furious as she continues to think, and yet he dares to stand there so arrogantly, as if he deserves it? That position should have been my father's. Ephraim glares at Deculein with sharp eyes, thinking to herself, I want to expose his lies and kill him right this instant. But I have to hold back. To bring him down, I need to prepare more thoroughly for the perfect revenge. A moment later, Deculein calls out, silence. I will begin the lecture now. Let me introduce myself again. I am the head professor of the Magic Tower, and also an elemental archmage. I model. My name is Deculein, and I will be teaching this special class. There are a total of 11 ranks of mages, with the Magic King at the 4th rank. He continued, those present today should all be well aware that there are 3 major attributes and 9 main types of magic. The attribute is the origin, the very essence of magic, consisting of the elements that make up all matter. The types include summoning, soul, destruction, support, enchantment, control, transformation, illusion, and finally, harmony. A mage's attribute. This is simpler than I thought. Hearing him speak, Ephraim thought to herself, this is my first lecture. I'm still not used to magical theory, but even though he's just reading from a script, I can understand everything perfectly. Not only that, his overwhelming presence forces everyone to focus, and the confidence and proud gaze radiating from his elitism feel natural rather than oppressive. Perhaps the Deculein of today truly possesses the qualities of a great teacher. Her thoughts were cut short by Deculein's words. The use of mana differs depending on where it is stored in the body. Typically, mages store mana in their heads, where it's easiest to visualize magic. Knights store it in their hearts and release it through the blood vessels throughout their bodies. Lastly, there is the inner core, which harmonizes internal and external mana and is also the most common method. What I want to say is simple. Effort is important, but if you lack talent, you must know how to choose and focus. Hearing Deculein's lecture, Ephraim thought to herself, that's so like Deculein. In reality, he possesses no special talent. His current mana is only 3,375, while some titled mages have mana levels up to 30,000. It's laughable that he's teaching others the very thing he needs to remember most. Deculein finished his preparations, looked at his book, and spoke his thoughts aloud. The lecture ends here. The last part of the script is a bit strange. Do I really have to read it? He was getting extremely annoyed. The old Deculein would never have read this sentence. Deculein said, "Are there any questions?" The students immediately burst into a flurry of chatter. The students talked amongst themselves for a moment. Deculein breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thankfully, there are none. If there are no. Suddenly, a voice shouted out, "Professor Deculein, last night, a mysterious magic was discovered in the dormitory. It's believed to be a demonic trace." So, Professor Deculein, genius of magical decryption. Deculein stood there and asked, "Are you really from the Academy's magic tower?" The girl asked blankly, "Professor, why do you ask that?" He replied to her, "If that were truly the case, the first thing you should have done is state your name and position. I do not answer questions from someone who doesn't know the most basic etiquette toward a professor." After speaking, Deculein thought to himself, "I'm sorry, but I have no other choice. I just realized that comprehension consumes a massive amount of mana. Mana, 2.5, out of 3,375. I understood the entire lecture script, but it consumed 1,300 mana in an instant, so I have no idea how much mana it would take to decipher a spell I've never seen before." Seeing this, the entire class started whispering about Ephraim. It seems she tried to get attention but failed. She stood up angrily and called out to the professor, "Please wait. The magic tower is refusing to analyze it, saying it's just a rumor. But if it's you, Professor, I believe you can identify this type of magic." She launched a stream of blue energy toward the professor. "I demand that you identify it." After saying that, she cast the spell for the professor to analyze. Deculein looked at the spell. His mana was dropping rapidly. Mana, 360 out of 3,375. Ephraim continued. The other students, remaining in the dormitory, are also analyzing it, but they've made no progress. If you could give us a hint. Deculein saw this and answered immediately. It's a barrier spell. Ephraim was a new student of the lowest rank, granted to mages who had just enrolled at the Academy's magic tower. She said, dumbfounded, "I'm sorry?" Deculein told her, "You don't need a hint. It's a type of barrier from the enchantment system. It seems someone wanted to imprison you all. That's it." With that, he turned, walked out, and closed the door behind him. All the students in the class were left stunned by him. A system notification appeared. Side quest complete. Lecture at the Academy. Shop points plus 0.5. In a room somewhere in the Royal Magic Tower's cafeteria, Ephraim was stuffing her face while cursing inwardly. That annoying bastard. I was going to expose his lies by using a spell no one had ever seen, but he acted all flustered and turned me into a disrespectful brat just because I forgot to state my name? Damn it, it's so embarrassing I could die. But it looked like he was flustered too. He just said it was enchantment magic. Spells from the enchantment system are extremely complex and, above all, require specific parameters. And yet he dared to claim it was enchantment magic without any parameters whatsoever. I brought the drawing of the magic sigil that appeared in front of the dorm last night. Everything was chaotic at first, but its purpose was to help first-year students practice their research skills. Who's the fool now? As she was sitting there thinking, a voice called from behind, Ephraim. A red-haired girl approached and said, "About the magic on the dorm door yesterday. After assuming it was a real barrier and reconstructing it, it turned out to be true." Ephraim asked back, stunned, "Huh?" The red-haired girl continued, "Gosh, it's amazing. We didn't dare ask that scary professor, but you were so brave." Ephraim could only manage a smile. Then she realized something and said, "Oh, wait a minute. That magic really was a barrier?" The pretty red-haired girl replied again, "Yes. I can't believe how accurate he was. You wouldn't think Professor Deculein was that talented, right?" Ephraim couldn't believe what her classmate was telling her. "No way. Thanks. We're going to write a report now, and we'll put your name on it." Hearing that, she had no choice but to say, "Okay, go ahead." She thought angrily to herself, "I can't believe he got lucky and guessed right. So, does that mean I accidentally boosted Deculein's reputation?" Ephraim read from a piece of paper. Understanding of Elemental Magic, High Grade, Rank 5. Instructing Professor, Deculein von Eucline. She thought to herself, this is the course Deculein is teaching this semester. There's that saying, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles, right? I need to keep my spirits up, because from now on, I'll have to face that annoying jerk many more times. Just you wait, Deculein. I'll expose you soon. With that, she angrily clenched the paper in her hand, crumpling it. Deculein walked slowly down the hallway. Deculein looked ahead, thinking to himself as he walked, that was a close call. The moment I looked at that incantation earlier, my automatic comprehension ability activated on its own. Just looking at the magic circle, with its overlapping lines, was enough to drain all the remaining mana in my body. I didn't even understand what kind of spell it was. Even with double my current mana, I wouldn't have been able to grasp its principles. At least nothing terrible happened. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, long time no see. Deculein looked towards her, a slightly stunned expression on his face as he thought to himself. She had white hair and light-colored eyes. I've seen this person countless times through a screen. It's Julie. She looked at him and asked, how have you been? As her voice rang out, he finally remembered and thought, Julie. Deculein's fiancée. A character who will one day earn the title of Knight of Knights. I can't believe I'm meeting her here. Deculein lowered his gaze slightly and replied indifferently, I'm not so sure myself. In response to his words, Julie continued, all right, I'll take your word for it. This took Deculein by surprise. Julie looked at him hesitantly and continued to ask, are you really okay? Even though you broke our promise a week ago. Deculein frowned slightly. He didn't answer, a look of suspicion on his face as he thought, a promise? I have no idea what she's talking about. It's probably best to just get away. He then started to walk past her, but when she saw he was trying to leave, Julie immediately stepped forward to block his path and asked, are you trying to run away? Just like before. Faced with her actions, Deculein showed no reaction. He looked at her coolly and thought, it seems she won't let me go easily. He then looked her straight in the eye and asked, perhaps it's because of the fever I had, but I seem to have forgotten something. Could you remind me of the promise we made? Hearing this, Julie recalled the night she had asked him to make a promise. Promise me that if you can live as your true self and confess your pretense and arrogance to everyone, then even if the world ends, I will stay by your side. Back in the present, seeing that he had no memory of that promise, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Julie gritted her teeth and forced the words out, it seems I was wrong to trust you. Then, Julie lowered her head, her face darkening with anguish as she walked past him. You can go now. Deculein turned his head, silently watching her retreating figure. Then, not bothering with it any longer, he immediately left, saying, then, if you'll excuse me. After he left, she thought to herself that the engagement between her and Deculein was one of convenience. Deculein, a talented mage, and Julie, an outstanding knight. She then recalled what someone had once told her. The union between you two is a crucial step forward for both politics and bloodlines. The House Deculein and the House Frey-Jizen, powerful noble families. No one objected to this marriage. Fine, she had thought. This is for my family, even though I don't love him. But then, both families realized his talent never truly existed. Perhaps Deculein couldn't accept that truth, so he proclaimed himself a genius in magical analysis and became a professor. She then remembered a newspaper article written about him. The fall of a prodigy, the youngest professor of the Magic Tower, Deculein. No progress since his last research 3 years ago. After a certain event, he failed to achieve anything more. Despite this, both House Deculein and House Zeit-Jizon remained silent. They certainly don't want to become the subject of gossip. They don't want to reveal their weaknesses to the public. But I can't accept that. A loveless marriage, I can accept. But a lie? I cannot. That is the creed of a knight, nothing more. She recalled that night again. Before he left, he had said, all right, I will do as you say. Seeing that he didn't refuse had stunned her, and she had thought, he actually agreed. Back in the present, Julie's eyes filled with sadness as she trembled and whispered, are you really going to break your promise until the very end? The Imperial University Magic Tower. The Imperial University is the most prestigious school in this world, and the magic department is at the top of all academic fields. You could say that, in Korean terms, the magic department is like the medical school at Seoul National University, and the magic tower is like the SNU hospital. Looking at the magnificent university before him, Deculein couldn't help but marvel to himself. What a beautiful place. A vast campus. A meticulously cared-for garden. It brings to mind an American university. He then recalled his past memories, how he and his team members spent countless nights creating this very atmosphere. If only I could experience this place as someone else. With this thought, he began to walk slowly. Suddenly, a student came rushing from behind. Startled, Deculein immediately turned his head. The student, not being careful while carrying something, bumped right into him. The collision caused the student to lose his balance and fall backward. As he was falling, he immediately apologized and explained, "I'm sorry. I was in a hurry to see the professor." As soon as he saw the boy, he thought to himself, "It's that kid from before. I thought it was an ambush." He then asked, "Oh, it's you? Alan, right?" Hearing his name being misremembered, the boy immediately corrected him. "My name is Alan." Realizing his mistake, he said, "Ah, I must have been mistaken." Hearing this, the boy asked curiously, who is Alan?" In Deculein's office, Deculein sat in his chair, examining the documents in his hand, and asked, "So this is why you were in such a hurry to find me?" "Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsorships for the new mages this year. The Magic Tower is just like research institutes in the real world. To develop magic, you need money. The professors in the tower sponsor new mages they deem worthy." Deculein scanned the list, looking it over carefully. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on one name as he thought, "This one is glowing with a golden light. This must be because of one of Deculein's traits, rare tycoon." Description: born a tycoon and an excellent financier, possesses an unparalleled intuition for spotting profitable ventures. The more information available, the more accurate the intuition. Rare Midas touch. Description: the ability to intuitively see attributes, mana points, and similar factors. Most effective when combined with other skills. This is definitely the combination of rare tycoon and rare Midas touch. The person behind this name seems like she'll bring in a lot of money. He then continued to look through the other profiles, thinking, there are a few other names that are glowing like this, but this one is the brightest. Ephorine, a key character in the game. According to the developers who created the character, she lost her father because of Deculein. After looking it over for a moment, Deculein suddenly spoke up. However, why doesn't Luna have any sponsors? At his question, Alan put a hand behind his head and said awkwardly, "Ah, Luna. I think everyone's too scared to sponsor her." Hearing this, he seemed to understand and said, "I see." At the same time, he thought to himself, everyone's afraid that if they sponsor her, I might have to retaliate. She's talented enough to get into the Magic Tower without ever attending the academy. However, Luna is Deculein's enemy, not mine. If things play out like in the game, where breaking the engagement is a condition for killing Deculein, then my end will be the same as before. The villain's fate. A description of a villain's destiny. The entire world wants him dead, but what doesn't kill him makes him stronger. In the game, he died in countless ways. A sword through the heart, a staff crushing his skull, a glass of poisoned wine, a terrorist's bomb. No matter the method, the fact that he dies remains unchanged. If I want to survive, I have to make a different choice. A choice the original Deculein never made. After a moment of thought, he finally put pen to paper and signed. Then he held it out to Alan and spoke, "Alan, send this list out, and before you return, borrow the books I'm about to list for me." Alan took the list and replied, "Understood." Before leaving the room, Alan gave a polite farewell. "Goodbye, Professor." Deculein watched his retreating back. As he did, he thought to himself, I need a lot of money to survive. Many of the paths that lead to death can be blocked with money. Sponsoring a mage is one way to earn money. But it's not enough. There are countless important figures in this world who hold a grudge against me. They'll try to kill me whenever they get the chance. So, if I want to live, what I really need is a way forward. I have to get stronger. Deculein remained in his room, lost in thought, as he reviewed the documents. The best way to survive in this world is to become stronger. However, Deculein's talent is only mediocre. In my current state, I can't handle the threats to come. I won't be able to survive the countless deaths that await me. Even so, I still have one advantage, my attribute. Deculein can't control all four elements like he boasted, but he definitely has potential in controlling the earth and fire elements. And when earth, fire, and metal are combined, it creates another one of Deculein's special attributes. The unique Hand of Midas consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. Thanks to that, Deculein's talent for metal manipulation allows me to use psychokinetic swords. He then opened a book on basic control magic and thought, it sounds grand, but it's really just a simple form of psychokinesis. Even so, this type of magic isn't common in this world. A lack of power can be compensated for by manipulating the properties of metal. But to do that, I first need to learn how to control objects. He then placed his hand on the book and muttered, let's give it a try. From the book, a stream of blue mana emerged, enveloping his arm. Then, the flow of mana gradually grew stronger, and just a moment later, it created a massive surge of power that surrounded his entire body. This couldn't help but astonish Deculein. The swirling mana grew stronger and stronger, forming a vortex that threatened to sweep everything away. After sensing the mana, the contents and incantations for basic psychokinesis are flooding directly into my mind. After a moment, the mana energy finally dissipated. Deculein panted, exhausted, sweat streaming down his face. He glanced at the book and whispered to himself, "Maybe now." He raised his hand, controlling the pen, and exclaimed, "There it is." Then he thought, "Now I've completely memorized basic control magic, and I can cast it without an incantation, seeing something I'd only seen in the game become reality with my own eyes." Memorization allows the brain to automatically cast spells it has understood, even though this is just the basics. At this rate, I'll never reach the level I want. Even if I learn higher-level control magic, he looked back at the book and wondered, what should I do? What if I inscribe the magic circles over my entire body? In this world, the larger the magic circle, the more powerful it is. If I use understanding to grasp my own body, not just the brain, but my heart, my very core, and engrave the magic circles all over myself, I can enhance my control abilities. Of course, this could overload my body or cause side effects. But there's the unique tempered steel, my physical abilities, and innate attributes. This body's potential is at its peak, and it has the tempered steel attribute. It should allow me to withstand those side effects. This is something only I can do in this world. My current mana is 800. That's enough to test it out a bit. An incredibly powerful surge of mana emanated from his hand. It felt as though the mana was slowly and forcefully invading his body. Deculein's face suddenly contorted. He thought, "An intense pain is hitting me. An incomparable agony. It feels like every joint in my body is being crushed, every muscle torn to shreds. However, I will not falter. I won't even groan. That is the dignity a nobleman must possess." After a long moment, everything finally returned to normal. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. He thought, mana. 1,375. I'm completely exhausted. I failed because I didn't have enough mana. But at least I gained something. I now have a magic circle on my shoulder. At this rate, it'll probably take 2 weeks to engrave them over my entire body. 1 month after Deculein's seminar, it was the first day of the Imperial University's Magic Tower course. Looking at the engraved board before them, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. This is completely different from what the upperclassmen told me. Are the other classes like this too? On the board was an inscription. Students, your professor wishes to test your abilities. Bring me any result from this area, which is overflowing with elements. These words left the students puzzled, and they began to ask questions. He simply told us to self-study, using a symbol. So, does that mean we have to do something with the elements? Is that why we have to be outside? Where's Professor Deculein? Who? But when she saw a familiar figure before her, she couldn't help but be shocked. Looking towards Sylvia, she thought, that person is Sylvia. The two of them stared at each other in stunned silence. But just a moment later, Sylvia turned and walked away. This action from Sylvia left Ephraim completely stunned, thinking to herself, she doesn't recognize me. Deep within the forest, an energy began radiating from the base of a tree. It was Ephraim. As she held out her hand to deploy her mana, she wondered, what's happening? If I'm not mistaken, she's from that family. 10 years ago, her house, fearing the potential of my father and me, sent soldiers to surround our estate and forced us to give up everything. Remembering what Sylvia's family had done to hers, Ephraim couldn't suppress her anger, thinking furiously, how could she possibly not remember me? Sensing something was wrong, she said aloud, something isn't right. It feels like my mana is being pulled away somewhere. Her eyes widened in complete astonishment. Ephraim looked over at Sylvia, who was practicing with an immense source of mana, leaving her completely stunned. Ephraim looked at Sylvia and shouted, hey, what the hell are you doing? When Sylvia didn't respond, Ephraim became furious. She stormed over to Sylvia with her hands on her hips and yelled, do you realize you're absorbing all the elements I just gathered? Are you even listening to me? Seeing Sylvia remain completely silent, Ephraim grew even more furious. She was trembling with rage, thinking, what's wrong with this bitch? Why isn't she reacting at all? Then, realizing something was off, Ephraim narrowed her eyes and thought, wait a minute. Ephraim crossed her arms, still watching Sylvia, and said, hey, don't pretend you don't know me. Lady Sylvia, I knew it. There's no way you don't recognize me. After threatening my family and forcing me to give up magic, are you scared now? Scared I'm here to steal your spotlight? To Ephraim's accusations, Sylvia replied with utter indifference, while continuing to practice her mana, I don't know you. Hearing that, Ephraim flew into a rage and yelled, you dare to talk to me like that? Sylvia immediately responded, I don't know you, but I know your father. Ephraim was stunned and cried out, what? Sylvia turned her head, her cold eyes fixed on Ephraim as she said, that arrogant nobleman, I heard he's dead. Sylvia's words enraged Ephraim. At that moment, as an incredibly powerful surge of mana erupted from the forest, a panicked student pointed and exclaimed, huh? Look over there. At that moment, Ephraim deployed her mana and lunged forward, preparing to attack Sylvia. Ephraim stared at Sylvia and furiously yelled, what did you just say? Say that again. Her voice dripping with defiance, Ephraim charged forward, roaring, "I dare you to say that one more time!" Faced with the immense mana, Sylvia immediately deployed a defensive barrier of mana around herself. She stared at Ephraim, her expression filled with panic. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Faced with this immense power, a few of the people there had to throw their arms up to shield themselves. They struggled to avoid being blown away. After everything settled down, some of the onlookers who had witnessed the scene asked in amazement, "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" At that moment, Ephraim was gripping Sylvia's hair tightly. Sylvia looked up at her and ordered, "Let go." Ephraim ignored her, glaring down at Sylvia and shouting, "I told you to repeat yourself. You dare insult my father? I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a strange light appeared, causing the people nearby to exclaim in shock, "What is that? A beam of light?" A stream of dark power was hurtling toward them. Witnessing the sight before them, everyone screamed in terror. "What the hell is that?" Meanwhile, Ephraim stood frozen, observing the strange light and muttering, "It's a void." At the same time, she thought to herself, that's where her mana and mind collided before. It's indiscriminately absorbing everything around it. Seeing the strange light hurtling closer, everyone in the vicinity quickly turned to run. "Hey, that thing's about to blow. Run for it." But Ephraim stood her ground, thinking, "No, if it explodes, metal shards will shoot out like bullets, and everyone here will die." Just moments later, the strange source of light lunged toward the crowd, followed by a terrifying explosion. Ephraim deployed her mana, holding out a hand to block the force of the strange energy. But then, everything suddenly went silent, leaving her to wonder in confusion. What's happening? It's so quiet. Did it stop? Before them stood Deculein, who had deployed his own mana, stopping the strange light's attack to protect them all. The sight before her made Ephraim gasp in astonishment. Huh? When did that guy get here? And why are the exploding fragments frozen mid-air? At that moment, an incredibly powerful energy radiated from his body. That energy left everyone present completely stunned. The moment Deculein used his psychokinesis, gasps of awe echoed all around. As they were all students of magic, they couldn't help but feel the beauty of the spell. It was a captivating magic, and no one could deny its splendor. As the magic slowly faded, leaving crystals piled on the ground, he made an announcement. "Attention. We will conclude today's lecture here." Then, looking over the students, he added, "All students, except for those who caused this commotion, are dismissed." The moment he finished speaking, Ephraim thought in a panic, "Damn it, I'm screwed." Later, in the interrogation room, a professor looked at Deculein and asked, "So, you arrived first?" The head chairman and head professor Deculein. As expected, the two of you are paragons for all mages. Two professors stood nearby. They were Professor Jeffen from the Research Support Department and Professor Getchlen from the Spirit Magic Department. A woman with orange hair wearing a witch's hat looked at them and said, "Welcome, Professor Getchlen." Professor Jeffen, "My apologies for summoning you all so suddenly, but thank you for arriving promptly." "Isn't that right, Professor Deculein?" "And she is Arl Zan, the president of the university's magic tower." In the room, all the professors were seated in a long row of chairs. One of them spoke up. "So, who was it that dared to attack a lady from a noble house? I heard it was some commoner, not even an official student. This is why the lowborn are so despicable." Zan chuckled, glancing at Deculein as she spoke. "But, I also heard that head Professor Deculein resolved the matter skillfully, just as it was about to become a complete mess." Jeffen, sitting beside her, chimed in. "Indeed, it was truly admirable." Faced with their praise, Deculein remained silent, his eyes shifting as he thought to himself, "He's just putting on a show, flattering me. All the professors here are masters of political maneuvering, so the outcome of this disciplinary hearing is practically set in stone. On one side, you have Sylvia, daughter of the powerful Iliadi clan. On the other, a fallen noble who's practically a commoner. It's obvious whose side they're going to take. That's why I have to change the outcome of this hearing. I've been sensing a surge of dark red energy coming from Ephraim. This is something only I can see. It's because of my keen eyesight, a trait of the villain's fate, which describes a villain whom the entire world wants to see dead. However, whatever doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. The villain's fate has been activated. If I can't change this outcome, my own death will be one step closer." Ephraim and Sylvia were both seated in the middle of the room. A moment later, a voice announced, "The disciplinary hearing for the two apprentice mages, Ephraim and Sylvia, will now officially begin." Getchlen looked at Ephraim and bellowed angrily, "How dare you cause such a disturbance on academy grounds? If head professor Deculein hadn't intervened, someone could have been seriously injured. So, why were you two fighting?" Faced with his interrogation, Ephraim lowered her head in despair and answered, "I can't say." Her answer infuriated the professor, who exclaimed, "What?" Ephraim glanced upwards. At the same time, she thought to herself, That bastard is watching from somewhere, so I can't say anything. Then, she remembered Sylvia's scornful gaze as she'd said, I heard your father is dead. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. Sylvia looked down on my father. She kept taunting me. But I can't say that in front of my enemy. The thought was so painful that tears began to stream down her face. As soon as they saw her crying, Deculein looked down from his seat and asked angrily, What kind of game are you playing? Is this because of your inferiority complex? Surely you must realize the difference in status between yourself and Sylvia. To dare ignore something so obvious. Faced with his harsh words, Ephraim didn't dare to talk back. She just clenched her fists and endured it in silence. Deculein then turned to Sylvia and said, All right then, Sylvia. You tell us what happened. At Deculein's prompting, Sylvia began to speak. During class, I accidentally ruined her assignment, and that led to an argument. After hearing her story, Deculein immediately spoke up, feigning surprise as he laid the blame. What? So Sylvia didn't do it on purpose? And yet Ephraim used that as an excuse to cause a commotion? How dare a low-born commoner do such a thing? Does she have anger management issues? He then made a recommendation to the chairman on how to proceed. Mr. Chairman, we should expel her. We cannot condone this kind of violent behavior. Hearing these blatant lies, the sadness in her eyes deepened into heartbreaking sorrow. A cold thought crossed her mind. To have to listen to all these vicious words at a school disciplinary hearing, all the blame is being heaped on me, and I can't even defend myself. There's no one here to protect me. It's all so cold. The more she thought, the more she hated Deculein. Her eyes flashed with resentment as she thought, Deculein, this is all his fault. From her seat above, Zan glanced over at him and spoke. Well, it seems we've reached a consensus. Professor Deculein, since you witnessed the incident, please give us your opinion before we finalize our decision. After she finished speaking, Deculein began. I, Deculein, as the head professor of this tower, and a member of the disciplinary committee. Down below, hearing him begin his declaration, Ephraim couldn't help but tremble in fear as she thought, It's over. Deculein then said, Sylvia, do you truly believe you are blameless in this matter? Hearing him call out Sylvia's name left her completely stunned. What? Seeing that she still didn't understand, Deculein asked again. I will ask one more time. Do you truly believe you are entirely without blame? Sitting beside her, Ephraim listened in astonishment, thinking to herself, What? What in the world is happening? From his seat, a stunned Deculein looked at him and asked, Professor, what are you saying? Deculein paid him no mind. He looked down and continued, You could have stopped this incident, but you chose not to. Or perhaps the talent that everyone praises you for is, in fact, not so great after all. His words immediately terrified Sylvia. A moment later, she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her. It was because I wanted her to get into even bigger trouble. Sylvia's confession left Ephraim completely stunned. What? Why isn't Deculein asking me? Why is he interrogating Sylvia? It was obviously my fault. Up in the committee seats, Deculein looked at him and spoke in a panic. But even so, head Professor Deculein, the fault lies not with the defender, but with the one who struck the first blow. In response to his words, he asked, If we're looking at the true circumstances, I was the one who initiated today's class session. Professor Deculein, are you suggesting I should take the blame instead? Hearing this, Deculein became flustered and tried to explain. No, of course not. I just think this whole affair is rather improper. Watching this scene unfold left Ephraim completely amazed. She thought, he's even refuting Professor Deculein, who's siding with Sylvia. Why on earth is he going to such lengths? Just to protect me? Nearby, Zan, who had been observing the whole thing, suddenly clapped her hands and said, That's enough. She then turned, smiling at them as she spoke. Children will fight and clash with each other as they mature. These two have only just debuted as apprentice mages. Instead of dwelling on their faults and putting them down, I think we should let this slide. Just this once. She then declared that both of them were let off, and no disciplinary action would be taken. You are both dismissed. After hearing the declaration, Ephraim's hands wouldn't stop shaking as she thought, What? I was completely prepared to be expelled. The Deculein I know would have definitely done it. So, why? After the meeting ended, Deculein walked alongside Deculein, speaking as they went. As expected of head Professor Deculein, your analysis of the situation was outstanding. All for the good of the students, of course. Suddenly, Deculein tilted his head, his cold eyes glancing down. Down below, Ephraim clenched her trembling hands, lifted her head to stare intently at him, and then asked, There's something I want to ask you. At the same time, she thought, Do you remember the name Luna? Do you know my father? Do you know that the man suffered his entire life under you before taking his own life? Deculein looked down at her, thinking, just as I suspected, I need to know the truth. Does he? Do you remember the Yua Luna family? And how your father died because of his delusions? Julie lowered her head sadly, but Deculein still remembered what would happen if he retracted his judgment just to protect himself. Julie squeezed her eyes shut, trembling. Even so, if he didn't even remember her father, wouldn't that be even more heartbreaking? Lost in thought, Deculein spoke. There's no need to ask. He leaned down and advised her, don't waste your talent on things that are in the past. Then he left, leaving Julie all alone. She stood there in silence, thinking in disappointment, so Deculein does remember me and my father. Otherwise, he'd have no reason to help me. Deculein. He felt a sense of responsibility. She clenched her fists, suppressing her emotions, and decided to help. So, was the only reason he helped me before out of pity? Julie looked up, 2 streams of tears running down her cheeks. What a relief. At least he hasn't forgotten. And if he still remembers me, that's enough for now. At least for now, that's enough. She buried her face in her hands and cried as the system window chimed. The villain's fate. Overcoming death. Shop currency +2. On a carriage rattling along a dirt road. So, it happened? Zeit glanced at Sylvia and said, in any case, you no longer need to worry about that child. Zeit, head of the Hewlett family. The exceptionally talented mage, Luna, was truly gifted, but she missed her chance. Sylvia recalled the past. 10 years ago, on the day of the aptitude test for academy admission, she met her for the first time. It's impossible, the master had once declared. You both have the makings of an archmage. What? 2 people from our domain? What's going on? Almost no one believed that judgment. The pinnacle of the eternal world of magic, an existence that not even the emperor could touch. Those who reached that realm would be called archmages, and their names would be etched into the continent's history. However, by tradition, only 3 people could become archmages in the same era. Regardless of their school or specialty, that was the immutable law of the magical world. At that time, aside from Daimer's position, there were 2 seats still open. However, one of them was almost certainly reserved for Outerline, the chairman of the Magic Tower. In other words, I am the heir to the Hewlett family, and someone from our branch family had to compete for the final spot. I understood without my father having to spell it out. Luna, give up on enrolling your daughter in the academy. That day, I realized the truth. The real reason the Hewlett family crushed the Luna family was all for my sake. They did it so I could become an archmage, and that was my wish and my destiny as well. Was I afraid she would catch up? Sylvia thought to herself. She sighed. He was just too unlucky, Zeit reminded her. Though you don't need to worry about that child anymore, you must be wary of Deculein. He's not to be underestimated. He may be in a slump now, but when he was young, he was called a genius. Who knows, one day he might rise up unexpectedly. Sylvia lowered her head, lost in thought, remembering the past. I knew a long time ago that Professor Deculein saw right through my trap. At that moment, I'm certain I made Journey's mana disappear. I set a trap so it would explode on contact with her mana. The more serious the incident, the more trouble she would be in. But Deculein saw through my plan instantly. Even though I checked thoroughly, there were absolutely no signs of surveillance magic in the room. And yet, he still forced me to compromise. Instead of pointing out that I was the one behind it all. I know everything, so you'd better cooperate with me. It was a threat I had no choice but to accept. I used to think he was just an arrogant man with slightly above average talent. The more Sylvia thought about it, the more she scared herself, breaking out in a cold sweat and trembling. But what kind of person is he, really? A few days later, at Deculein's mansion, he adjusted his attire. Hearing his escort call, I'm here. Are you ready, sir? He replied. I'll be right down. He then got into the carriage, which sped along the main road. He sat upright in his seat, thinking that supporting Ian was indeed a wise decision. Thanks to that, I eliminated a variable that could have led to my death, and even got some store points. I never expected that the person who asked that question that day was Ian herself, but it seems she was hostile toward me back then. Deculein was cold. Of course, Sylvia would probably resent me for what happened, but I had no choice but to eliminate the immediate threat. He turned his face to look at the scenery outside. That aside, as for social events, I still want to avoid Ifrit Yua. However, I can't miss the chance to earn more store points. The system notification chimed. Side quest. Ifrit Yua, the first Bloom of the Year event. Store points plus 0.5. Deculein thought faintly. I need at least 5 store points to unlock access to the shop, so I should pay attention to the named characters at this event. The carriage stopped at a magnificent palace. As soon as Deculein stepped through the door, a servant greeted him. Welcome, Professor Deculein. The entire hall was filled with people. Deculein watched them chatting and laughing merrily. This whole place is filled with high-ranking nobles, and I see many familiar faces. In particular, Deculein glanced toward Ifrit, someone he had once used as a role model. Looks like coming here was the right decision, huh? One of the guests spotted Deculein and walked over cheerfully. Well, look who it is. Isn't it Professor Deculein? My son is in your class. His name is. Attracted by the man's voice, everyone turned to look and began to clamor. Professor Deculein, I've always wanted to meet you. Deculein, annoyed, regretted his earlier thought. I take back what I just said. Lord Ganesha, I read about your exploits in the Continental magazine. Hearing that, he was startled. Would you like to dine with us? My family is over there. Before he could finish, Deculein raised a hand to stop him. Forget it. I just heard someone mention Ganesha. If I can get acquainted with her, a character who will play a crucial turning point in the story, that would be the best thing I could accomplish today. He scanned the room for her. But where is she? I heard her name mentioned around here. I have to take this chance to make a connection. In the hallway, a girl with short red hair crossed her arms, glaring at Deculein. She was the adventurer IG Ganesha, the fifth strongest character in the early stages of the story. Deculein continued to look around, searching. Where could Ganesha be? He glanced around, thinking to himself. She must be nearby. Noticing something above, he looked up, found her. Ganesha stood on a higher level, looking down with a fearsome gaze, her arms crossed. A woman with red hair tied in two pigtails, dressed in an adventurer's outfit. His pace quickened. I have to hurry. Could it be the person I'm thinking of? A man approached from a distance. Professor Deculein. Deculein was startled. Right at this moment? Why Ifrit, the fourth-ranked and one-of-a-kind wizard of the Magic Empire. He spread his hands and slowly approached. So, the illustrious head professor still remembers me? What an honor. Long time no see. How's your research coming along? This was so sudden. But I've heard a few rumors lately, Deculein asked back. What are you talking about? Why Ifrit smiled, stroking his chin. Oh, it's nothing major. I just heard your research has been at a standstill for the past 3 years, and that quite a few people are starting to doubt your abilities. Deculein narrowed his eyes in annoyance. He was just openly provoking him. He used to be a classmate of Deculein's at the university. Why Ifrit held out his hand. The two used to have a pretty good relationship, but after losing the head professor position to Deculein, he began to openly show his jealousy and resentment. Deculein turned his face away. Perhaps the old Deculein would have been bothered, but to him, these provocations meant nothing. After all, the rumors Why Ifrit mentioned were true. He was startled when he looked up. On the balcony above, the girl had vanished, leaving only an empty space. She's gone. Ganesha is gone. Ifrit puffed out his chest. If you keep acting so arrogant, no one will like you. But Deculein ignored him, turning away in anger. Did I really just lose her because I had to waste my breath on this bastard? As he walked past him, he stopped. Hey, why Ifrit? He replied. What? Deculein's voice became so menacing it startled Why Ifrit. Cut the crap and get lost. You reek of rotten cheese. After he left, a startled Why Ifrit spun around and shouted. What? Rotten cheese? What did you just say, you insolent bastard? I have to find Ganesha quickly. If she leaves this party, my plan will be ruined. A voice called out from inside the mansion. Professor Deculein. Professor, where are you going? Deculein sighed. Even after getting rid of Why Ifrit, there were still too many annoying people clinging to him. This is exactly why I hate these social gatherings. A voice from outside startled him. Professor Deculein, the girl he was looking for, was leaning against the railing, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Ganesha casually placed a hand on the railing behind her. We meet again here, or were you looking for me? Deculein looked at her and thought, to think I'd run into Ganesha while trying to escape those clingy people. But more importantly, did Ganesha and Deculein already know each other? Ganesha crossed her arms and laughed. I was just lost. Just kidding. I know you were looking for me, because you have something to say. She then continued. I apologize for the last mission, but I've already returned both the deposit and the cancellation fee, so can we just let this one go? Deculein thought in silence. It seemed their relationship was transactional. The two stood facing each other as Ganesha continued. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you a child with magical talent as you requested, but that's not to say I didn't find them, right? She gave a slight smile. I grew attached to them, so I couldn't hand them over to you. Deculein remained silent, thinking, what is she talking about? But it seemed Deculein understood that this was an attempt to compensate for his own shortcomings by finding a talented child. Ganesha asked, let me ask you something, he replied. What is it? She smiled, her eyes filled with mockery. How long do you plan to live like this? Deculein lowered his gaze slightly. How long? He recalled the familiar faces from before he possessed Deculein's body. That man had believed the sweet talk of useless people and personally destroyed the trust of those around him, hurting many people just to polish his own reputation. After a moment of silence, he leaned both hands on the railing and turned around. However, from now on, I will live differently. Ganesha looked at him. I didn't expect that answer. She said, I thought you were going to try to kill me. She continued, after all, I did accept a top-secret mission and then run off. He replied, that's a needless worry. She observed him, thinking, would he really try to kill Ganesha, one of the top fighters of this era? This guy truly isn't afraid of death. I don't know what the old Deculein was like, but Ganesha is a character who could kill someone with a single strand of her hair. Her attributes are invincible body and martial arts master. A warrior and adventurer who has reached the pinnacle of physical prowess. Martial arts master is when you've reached the apex of martial arts, allowing you to move in a state of perfect unity. Invincible body is the stage where your entire body becomes as hard as diamond. If it were the old Deculein, he probably would have sent assassins to kill Ganesha already. If he had, he'd likely be the one who ended up dead. She thought, things are a little different today than I expected. Did he eat something weird? But anyway, I've already achieved my goal for this party, establishing a connection. There's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Deculein turned to leave. I'll be leaving first. Don't worry yourself over nothing, she asked. You're leaving? She asked worriedly. Is it really okay? There won't be any assassinations or anyone dying, right? Deculein turned his head slightly and replied coldly, how pathetic. Ganesha froze, staring at him in silence. As Deculein walked away, he thought, just as Ganesha said, with Deculein's power, I could use the Adventurers Guild to put pressure on her, but doing so would lead to unforeseen variables related to my death. Villain's fate. Death variable avoided. Shot points +1. He grew anxious. What? Recalling his conversation with Ganesha, previously, I could only overcome it, but now I've avoided it? I didn't even realize. But that was another death flag. He looked at the crowd of partygoers before him. I'm not safe anywhere in this world. Zeitlai propped her arm up angrily. Hey, how long are you going to stand there? Zeitlai was a relative of Julie, a 12th rank rookie adventurer. Julie rested her chin on her hand, looking dejected. I didn't want to come here in the first place. Zeitlai sighed. Come on, come over here. She looked worriedly at Julie. Seeing Julie in such a bad mood, Zeitlai asked, how have things been with that person lately? Julie let out a small, huh? Zeitlai explained. I mean Professor Deculein. I'm worried because there are so many rumors. Hearing this, Julie recalled the sight of his back, clenched her jaw, and closed her eyes, a sense of emptiness filling her heart. She said sadly, of course, it's not good. From the staircase, a man appeared. Hey, you're being a little too loud. Startled, Julie turned to look. She was utterly shocked to see him. Deculein was slowly walking down the stairs. The people nearby immediately started gossiping. What? Has Professor Deculein already left? A man who loves social gatherings like him is leaving without even a single glance at his fiancée? A buzz went through the crowd. Maybe their relationship really is on the rocks. If so, then the previous rumors might be true. Because Deculein left the party earlier than usual that day, it was rumored to be due to a conflict with Julie. But of course, Kim Woojin couldn't have known this. Side quest complete. New Year's Flower Social Event. Store points plus 0.5. Current points are 4.5. Kim Woojin thought for a moment. It's been a week since I attended the start of the year socializing event. He trained, seriously, his mind constantly working. During that time, aside from daily memorization and practicing basic object manipulation, I felt my physical strength was too weak, so I started working out. The reason was that his entire body was drenched in sweat. I had almost died after a reckless move. A few days ago, a loud noise erupted from a building, where a man was collapsed on the floor. Kim Woojin was in terrible shape. He struggled to get up. If I were just an ordinary mage, I probably would have died. Did I endure it thanks to the Iron Man attribute? After meeting Ganesha last time, I longed for greater power, so I engraved fire manipulation alongside my existing object manipulation. He realized one thing was necessary to strengthen his metal manipulation ability. The goal was to upgrade his power by engraving a magic core into his object manipulation. This method shortened the time it took to learn magic. But in return, it was extremely dangerous. After realizing the tremendous pressure it put on his body, I decided I had to train my physique. Back in the present, Kim Woojin was still training. As a result, I'd established a morning routine. His body was covered in sweat as he let out a sigh. It's time to go to work. A loud sound was heard. Alan, what is this? In the office of head Professor Deculein, Kim Woojin frowned at the report in front of him. A notice from the Magic Tower. His brow furrowed deeply. The sender was the Professor Proficiency Evaluation Committee. Kim Woojin prepared to go somewhere. A sentence echoed in his mind. We hereby inform you that within the next 6 months, a hearing will be held to evaluate the research progress of head Professor Deculein. Please prepare the relevant documents during that time. Kim Woojin thought about it seriously. A hearing? Huh. This means Deculein's research has been stagnant for a very long time. Even before I possessed his body, this is a bad situation. He recalled the data he knew from the game. Deculein always held the title of Professor. His mind was flooded with thoughts. Perhaps a prerequisite of the mission is to keep this title. If I lose it, then all hope of returning home is gone. Suddenly, Kim Woojin stopped in his tracks. He realized that this meant he had to find something, anything, in Deculein's laboratory. Kim Woojin opened the door in front of him and stepped inside. Looking at the scene, he thought with annoyance, "What a complete mess." Kim Woojin walked around, constantly observing his surroundings. It looks like no one has set foot in here for a very long time. If Deculein still came here regularly, there's no way the lab would be this disorganized. He suddenly noticed something. This mess seemed rather suspicious. That pile of junk doesn't look normal at all. Could it be hiding something? Kim Woojin really had no other choice. I don't know who's behind this, but this is definitely the best way to obstruct Deculein. He secretly felt lucky that he had learned object manipulation. The book on the ground flew neatly into his hand. Opening the book, Kim Woojin muttered. He encrypted all his research results to prevent them from being stolen, but the book suddenly turned blue. Useless. Comprehend. A powerful beam of light enveloped the entire room. This golden light is so blinding. It seems his research is truly astonishing. The light seeped into every nook and cranny of the room. What I can see by combining my talent and keen insight is truly brilliant. But Kim Woojin still wasn't quite satisfied. However, this research is still incomplete. There are torn parts, many sections are missing, and the logic of this part is even completely wrong. He also discovered its advantages. Even so, it's still outstanding enough to make a special talent react. Looking at the photo in the broken watch, Kim Woojin guessed, "Is that child Luna?" His expression was cold. He thought to himself, "I see. It seems Journey's father, while working as a researcher under Deculein, desperately tried to hide this." Thoughts kept surfacing. The resentment of the mages from House Luna towards Deculein. It's obvious they had to live such a bitter life because of him. He clenched the watch in his hand and whispered, "Don't worry," he promised himself. "I will complete this research using comprehension. If I can finish the thesis that way, I'll put your name on it. As a co-author, of course, I need the achievement too, so I can't just put your name alone." At the campus coffee shop, Lend Coffee, someone said loudly, "You get it? We commoners have to stick together." Julie slammed her hand on the table, stating her point bluntly. "There are only 30 commoners in this class. If we don't support each other, we'll all suffer for it sooner or later." Suddenly, she turned and asked, "You think so too, right? Huh? Well, I used to be a noble, after all." Ephraim sighed. She took a sip of tea. "But now there's nothing left. No territory, no residence. So what's the point in calling myself a noble?" Julie continued to press her. "Remember, you absolutely have to join us." Another girl spoke up. "You're the representative for the commoners." Hearing that, Julie agreed even more. "That's right, and you were a victim of Deculein too." After hearing that, Ephraim was speechless. "Do these guys think I'm the leader of the commoners or something?" Another girl asked worriedly. "But if we want to start a club, we need approval from a supervising professor, right? And the professors probably won't like us gathering like this." Julie hadn't thought about that problem. That's true, it's the biggest hurdle. They began to discuss animatedly, mentioning every name they could think of. What about Professor Jeffen? He's known for being a bootlicker for all those fat nobles. Then how about Professor Cameo? Don't even mention his name. He turns his back the second he sees a commoner, a guy said, resting his chin on his hand in frustration. And of course, Professor Deculein is completely out of the question. Ephraim, however, was focused on a different problem. Are they not going to eat that? I really hope they leave it behind. Julie cut through her thoughts. That's it. Ephraim, you should try asking Professor Deculein. Ephraim was assigned the task before she even knew what was happening. Will you ask him for us? Another guy agreed with Julie's idea. Yeah, if you think about it, he's pretty fair. He looks down on everyone equally, nobles and commoners alike. Julie asked again. Wasn't it thanks to him that you escaped punishment? So doesn't that mean he's taken an interest in you? Ephraim was bewildered and immediately denied it. No, it's not like that at all. What do you guys take him for? Some kind of good person? She couldn't believe she'd been put in this situation. How did the mood turn into this anyway? I don't want anything to do with Deculein. Ephraim rushed out in a panic. Anyway, I'm not doing it. Seeing this, Julie immediately ran after her. Don't say that, just think it over. But Ephraim was incredibly firm. I'm serious, you guys have it all wrong. If I do it, it'll just backfire. As Julie was grabbing onto Ephraim, a voice caught her attention. Seeing Julie's strange expression, Ephraim quickly asked, What's wrong, Julie? When Ephraim turned around, her expression was bewildered. Kim Woojin spoke coldly, Get out of the way. Seeing who was behind them, Ephraim's face went pale. Deculein. Ephraim stood there, stunned and lost in thought. Deculein, Julie, hiding in a corner, was making cheering motions for her. You can do it, Ephraim, she gestured, though inside her head, she was screaming. Julie, when did you get here, you coward? Kim Woojin just walked past her as if he didn't care at all. As he was leaving, Ephraim called out, Professor Deculein. She shyly presented a piece of paper to him, her posture very respectful. I want to start a club, and I need your signature for approval. Inside, she decided, here goes nothing. As if afraid he might refuse, she quickly added, I won't be a bother, sir. I was just worried that you might not like clubs that include commoners. She was dying of anxiety. I really don't want anything to do with Deculein, but Julie was right. Recalling what her friend had just said, she had to admit that the other professors would definitely not cooperate with them. So, rather than being hassled about this forever, she decided to just give it a shot. And to her surprise, Kim Woojin actually took their application. He glanced at it for a few seconds, then said, send me the details at my office later. His attitude completely stunned Ifrine. Huh? Kim Woojin handed the application back to her. Take it. Ifrine quickly replied, yes, sir. Looking back at the form, she still couldn't believe her eyes. Did he really just sign it? She stood there blankly, watching his retreating back. He just agreed, right then and there. Ugh, that Deculein guy. Julie ran over and chirped excitedly. Did you really get his signature? I didn't expect this at all. Ifrine's mind was still lost in thought. But why? Just like that time at the disciplinary committee. Why is he being nice to me? Kim Woojin's voice rang out from a lecture hall. Today's lecture will be on understanding pure elements. As you all know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, there are still many mages who cannot distinguish between categorized magic and pure elements. He continued to lecture intently. Down below, Ifrine couldn't stop thinking, is it because he feels guilty about what happened? She frowned, a conflict raging within her. She kept staring at the man on the podium. Or is it pity? He's the one who drove my father to his death. Even if he's being nice to me now, it's all just an act. Her expression darkened, her hands clenched into fists. If he truly thinks he was wrong, he should be the one to reveal his true colors to the world. Seeing her state, Julie asked with concern, are you okay, Ifrine? At that moment, she snapped out of her thoughts. What? Julie said what was on her mind. You don't look so good. She advised Ifrine not to pay any attention to them. They don't do anything but run their mouths anyway. But Ifrine didn't understand. What is she talking about? It turned out she was referring to the group of people sitting above them. What's that pest doing here? Why are they even looking at us? They glanced at her, their gazes far from friendly. So gross. This made Ifrine feel completely helpless. I've really become the common enemy of the nobility after that incident. Even though I'm a noble myself, Ifrine knew Julie was worried about her, so she quickly reassured her. It's okay, Julie. They're always like this. Let's just focus on the lecture. Up at the front, Kim Woojin was still lecturing seriously. The magic circles you've used up until now also have logic within every stroke. Ifrine started thinking again. But I heard Deculein's lectures are very different. Kim Woojin explained the rules in detail while casting a spell. By just adding 2 strokes to this ignition circle, it can change color. That's because these 2 strokes determine the flame's color. He took out a blue book. This is today's topic. He turned to a page and continued. Flowing fire. Ifrine wasn't wrong. At first, Deculein's lectures were just a way for him to show off with his title of professor. But now, the lectures from Kim Woojin were a beautiful demonstration of mana, with creative explanations based on deep understanding. This astonished all the students present in the class, including Sylvia, who had lost her joy for learning due to her own natural talent. He retracted the spell. As you all know, this circle is used to summon water. He began to demonstrate for them. However, if combined with a fire circle, its color immediately turns purple and becomes this. Seeing this, everyone was amazed. Everyone gasped in amazement. It's actually flowing. The fire is flowing like water. This took her by surprise. No way. I never expected his lecture to be so theoretical. Most genius mages use their intuition to cast spells, so to them, theory is nothing more than a rigid formula. If all mages prioritize theory, magic would become something confined to a set template. This makes sense. If you focus too much on theory, there isn't enough time to actually practice magic. Trying to understand all of magic through theory alone is extremely inefficient and even hinders training. This is the paradox of magic. To become an outstanding mage, you need sharp intuition. But the most outstanding people can't explain their intuition. Staring intently at Kim Woojin, she couldn't believe it. And yet, a man whose natural talent is being questioned by the public is teaching a lesson so focused on theory. This is almost impossible. Leaving the academy, Ifrine had to admit that it was completely different from the rumors. She was incredibly surprised by this. I've never focused on a lecture so much before. Ifrine returned to the Magic Tower dormitory. She let out a sigh, looking utterly defeated. Looking at the mess in front of her, she was at a loss. How much longer are they going to keep up with these stupid pranks? The words scrawled on the door were just trash. Get out of here. You don't belong here. Ifrine also realized something. Ever since that incident with Sylvia, things had gotten even worse. Looking at the words on the card, certificate of sponsorship, she picked up the card, her mind racing. I almost fell for it. There's no way this is real. Who would ever sponsor me? When both the Iliade and Deculein families hate my guts. She tried to think about it positively. But this is good too. I can report this as a forgery and get a reward. The scene changes to another location, the Magic Administration Office, where Ephorine had gone. She still couldn't believe the truth. It's real. She recalled what she had been told. What? The woman at the department confirmed it. It's not a fake. The seal is authentic. But Ian still couldn't believe she wasn't lying to herself. She was so overjoyed, her entire face lit up. Is this real? But she still didn't think this was enough to snap her back to reality. Get a grip. After a few moments of acting like a dazed fool, she finally came to her senses. No one saw that, did they? She carefully bent down to pick up the stack of papers. What if everyone finds out I have 100,000 eln? I'd better pack an emergency suitcase, just in case something happens. I shouldn't have gone to the Magic Management Office. She remembered how the clerk had seriously asked her to reconfirm it. What kind of question was that? Ian thought in confusion. That employee was looking at me funny too. Could she be after my money? Suddenly, she lost her cool and screamed, I should have been more careful. Ian collapsed onto the floor and curled into a ball. It hurt so much. She was truly happy. This felt like a dream, but she still wasn't fully awake. Ian was so happy she couldn't help but cry. She sat up and wiped her tears. These are happy tears. Someone has finally recognized my talent, she told herself. There's still kindness in this world. I have to pull myself together and try a little harder. At the Deculein family mansion, Yariel asked the butler in disbelief, Are you telling the truth? The butler looked at her and confirmed, Yes, that's right. He is on his way to the Stenin auction right now. He has probably arrived by now. When she learned that Deculein was actually going to the auction, a look of annoyance crossed her face. Thinking of all the money that was about to be blown away, she grabbed her hair in frustration and screamed, Last year he blew through 10 million eln. What kind of disaster is he planning to cause this year? If he causes any more trouble, I won't forgive him. The city of Stagano, where the auction was being held. Meanwhile, Deculein had no idea his half-sister was about to have his head. He strode down the hallway, filled with excitement. I can finally buy the thing I've been looking for all this time. The first time I used psychokinesis as my primary magic, I realized I needed certain metals to compensate for my lack of talent. The item I'm currently carrying is made of wood steel, but that's just a temporary measure. He opened the door to the VIP waiting room and walked inside. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone else was in there. The item I truly need will be at today's auction. He finally noticed another person in the room. Just from her back, Deculein knew exactly who it was. He froze for a moment. The person in the VIP room was none other than Julie. Seeing her turn her head, he cursed inwardly, Damn it, I didn't expect this to happen. As for Julie, the moment she saw who had walked in, her face filled with obvious disgust. Neither of them spoke a word as they locked eyes. Julie furrowed her brows at him and gave a cold greeting. It's been a while. Deculein watched her in silence, thinking to himself that he never expected to run into Julie here. Thinking about his recent actions that she'd heard about, Julie immediately questioned him in an icy tone. I heard you sent 2 young mages to the disciplinary committee this time. Her accusatory tone annoyed him a bit. That's old news, isn't it? Are you going to blame me for that too? Julie silently fixed him with an icy stare. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke. They were just newly appointed rookies. Do you intend to crush the dreams of the inexperienced? Your sins will come back to haunt you one day. Do not repeat the mistakes of the past. She lowered her head, her voice dropping to a cautionary tone. This is the last piece of advice I can give you. In response to this warning, Deculein's expression remained blank as he simply looked down at her in silence. The last piece of advice. Julie's last words for me. She plans to completely cut ties with me. If this were the original owner of this body, he would probably be panicking at this warning, but I just feel relieved. Good, I feel the same way. No matter how beautiful she is, I have no intention of marrying someone for such a frivolous reason. Besides, there are far too many death flags surrounding her, including herself. If I'm not careful, I could end up dead on our wedding day. After delivering her warning, Julie wanted nothing more to do with him and turned back to her seat. He watched her back with suspicion. But the Julie I know isn't the type to attend auctions. What is she doing here? Driven by curiosity, he asked. Did you come all this way just to tell me that? Hearing such an incredibly narcissistic question, Julie whipped around in shock. What? What did you say? Agitated, Julie's voice grew louder as she rattled off like a machine gun. You are unbelievably arrogant. There's no way I came here for you. I'm only here because there's something I need to buy. Seriously. I'm really looking for an item. Seeing how worked up she was, and wanting to save his own hide, he backed away and held up his hands defensively. I get it, so please calm down, he said helplessly. I understood you the first time. Annoyed at being misunderstood, Julie puffed out her cheeks. Her childish expression made him chuckle softly. That's actually cute. This is the first time I've ever seen her like this. He looked at her, then turned away, not forgetting to mutter, "It was my misunderstanding to begin with." The fleeting emotion he had just felt towards Julie startled him. Wait a minute. What is this strange feeling? I was just thinking about how dangerous it is to be near her. The possibility that he was being assimilated by the original owner's emotions filled him with a deep sense of unease. Am I being tainted by Deculein's emotions? I've been so careful not to be influenced by his personality. While he was pondering this, an announcement from the auctioneer echoed from a magic orb, broadcasting to all the guests. The auction is about to begin. He dismissed the thought that he had been moved by Julie. He reassured himself, no, that can't be it. My heart beat faster when I saw Julie, but I must be overthinking things. In the auction hall, a table for displaying items appeared below the podium. At this moment, an item covered by a white cloth had already been placed on the table. Deculein was now in the guest seating area. The auctioneer signaled for a staff member to pull off the covering cloth and then introduced the first auction item. The first item up for bid is a ceramic vase from the East. Please, admire these elegant curves. It was crafted by an artisan from the Far East. As soon as the staff member pulled the white cloth away, a stream of golden light erupted from the ancient Eastern vase, shining so intensely it was blinding. Watching the light grow ever stronger, Deculein was astonished. I've seen that light before, when I was grading Ephorine's paper. And what's more, the light is getting even stronger, if that's the case. As soon as the introduction was over, everyone in the room started bidding fiercely for the Eastern vase. The auctioneer, holding a microphone, read out the numbers of the bidders. Number 993 bids 700,000. Number 1038 bids 750,000. It seemed many guests here recognized the value of this ancient vase, as they all touched the orb on their armrests to place their bids. The MC's voice rang out continuously. Guest number 1,413, 1,500,000. Finally, the MC's gaze landed on Deculein, who was continuing to bid. He exclaimed, Guest number 777, 2,500,000 gold. Even after spending 2 million gold, he didn't so much as blink. This rich, domineering man has got to be mine. I'm a simple girl, so don't anybody dare fight me for him. Anyway, back to the story. Deculein noticed that the light on the ancient vase hadn't dimmed, but was shining even brighter. He thought to himself, even though the price has gone up so much, the vase hasn't lost its glow. That means its value is even higher than this. I still have quite a bit of money left in the bank. The current balance is 205,238,039. And for the following items, he won almost every single one with the highest bid. With each item, the MC's voice grew more and more excited. The gloves of Ephorine have been sold to guest number 777 for 3 million. The dwarven shears have been sold to guest number 777 for 2,100,000. The ancient worm necklace has also been sold to guest number 777 for 4,300,000. The MC's voice rang out, and this time, guest number 777 once again won the item with a bid of 5,500,000. The other guests were astonished to see him successfully claim a whole series of items. They all turned to look at him, wondering who this crude, new money tycoon was. That number, 777, is buying everything. Isn't that Professor Deculein? Julie was unaware of his intentions. She felt that Deculein was doing all of this just to show off. What a pitiful man. Even in a place like this, he's still desperate for attention. The more she thought about it, the more she felt the vast difference between them. He's nothing like me. It's unbelievable that he'd waste so much money just to satisfy his fleeting vanity. I can't understand why he doesn't appreciate the beauty of humility and simplicity. Whatever. Thinking of the item she needed, she pushed thoughts of him aside. Her eyes showed clear determination. She had to get it. I just need to get the winter flame. After a series of items, the MC gestured towards the display table. And now, this is the final item of tonight's auction. Many have sought it. But this is an item that is nearly impossible to find. A mineral that has been used to forge countless legendary swords in the history of the Empire. An employee immediately pulled back the white cloth, revealing the final item. The MC turned to face the final item and raised his voice. Nature's magic, the winter flame. The snowflake obsidian on the table was a crystalline mineral of extremely high purity. Its outer shell sparkled just like a perfectly cut diamond, and inside the mineral, a blue light glowed like a flickering flame. This explained why the mineral was also known as the blue flame. The moment the snowflake obsidian was put on display, both Julie and Deculein locked their eyes on it. Snowflake obsidian, one of the 10 rarest metals in the world. It's often used to forge swords or other weapons. As its name suggests, it is a paradoxical mineral, containing both heat and cold energy. The only things that could surpass it in sword forging were legendary materials like dragon bones. Thinking of the infinite potential of snowflake obsidian, Deculein wanted it even more. Realistically speaking, snowflake obsidian is the best material I can possibly obtain. Determination also appeared in Julie's eyes. I must have it. The starting price for the snowflake obsidian was higher than the previous items, but none of the guests in the room cared. They continuously touched the orbs on their armrests. The MC's voice rang out again and again. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million, number 1, 1,089, 30 million. Are there any other bids? Seeing that no other guests were bidding, the MC was about to close the auction. Seeing no one else bidding, Julie was overjoyed. Good, I've got it. But life is never that simple. Deculein placed another bid. Guest number 777, 31 million. As soon as she heard the number 777, Julie froze, then angrily turned her head to glare at him. 777. I've heard that number countless times today. The thought of the item she needed slipping from her grasp drove her mad. She couldn't ignore him. What on earth are you trying to do? Julie stared at Deculein and gritted her teeth. Deculein. After that, the bidding war continued. Julie didn't stop bidding, and neither did Deculein. Number 1, 1,089, 32 million. Guest number 777, 33 million. A guest sitting near Deculein spoke to his companion. He's trying to buy the snowflake obsidian to forge a sword, probably as a gift for his fiancée, right? The man continued. But if he really wanted to give it to her, he could have just let her buy it herself. He must love her very deeply. Deculein, sitting nearby, heard this and was confused. Huh? Only then did he realize he had been bidding against Julie. He glanced down at where she was sitting. Have I been bidding against Julie this whole time? Even knowing she wants the snowflake obsidian too, he wouldn't give up. It makes sense. Snowflake obsidian is something she would be interested in. If I take it, she might truly resent me, but I need it too. He looked at her cold, furious face and thought to himself, this is the first time it's appeared in 3 years. Who knows when another opportunity will come along? Seeing the murderous look in Julie's eyes, Deculein felt a little intimidated. But for the sake of his own survival, he couldn't back down. It might be dangerous, but I have to get this precious item. He was determined not to falter in the battle for the snowflake obsidian. I must have the snowflake obsidian. After a long bidding war, the final price was called out. The last call is 42 million. In this battle of wills, who will be the winner? And of course, Deculein was victorious. The MC raised his voice to announce that the owner of the snowflake obsidian was guest number 777. As he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. The other guests, seeing that he had won the snowflake obsidian, turned to talk amongst themselves. What a dramatic auction. Professor Deculein won it. That's right, this was definitely the most intense auction I've ever seen. A guest in the row opposite Julie remarked to his companion, Sir Credo went a bit too far this time. Professor Deculein put in so much effort to give this gift to his fiancée. I'm sure he got what he wanted in the end. Every word of their chatter reached her ears. Losing the item she so desperately needed visibly soured her mood. Deculein's ostentatious display made it impossible for Julie to hold back any longer. She clenched her jaw, trying to suppress the volcano of emotions erupting inside her. Once again, we're repeating what happened last year. I never expected this. The event brought back memories of the past. An image of the old Deculein, before Kim Woojin took over, reappeared in her mind. If you wish, I can give you everything. And even more. I can do anything for you. That engagement day was the worst day of my life. This will be what makes you want to marry me. This is my greatness. That's what he was trying to say. Faced with the wealth he flaunted, I only felt humiliated. Back then, the humiliation Deculein brought upon me made me want to kill him on the spot. He knew full well, as the memory of us talking played in my mind, what I truly wanted from him. So I left that room. I destroyed my own engagement with my own 2 hands, but that wasn't the end. Every slanderous rumor that spread felt like a heavy stone weighing her down, that someone as proud as her had ultimately fallen into Deculein's hands. It was said she'd been promised a position as the Knight Captain of Deculein, and in exchange, rumors spread that she had begged for it. It was painfully obvious who was spreading those smears about me. Does he really think I'll come back if he does this? What a fool. He's someone I could never love, no matter how hard I tried. Just as Julie was about to stand up and confront him, she turned around and froze in shock. He had walked up right behind her. Julie looked at him, surprised. Deculein asked Julie, do you want the frost flame stone too? Thinking he was going to use the stone as leverage to make her obey him, her expression turned ugly. How long are you going to humiliate me? But, contrary to her expectations, he offered an apology. I apologize. Julie's face went completely blank. Huh? After apologizing to Julie, he immediately turned and left. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Julie still couldn't seem to process what was happening. She stared blankly after him. Even after leaving the auction house, Julie still couldn't understand why he had apologized. What? What did he apologize for? For winning the Frostflame Stone? The Deculein I knew would never apologize. While she was lost in thought, a call from Sofiane made her stop. Julie. She looked up at her in surprise. Sofiane looked at Julie and waved her over. Get in the carriage. Sofiane, the eldest daughter of the Iliade family and Julie's older sister. Meanwhile, Deculein was also on his way back to his mansion in a carriage. He sat there, recalling her angry expression. It seems Julie really wanted that Frostflame Stone for herself. She's probably angry because I bought it. I didn't expect the variable from Zeit to not appear. At the auction, I saw the killing intent in Julie's eyes. This made him curious about the original owner's past actions. Just how terrible had Deculein been to make her want to kill him? When the household staff saw him return, they bowed respectfully. Welcome home, master. Sensing something was off, he glanced at the servants. Every single one of them had a terrified look on their face. He asked suspiciously, did something happen? The butler heard his question, paused for a moment, then replied cautiously, Lady Uriel is here. Deculein said nothing, just slowly walked up the stairs. As he reached the landing, he stopped. Uriel was standing in his room. He paid her no mind and walked past her. Just as he was about to head into the dressing room, she spoke. That money was supposed to pay for the ore mines. So you took it to spend on yourself? Hearing this, he finally understood how she had so much money. No wonder her personal account was so full. I hadn't noticed. In response to Uriel's accusation, he calmly replied, Don't worry, I bought something that will bring a profit. Suddenly, she screamed, Brother! Her voice was choked with sobs. Do you see me as your personal trash can? As he turned to look at the expression on her face, he thought with a sense of dread. Oh, no. This is really bad. By now, Uriel's face was covered in tears, her eyes filled with a rage that looked like she wanted to tear him to pieces. Do you think I was born to clean up the messes you make? Thinking about all the money she had struggled to scrape together, just gone in a flash. A wave of resentment surged in Uriel's heart. The family is already struggling. Both the staff here and I have to work so hard just to keep the Deculein family afloat, and yet you just blew all that money in one go. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. What kind of person are you? A powerful energy began to radiate from her. In that moment, Uriel genuinely wanted to kill the Deculein, who would gamble with the Deculein family's money like that. Seeing Uriel's emotional breakdown in front of him left him at a loss. Damn it. The skill villain's fate is activating. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light on her caught his attention, but that golden light was piercing through the red aura of the activating Great Magnate skill. This made Deculein realize it was a high-stakes, all-or-nothing situation. The meaning of this was simple. If I can't resolve this situation, I'll just die. But if I can get through it, I'll earn a massive amount of money. After a moment of thought, a solution appeared in his mind. I know how to handle this. With that thought, he spoke to calm her. Don't worry, Uriel. But at this point, how could she possibly calm down with just those words? She screamed in a rage. Shut up. You think I'm worried? I have to work myself to the bone to fix the messes you cause. Do you think this is what I want to do? Do you know that I gave up college? That I've never even been in a relationship? Because of you? His voice was tinged with a hint of helplessness. You didn't have to do that. But that sentence only made her emotions explode even more. What the hell are you talking about? Ever since our parents died, all you've done is squander money and now you've spent 150 million elnas in a single day. Just as Uriel was about to curse him further, Deculein said, I will hand over the position of head of the Deculein family to you. His words made the emotionally volatile Uriel freeze. She couldn't believe her ears. What did you just say? He repeated his words. I said I will hand over the position of head of the Deculein family to you, Uriel. At this, she was like a bristling cat, shouting, What? She felt like he was tricking her. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing her so agitated that she'd forgotten all proper etiquette, he corrected her. That way of speaking is not suitable for a noble, especially not for a head of the Deculein family. Uriel still didn't believe him. She turned her head away. Don't try to fool me, he affirmed once more. I'm not lying. Seeing that she refused to believe him, he offered to make an oath. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath. Uriel blurted out in shock. What? She couldn't believe he was making such an offer. An oath? You mean a mage's oath? The kind of oath where you die if you break it? Are you serious? Deculein replied calmly. Yes. She still couldn't bring herself to believe it. But this is absurd. Why? And why so suddenly? Uriel walked towards him, studying him with a scrutinizing gaze. Did you hit your head somewhere? Deculein looked at her, exasperated. Believe it or not, the possibility of becoming the head of the Deculein family began to soothe her emotions. If you go back on your word, I will kill you. Seeing her turn to leave, Deculein called out, Are you leaving already? Uriel snapped in frustration. Of course, someone here just wasted all our money at the auction. I have to deal with this. The door slammed shut, and Deculein stared at it in silence. The villain's fate had overcome Zeit's death flag. The danger had been averted, and he let out a sigh of relief. It was like a storm had just swept through, but at least nothing terrible had happened. There would be no problem handing this position over to her. If I keep changing things one by one like this, I'll be able to escape. Just then, Ganesha, who had been hiding and watching the whole thing, appeared. She looked at him with interest and asked, "Are you really serious when you say you're going to change?" Seeing her, his pupils contracted. "Ganesha," he said in an annoyed tone as he watched her jump down, an unwelcome guest. Ganesha offered a superficial apology. "Sorry, I was just passing by. What I just saw was just too shocking." Deculein sighed. "What's so shocking about it? She'll make a better family head." She looked at him, her voice drawling, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Then, she dropped a bombshell. "Yariel doesn't have a single drop of Deculein's blood." Hearing this, Deculein couldn't believe his ears and turned his head to look at her. This hidden information caught him a little off guard. "What is she talking about? I don't remember this detail from the game." Ganesha repeated what she had just said. Not a single drop of the Deculein family's blood. He never expected there to be hidden information here. Kim Woojin was originally just his half-sister. I already knew she wasn't Deculein's biological sister, but does she really not have a single drop of Deculein's blood? I've never heard anyone talk about this before. She looked at him and said in a gossipy tone, "Will this be all right? You were the one who asked us to do this in the first place, Professor, to determine whether there was a blood relationship between you and her. I remember we discussed this, but to you now, this information only made him think, so there was a secret like that." After thinking about it, Deculein felt it didn't affect anything, and with an emotionless face, he replied, "Yariel is still Yariel, regardless." Ganesha was surprised that he didn't care about this at all. "You've really surprised me today. I never thought you'd say something like that." Hearing her say that, he thought to himself, I could say the same thing. I never knew this was so complicated. Before leaving, Ganesha promised not to spread this information. "All right, I'll keep her secret." Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. "Before I go, there's one more thing." Ganesha turned her head and gave him a warning. "I heard the six-headed snake has started to make its move." The six-headed snake, they were the leaders of the most notorious criminal organizations on the continent. The reputation of each one of them was great enough to have a bounty of millions of gold on their heads. She continued, "Their targets are the items bought from the auction. Even if the auction house can deliver them safely, you still have to be vigilant from the moment you win the bid until it reaches your mansion." Thinking of his lax defenses, Ganesha kindly added, "It seems you've been neglecting your magical defenses lately, Professor. That's why I was able to break in so easily." Seeing the tense look on his face, she said humorously, "Come on." On the windowsill where Ganesha had left, only a handkerchief radiating magic remained. Deculein paid it no mind. The amount of information he'd just received had left him a bit tired. As for the fact that Yariel wasn't the original owner's sister, he thought with a slight headache, this is something I didn't need to know, and knowing it doesn't change anything. I'm not the real Deculein in the first place, so the way I treat Yariel won't change. Whether they were related by blood or not, Yariel would always be Deculein's little sister, so it was best to just keep the truth hidden. After leaving Deculein's mansion, Ganesha returned to where her comrades were camped and recounted everything she had witnessed. "I'm telling the truth. Really, Professor Deculein has changed so much. It's like a different person is wearing his skin. He's completely different now," she continued, sitting on a rug like a bandit. "Even that bastard has become different, saying such sweet things." The man in the hat heard this and said disdainfully, "Captain, you just have a thing for handsome guys, don't you? No matter what he says, you'd like it." Being called boy crazy made her angry. "Then should I tear you to shreds for being so ugly?" The man in the hat, insulted for being ugly, angrily retorted, "My grandma said, I'm handsome." She shot back, "There was probably a handsome guy walking behind you at the time, you idiot." Zeitlai watched the two of them start to fight and asked nonchalantly, "You mean Deculein has humanity now?" Zeitlai, a member of that Ruby Adventurers team, Julie's relative. It seemed she was already used to this scene. After dealing with the man in the hat, Ganesha stood up and adjusted her own hat. She felt that after this incident, surveillance was no longer necessary. "Anyway, it looks like we don't need to monitor Deculein anymore. I was going to ask if he was still looking for a magic slave, but it seems that's not necessary anymore." She pointed ahead and said to everyone, "All right, let's head back. And everything you heard today must be kept secret. It's best if you keep your mouth shut about this." After instructing everyone not to reveal the secret, all 5 of them held hands and activated the magic within their bodies. A protective magic circle quickly appeared around the 5 of them, and then they all turned into a streak of light and flew back to their base. The next day, at the magic tower at the university, in his room, Deculein stared pensively at the paper on his desk. He was looking at the system store in his head. System store level 1. Improve mana quality. Level 1. Improves the character's innate mana quality. The power and efficiency of mana usage will slightly increase. Price, 10 gun. Looking at the store that had been unlocked, but having no money himself made him a bit frustrated. I can finally use the system store, but I still don't have enough money to buy what I need. The system store. This store allows the user to use system currency to upgrade characters. The user can not only upgrade the main character, but can also improve any named character through the store. But the opportunities to use the system store are very limited. By the end of the second act, the user would only have 6 chances to use it. The reason is that the user can only use the store each time they reach a certain level. Every time you level up, the amount you need to spend doubles. The limitations of the system store forced him to be careful with every choice he made. I can't rush and waste this precious opportunity. I'm still persistently training my memorization, physical conditioning, and control to manipulate flying blades, and so on. It has all been integrated into my daily routine. But compared to the notorious villains, my combat power is still lacking. He knew exactly what he was missing right now. To grow stronger, what I need right now is to improve my mana quality. He sat blankly in his chair, muttering to himself that he needed to quickly gather 4 units of system currency. Just then, a knock on the door cut through his thoughts. Deculein called for the person outside to enter. Come in. Alan, with dark circles under his eyes, walked in holding the latest newspaper. Hello, Professor. He walked up to the desk with the latest newspaper. You should take a look at this. I just received it. Alan had already read the paper. He warned him with a worried tone. I think you should be careful. The front page of today's issue featured a picture of a dangerous-looking man with long hair. Danger warning. There have been witness reports of the mage killer, Lockhart, in the outskirts. Please avoid going out. After reading the warning, he was startled. The mage killer, Lockhart. But as he recalled information from the game, he calmed down. He's the biggest threat to mages in the first quarter of the game. So, this guy has finally started to show up, huh? A confident smirk appeared on his lips. Of course, if I were just an ordinary mage, he'd be a real threat. But with my current abilities, there's nothing to worry about. On the contrary, this could be a chance to earn more system currency. I hope I run into him soon. Deculein stood up and walked around his desk toward the library. Don't worry about some mage killer. I'm going to the library. You should head back too. Alan was a bit startled to hear he was going to the library, but he quickly replied, Yes, Professor. Just as he was about to pass Alan, he suddenly remembered something. That's right. Seeing him stop, Alan looked up at Deculein, confused. Are you interested in the assistant professor position? Alan didn't understand what was happening and stared at him blankly. Huh? Me? The moment he understood the meaning of the question, Alan's pupils trembled. He shouted in disbelief. What? Alan's scream echoed through the magic tower. He still couldn't believe what he'd just heard. You mean, you're going to recommend me as an assistant professor? But you've always said I wasn't talented enough, he replied nonchalantly. I'm asking because I've seen how seriously you take your work. But the real reason he asked was because of a notification. Though, to be honest, the main reason is that I just received a quest to choose an assistant. Alan was still in disbelief, but Deculein didn't want to explain further. He held out a bracelet engraved with the Deculein sigil in front of him. Stop asking so many questions and take this. It's a bracelet engraved with the Deculein sigil. Work hard. The thought of becoming an assistant professor made him want to jump for joy. Alan took the bracelet, bowed, and stammered out his thanks. Thank you so much, Professor. Watching him clutch the bracelet with tears of joy in his eyes, Deculein thought to himself, Alan is excellent at organizing documents and handling miscellaneous tasks. He's a useful asset, can't let him go. Alan looked at the bracelet, unable to put it down. A bracelet engraved with the Deculein sigil. He thought about all the people who couldn't stand the original owner's temper and ran for the hills. He couldn't afford to lose a diligent worker like Alan. Everyone who hated Deculein's cruelty couldn't take it anymore and left. And yet, Alan shouldered all the work by himself. Who knows when he might decide to leave, too. These were the thoughts of a ruthless capitalist. Pray for Alan's well-being. Deculein took out some money and placed it in Alan's hand. You can leave early today. Use this to buy dinner. Looking at the money in his hand, Alan quickly chased after him. Professor, this is too much. Deculein didn't break his stride, leaving the room and walking slowly down the hallway. The sound of his heels echoed on the carpet. Alan, holding the money he'd been given, stared after him blankly. The library. In the staff-only section. The reason I came to the library is because of Luna's research paper. He recalled the thesis he had read. The paper I found in the lab was about the invention of pure elements. However, it had too many errors and shortcomings, so I need to supplement it. He walked past the rows of books, thinking, it would be great if I could find a magic book related to elemental control. Suddenly, in one of the aisles, he saw someone that made him stop in his tracks. A person who had no right to be here, Sylvia. He frowned and questioned her. Why are you in the staff-only section of the library? Deculein asked coldly, looking at her still surprised face. Sylvia never expected to run into him here. She just froze. 10 minutes earlier, Sylvia had told the librarian what she wanted. The librarian quickly used a magic sphere to contact Deculein and ask about the situation. Yes, Professor. Lady Sylvia says she's looking for study materials. This is a reading room reserved for senior staff. However, Deculein's image appeared in the magic sphere. He smiled and approved Sylvia's use of the library. It's fine. There's no need to restrict the successor of Iliade and this year's top rookie mage. Let her use it freely. It's for her studies, after all. After getting his approval, the librarian looked up and gave her permission to find the book she wanted. He has approved, Lady Sylvia. Feel free to search for your materials. Sylvia's hobbies were studying literature and languages. She had come to the senior reading room to find a document that satisfied both of these criteria at once, and the book she found was written in Ethanel. With the disappearance of the elves, the value of this language had skyrocketed. This made novels written in Ethanel increasingly rare. This was the reason Sylvia had visited the senior reading room, a place she normally wouldn't have access to. And of course, seeing him now, it was clear she never expected to run into Deculein here. Back in the present, Deculein frowned at Sylvia and demanded, "Why are you in the senior reading room?" He knew that a student being in this library was not allowed. Deculein asked her coldly, "Do you want the disciplinary committee to convene again?" Sylvia was still stunned by his appearance. She thought in shock, "Deculein? Why is he here? I was sure he never even set foot in the library." She clutched the book she'd found to her chest and explained calmly, "I was looking for a document. I received permission from Professor Deculein." Hearing that Deculein had approved, a displeased look crossed his face. That means that Professor ignored university regulations, and the librarian was an accomplice. If so, both of them deserved to be disciplined. Sylvia was taken aback by his words and tried to explain, "Huh? About that." But she stopped short when she noticed a flow of magic enveloping the book in her arms. Under Deculein's control, the book flew into his hand. He opened the book and realized it was just a novel. He mused for a moment, then asked her, "A novel, Etel? The only reason you broke the rules was to find a romance novel written in Etel?" Sylvia was surprised that he knew the Etel language. "Huh? How can you read Etel? Wait, that's not the important part. I like to study literature and languages." Deculein skimmed through it, then tossed it back to her. "I'll let it slide this time." Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn her, "But if you come in here again without proper permission, I will take disciplinary action. So, unless your goal is to flaunt your family's power, have someone else borrow the books for you." The heavy clack of his heels echoed on the floor. Sylvia clutched the book and watched his retreating back. What he just said was a direct insult, telling Sylvia she was abusing her power. Anger welled up inside her. "He humiliated me." She felt wronged, thinking she only wanted to understand more about the elves through novels written in Etel. But then her attention returned to the fact that Deculein could read Etel's script. Suspicion grew in her heart. But how could Deculein possibly read Etel? The language had no fixed system, making it incredibly difficult to comprehend. During combat practice, Zan and the other professors were responsible for watching over the students. The students' voices echoed through the forest. "It's running that way. Put it on the leaf. Don't let it get away." "All right." Ephraim stood opposite Zan, chatting. "This is only the first practical combat training, and yet, everyone seems so calm. It's like they're not afraid of the Darkness Mountain at all." Due to his rather round build, Zan's body sweated easily. He wiped it with a towel and replied, "The training has to end before nightfall, but I'm still quite proud of them." The Darkness Mountain was located a ways from the university campus. It held immense significance and was strictly protected by the Magic Tower. The forest served as both a practical training ground and a rich repository of magical resources. As such, the area was fraught with dangers from wild beasts and poisonous creatures. This required the Magic Tower to set up a series of protective barriers and ensure a professor was always on patrol. Thinking about the need for a professor on duty at Darkness Mountain, Zan scratched his head a bit sheepishly and went to ask his opinion. "Oh, right. Head Professor Deculein, we still haven't assigned a professor for patrol this week. We need to appoint someone. In your opinion, who would be suitable?" Hearing this, Deculein nominated himself. "I'll do it." Zan froze in astonishment. After confirming he wasn't joking, he praised his spirit with delight. Just as expected of the head professor. Seeing you take the lead yourself truly makes you an ideal role model for a professor. In response to his praise, he just thought flatly, it's not for such a noble reason. The real reason he accepted the patrol duty at Darkness Mountain was because the system had just issued a quest. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower, shop currency +1, additional achievement reward. He looked toward the direction where the darkness was gathering. Something is pulling me to that place. This must be why I just got a side quest. The more he looked, the more curious he became. What was going to happen in that mountain? It was turning this game into a horror genre at night. Seeing the sky was gradually darkening, Zahn quickly called the students to return. All right, everyone, pack up your things. Goodbye, Professor. All right, see you next time. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, Ephorine's friends looked at the desserts decorated with juicy fresh fruits and couldn't help but praise them. So pretty, they look too good to eat. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. One of the three girls, still in disbelief, asked her again, "Did you really buy all this for us?" Ephorine smiled, holding her head high with pride as she replied, "Of course, eat as much as you want." Thinking about her account balance, Ephorine felt like she had become a little rich lady, because she now had a whole 100,000 elm. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Ephorine cheerfully announced, "It's my treat today." Her friends cheered with joy. Julia, remembering the plan she had submitted, told everyone, "I've submitted the plan to form a club, so it should be approved soon. Let's just consider this our first official meeting for now." Her short, blue-haired friend was a little worried. She was afraid that few people would sign up. "I just hope people don't hesitate too much. Not many people have signed up yet. Don't worry, as long as we run the club well, people will gradually join," Julia continued. "By the way, I heard there was training at Darkness Mountain today?" Ephorine, who was practically drooling at the ice cream in front of her, replied. A whopping 50 people volunteered to participate, even though accidents still happen there from time to time. But just then, a sudden, extremely loud noise made all four of them jump. The four of them quickly ran out to the main street. "Did you hear that?" "I heard it too. Where did that sound come from? We need to go check." They quickly ran in the direction of the noise to see what was happening. At that moment, a woman's desperate scream rang out. "Please, someone help me." Julia identified the direction and pointed towards Darkness Mountain. "Over there." A sense of unease washed over her, and she wanted to stop Ephorine. Wait. Seeing that she wasn't stopping, she reached out to grab her. "Something's not right." Ephorine stopped, but it was all too late. Ephorine had walked into an illusion created by a monster. As soon as she realized something was wrong, she stopped in her tracks. She turned around, looking for her friends. "What did you just say, Julia?" But when she saw her surroundings, Ephorine froze. "Where is this?" "I was just at the coffee shop district." While she was bewildered, not knowing where she was, the woman's cry for help rang out again. "Help!" The cry for help made her stop thinking about where she was. "That's right, someone just called for help." She shouted out to the woman. "Where are you? I'm coming to help." The woman quickly screamed back, "Over here." Following the woman's shouts, she ran over quickly. "Are you all right?" And right before she could reach the woman, something sharp sliced right through her throat, and blood sprayed everywhere from the wound. Through the spray of blood, Ephorine's face turned pale with horror. Seeing the blood that wouldn't stop gushing from the woman's neck, she started to panic. What? After composing herself and sensing danger, she quickly began to activate a spell. "There's an attacker." The sound of heels made her freeze. Deculein's custom-made leather shoes made a crisp sound as they stepped on the ground. Looking at the handsome man with a cold expression in front of her, Ephorine was stunned. Deculein. As soon as she realized he was the one who attacked the woman, she angrily stepped forward to confront him. "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you attack a civilian?" Deculein looked at the woman, or rather, the monster in front of him. "Open your eyes and see. That's not human." Ephorine followed his gaze, and she froze as she looked at the monster before her. The weak woman was no longer there. In her place was a monster with red skin and blood-red pupils. Ephorine, still in shock, stammered, What is this?" Deculein slowly explained. "It seems you're under the influence of an illusion, a common trick used by demons. To keep her out of the fight, Deculein used magic to grab her by the collar and toss her to a safe location. Stay out of this. Get lost." Thrown a fair distance away, Ephorine screamed in terror. "What is happening?" After getting rid of the distraction, he focused on the monster and said softly, "Now, the hunt begins." From the monster's aura, he could tell it was in a state of extreme rage. Deculein didn't dare to underestimate it. He activated his magic, ready to attack. The demon was furious for having just let its prey escape. The demon before him quickly leaped and moved in for a swift attack. He was the one who had ruined its plan. As it attacked him, he quickly moved to dodge the blow. As soon as he'd created some distance, the demon pushed off the ground, using the momentum to lunge forward, wanting to tear him to shreds. Realizing its intention, he quickly manipulated his magic to form a shield, blocking its attack. Deculein floated in midair, his sharp eyes scanning it for a weak point. And then, his gaze locked onto the core, right on the demon's forehead. "It seems to specialize in illusions, but thanks to my steadfastness, which protects me from mental attacks, its illusions are useless against me." The demon's provocation made him feel the hatred for demons welling up in his body. "My blood is boiling. The Eucline blood in me is fanning the flames of my rage." The system's attribute window popped up, showing the Eucline bloodline trait. Description: a bloodline possessing extraordinary power in suppressing demons. When confronting demons or in an area with high demonic energy density, you can purify the surrounding mana with their own mana and absorb it. The purified mana will increase 1 level in quality. However, you will become more aggressive towards demons. The hatred for demons, the renowned lineage of Deculein. They had been hunting demons since ancient times, and now, that legacy was manifesting in Deculein. He would absolutely not let the demon before him survive. This hostility towards demons caused the power within him to surge, this rage. And just as the demon lunged to tear Deculein apart, he swiftly controlled his magic to strike the center of its forehead. And just like that, the demon was defeated. Immediately after the demon fell, the system displayed a notification for the side quest, the Magic Tower's Shadow. Shop currency +1. Additional achievement, defeated your first demon. Shop currency +1. Deculein family bloodline. Deculein trait unlocked. The hostility from his Deculein blood made him utter harsh words uncontrollably. You filthy creature. Even in the moment of your death, you defile this world. At that moment, the quest about the demon became the piece of information that let him know the game had begun. The appearance of a demon was the true sign that everything was starting. Deculein turned his head, staring thoughtfully into the distance. This was the signal that marked the beginning of a game with no player. The next morning, at the academy, light shining from outside finally roused Ephraim from her deep unconsciousness. She shot up with a scream, which alerted the nurse standing nearby that she was awake. "Oh, you're awake?" Ephraim found herself in the infirmary and asked the nurse in surprise, "What happened?" "I'm pretty sure I was still in the forest." The nurse said gently, "It seems you don't remember anything." She recounted the events of last night to her. "Last night, a demon appeared on Darkness Mountain. You were trapped in its illusion, suffered mental damage, and passed out." She continued, "Luckily, you were found and brought to the infirmary. Because of that incident, Darkness Mountain has been temporarily sealed off, and the Magic Tower is currently investigating the area." Fearing she might not know, the nurse quickly told her who brought her here. Also, the one who saved you was Head Professor Deculein. Knowing that he was the one who brought her here made her visibly annoyed. Damn it. Of all people, it had to be him? Looking at the clock, Ephraim asked the nurse, "By the way, what's today's date?" The nurse thought for a moment, then replied, "You've been unconscious for 36 hours. The nurse also glanced at the clock and added, "It's Wednesday now." Hearing that it was Wednesday, her voice held a hint of panic. "Wait, if today's Wednesday, then..." Realizing she was about to be late for class, she screamed in a panic, "I'm late!" Then, Ephraim dashed to her classroom. Her classmates were all surprised to see her. Luckily, she wasn't late. Ephraim leaned against the door, panting. "Made it." Just in time. As soon as Julia saw her, she raised her hand and called out, "Ephraim, over here." Julia looked at her friend's still slightly pale face and asked with some concern, "Are you okay? I visited you in the infirmary, but you weren't awake yet. I was really worried." She quickly reassured her friend, "I'm fine. Actually, I slept really well, so I feel great now." Looking at the items on the desk, she asked Julia, confused, "But what's going on? Was there an announcement I missed?" "Oh, the classroom is different too." But Julia didn't know anything. "It looks like we're having another special lecture today." While the two were talking, Deculein and Alan entered the classroom. Ephraim quickly took her seat. She looked at Alan curiously. "Wait, who's that guy?" Deculein stood at the podium, looked at the students present in the room, and made an announcement. "Before the lecture begins, there is an important announcement. This is Alan, who has just been appointed as an assistant professor." The students were startled by the news, and whispers spread through the classroom. "What? Hasn't Professor Deculein never had an assistant professor?" "That's right, I heard he's never had one before." They all felt this was absurd. If someone becomes an assistant professor, they can build their own profile to be considered for a full professorship. There's no way Professor Deculein would allow that. Right? Exactly. The fact that Alan had so easily become an assistant professor made Ephraim feel it was incredibly unfair. "That's why my dad was still just a researcher at the age of 30, because he could never become an assistant professor." She couldn't understand why Deculein would take on an assistant. But why would that guy suddenly take on a mage we've never even seen before? After introducing Alan to everyone, he told him to hand out the equipment to the students and then explain today's exam. "Today is a comprehensive exam. You must complete the task within a 3-hour time limit." Alan took a paper box and started handing out the equipment to the students. "Take this. There's another one over there." Ephraim glanced down at the jade bracelet gently glowing on her wrist. A gift from her father. "Every time I look at this bracelet, I always wonder, what did my father even mean to Deculein? Why did that man refuse to give my father a chance, pushing him into misery instead? And why is he acting so strangely toward me now?" Ephraim knew she shouldn't let her mind wander like this, but she couldn't help it. "No, I have to focus on the task. I need to figure out the formula, fast." but my mind is such a mess. As she was struggling to complete the test, Deculein's deep, cold voice rang out. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. Task complete. When they learned that Sylvia had finished the test in such a short time, everyone was stunned. What? She's done in less than 30 minutes? Of course. It's Sylvia. He looked down, assessing Sylvia's work. His cold, scrutinizing gaze made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. After evaluating her work, he commented, "Perfect. You may leave." Sylvia immediately stood up. Before leaving the classroom, she glanced over at the one person still struggling to finish. Seeing her still wrestling with her test, Sylvia let out a contemptuous smirk. That laugh sent a jolt of rage through Ephraim, and she shot Sylvia a death glare. The feeling of being so inferior to Sylvia made it even harder to control her magic. Damn it, I have to hurry. After a long while, Deculein began to read out the names of the students who had completed the test. Julia, you may leave. Jahin, you may leave. One by one, the names were called. Dune, you may leave. Ken, you may leave. Ephraim remained seated. Alan looked at the clock, saw that time was up, and spoke to Deculein. 3 hours are up. Professor, we should end the test now. Hearing that time was up, Ephraim froze. I'm screwed. She couldn't believe she had failed to finish the test on time. She slammed her face onto the desk, screaming frantically in her mind. Please, think of something. Anything. The thought of Sylvia filled her with despair. I couldn't even do better than that detestable Sylvia. By the time the class ended, I was the only one who couldn't complete the task. Failure caused her fighting spirit to waver. She wondered in a panic, what am I even doing? Am I really so stupid that I can't even do this? The feeling of failure consumed her heart. Ephraim stood up, dejected. That's right. Maybe I was just getting ahead of myself. I've never even studied at a magic institute. Yet here I am, dreaming of revenge, dreaming of competing with someone. But just as she was about to leave, Deculein's voice echoed again. 5 hours and 47 minutes. Startled, she looked up and saw that he hadn't left at all. He was still sitting at the teacher's desk, waiting for Ephraim to finish her test. He asked coldly, how much longer do you intend to make me wait? Ephraim stared at his emotionless face. Deculein. He's still here? Then, Deculein bluntly pointed out her mistake, losing your composure over such a simple task and failing to complete it on time. Hearing this, she could only bow her head in shame and apologize. I'm sorry. He rose from his desk and walked toward her. Even if others mock you and leave you behind. His lips parted slightly. Even if your enemy is standing right in front of you. The words enemy in front of you made Ephraim's pupils tremble. Even though he was her enemy, he was now giving her advice. You must remain cold and composed. Before leaving, Deculein left her with a taunt. If you remain this weak, you will never, ever, be able to catch up to me. He tilted his head, glancing at her with a voice laced with disappointment. I am truly disappointed. I thought you were a precious gem. The sound of the door closing echoed in the quiet classroom, leaving her all alone in the room. She lowered her head, frowning as she thought about his words. Finally, she returned to her seat. She slammed her hand down, a clear sign of her indignation. His words replayed in her mind. I thought you were a precious gem. Her fists clenched, and indignation surged within her. So what? Her fighting spirit had returned. It doesn't matter if you're disappointed or not. I can still do this. Ephraim quickly cast her magic, finishing the rest of her test. The overuse of magic began to overwhelm her body. The red blood trickling from her nose was a sign of it. The more she thought, the more indignant she became. Ephraim poured every last bit of magic in her body into the task. Her eyes now shone with stubbornness and determination. Ephraim shouted, I will do it. The man she thought had left was still there. He leaned against the wall, sensing Ephraim's magic. This is good. Arousing Ephraim's fighting spirit made him feel that the time he had spent was worthwhile. I've spent over 6 hours on Ephraim, but it's a necessary investment, because with what's about to happen, a fully developed Ephraim will be indispensable. He recalled the demon he had defeated. The appearance of a demon at Shadow Mountain made me realize that the main quest is about to begin. When the era of evil spreading throughout the world arrives, individuals with special identities who can positively impact the main quest will become incredibly important, and one of them is a perfected Ephraim. Right now, the girl still lacks the mindset and awareness of a true mage, but if she can overcome that, her growth will be terrifying. Of course, that growth could also become a threat to me, but I won't let that happen. Fate is just a belief for those who don't strive for more. The only thing I trust is myself. Deculein's personality would never allow him to be bound by some rookie. Sensing that the magic that had been exploding in the room had now weakened, he paused. It seems Ephraim has completed her test. She threw the door open and walked straight forward without a single glance at Deculein. Deculein stepped out from beside the door and watched her go. He then entered the room and stood before Ephraim's test. Looking at the perfect work in front of him, the corners of his lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He looked at the clock and announced the time. 6 hours and 25 minutes. Task complete. So, once Ephorine's fighting spirit was restored, subtracting the time they just talked, she probably finished the test in less than 20 minutes. Deculein took out a piece of paper to write Ephorine's evaluation. This task once again highlights the inherent weakness of those who don't come from an academy background. Suddenly, he paused his pen. However, as he wrote the final line of his evaluation, his voice held a clear note of satisfaction. The quality of the result is enough to compete for the top spot. As soon as he finished writing the student's evaluation, a system notification appeared. Side quest complete. Your path. Store currency, +1. After completing the mission, he decided to head back to his mansion. Now that Ephorine has left, I should also return to the mansion. But an uninvited guest appeared before him. Seeing him, Zeit immediately spoke up. Oh, Professor Deculein. His appearance made Deculein freeze for a second. He ignored Deculein's strange reaction and laughed heartily, acting like they were close friends. It's been a while. The professor looked at the Zeit before him, a sense of alarm rising from the bottom of his heart. What was he doing here? Zeit, the current head of the Gen family, Julie's older brother. He was also the one who had actively pushed for the marriage between himself and Julie. And more importantly, his mind raced, trying to figure out Zeit's true intentions for seeking him out. He was ranked 3rd in combat power during the early stages of the story. He even surpassed Ganesha, a character with a special title, famous for his overwhelming fighting strength. For someone like him to personally seek him out, Deculein couldn't help but think of the Snowflame Stone. Could it be about Julie's stone? At this thought, he swallowed hard, nervously thinking, is this a death sentence from Zeit? Right now, I have absolutely no way to deal with that monster. Zeit maintained his friendly demeanor. It's so good to see you like this. I heard a rumor that your relationship with Julie isn't going so well, so I was a bit concerned. Deculein paused for a moment before replying. Is that so? After a bit of small talk, Zeit revealed his intentions. That's why I was thinking of arranging a dinner party this week. You don't mind, do you? Fortunately, it didn't seem like Zeit intended to tear him to pieces. He was secretly relieved. At least for now, the man was still acting friendly. Deculein prepared to refuse. Zeit grabbed his shoulder, cutting off his refusal. Though he was smiling, his voice held a firmness that allowed no argument. Bold of you. I like that a lot. I've already chosen a restaurant that suits your tastes, so you just need to show up. Since I'm the one arranging this meeting, I'll take full responsibility. Using his large frame, he looked down at Deculein, his eyes carrying a warning as he said, Well then, I'll see you on that day, Professor Deculein. Deculein watched Zeit's retreating back, feeling helpless. He didn't even give him a chance to refuse. His attitude just now, coupled with his nature of prioritizing the greater good, made Deculein reconsider. No, maybe I couldn't have refused in the first place. Zeit values his family above all else. If I interfere with his plans, who knows how he'll react. With Zeit's overwhelming power, he didn't dare take the risk. It seemed he couldn't cancel this meeting. The next day, at the Gen estate, Julie flew into a rage when she heard she had a meeting with Deculein. I refuse. Zeit couldn't understand why she was refusing. Why do you hate it this much? Julie was furious that he had arranged this meeting. She shouted, We had a fight. Besides, I'm busy training the knights. I don't have time to see him. Zeit looked at her like she was a pouting child. He frowned and asked, Are you throwing a tantrum just because he took a single stone from you? Seeing that he was treating her like a child, she retorted, A tantrum? It's not like that. Bjorn, Julie's personal knight, watched the two siblings argue from a distance. Zeit was still trying to persuade her. So, why do you think he bought a type of metal that's only used for forging weapons? It was obviously for you. The mention of the Snowflame Stone made Julie's anger explode even further. If he really intends to give me a sword as a gift. Her face was filled with disgust and hatred as she spoke of Deculein. Then in that very moment, I will declare our engagement void. Hearing her declaration to break the engagement, he couldn't contain his anger. Zeit gritted his teeth, restraining himself so hard that veins popped on his forehead. The oppressive aura of the head of House Gen radiated from him as his voice turned ice cold. Julie, think very carefully. Julie's act of rebellion had just crossed a critical line regarding his family's interests. You were the one who once said that breaking an engagement is a foolish act. And you also said that emotions are unnecessary in a political marriage. Thinking she might have fallen for someone else, he asked with a murderous tone. As far as I know, there's no one who loves you as much as he does. Or, have you developed feelings for someone else? His anger made her afraid to protest any further. Julie gritted her teeth and answered, There's no one else. Zeit couldn't understand her hatred for Deculein and kept questioning her. Then, are you bothered by Deculein's poor achievements? Julie lowered her head and retorted, This has nothing to do with his achievements. He didn't understand and pressed on. Then what is it about? But his question was met with silence. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, he decided not to care anymore. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her to be at the meeting. Just go to the meeting. If there's a problem, solve it there. After he left, only Bjorn and Julie remained in the training grounds. Her hands clenched into tight fists. The rage in her heart made her draw her sword instantly. Julie vented all her emotions through her sword swings. Each of her slashes contained a fury that increased its power, creating a massive explosion. The smoke was carried away by the wind, and all that was left was the energy she had unleashed. Bjorn, standing behind her, watched the scene and commented, "Your sword strikes seem particularly heavy today, master." Only after he spoke did Julie realize he was there. Bjorn, a knight of Hidel Kane, Julie's loyal subordinate. She closed her eyes to regain control of her emotions, then spoke. "I'm sorry, I let you witness such an unsightly scene." Bjorn's emotionless red eyes looked at her as he replied, "No, I understand, master." He understood exactly why she was acting this way. That man was never worthy of you from the start. Forcing you into this marriage is unacceptable. Hearing him insult Deculein, Julie feared that the walls had ears and snapped. "That's enough." She frowned, reminding him with displeasure. Speaking ill of others behind their back is not the way of a knight. Julie turned her head to look at Bjorn. She knew he only said that because he felt it was unfair to her. Grateful, Julie gave Bjorn a gentle smile. "Don't let yourself be tainted because of me. I'll be fine." His cold expression changed the moment he saw Julie's gentle, yet sad, smile. A look of pity appeared in his eyes. After venting her emotions, she thought about the dinner meeting tonight and turned to go rest. Before leaving, Julie left an instruction for Bjorn. "I'm going to rest now. Please prepare everything." He bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Understood, my lady." The moment he lifted his head, his cold eyes changed. His pupils grew dark and obsessive. Bjorn watched Julie's retreating back. "Master." A mad idea began to form in his mind. He gazed at the side of Julie's beautiful face. "Today, I have found the answer to all my worries and hesitations. A way to prove my loyalty to you." His hand moved to the sword at his hip. "One thing that only I can do. I will be the one to bring you happiness." It seems he was planning to assassinate Deculein. Meanwhile, Deculein was completely unaware of the danger he was about to face. Will Bjorn really try to assassinate me? A demon has appeared at Shadow Mountain, Hall of the Council Elders. From the very beginning, magic was created as a secret art to destroy demonic beasts. Now that they have reappeared, we cannot stand idly by. Send letters to the 12 great mage families. Order them to answer the council's summons. The task of sorting the items purchased from the auction is finally complete. The ring that helps restore magic power, and the ancient tongue necklace that can store mana. I should keep these for my own use. The remaining items will be stored in the chest. Following Ganesha's advice, I don't need to worry about theft. Even so, Deculein was still very uneasy. But if there was a problem, the biggest one was that this thing refused to cooperate. I didn't plan on using the stone right away. But no matter what I tried, even magic couldn't move it. The flow of mana inside the stone is resisting my magic. In the game, this item was so expensive I didn't even dare look at it, so now I have no idea what to do with it. Even if I try to forcefully reforge it, I can't even affect it with psychokinesis. But then, suddenly, Deculein seemed to realize something. A passage I once read in the library. A legendary sword that needs to be tamed. The process is called resonance. Does that mean I have to understand the sword? With that thought, he placed his hand on the sword to feel it. Immediately, a surge of power erupted, making Deculein wince in discomfort. The light grew more and more blinding. A moment later, he pulled his hand back. The system displayed. Understanding, 0.1%. Mana, 13,573.3, 357, plus 300. This made Deculein mutter to himself. I've used 2,000 units of mana and only reached 0.1%. At this rate, it'll take at least a year to finish this. For now, this is probably the most feasible method. He rested his hand on the table, looking outside and murmuring, "In any case, I should get ready for my appointment first." Deculein's gaze fell upon the calendar. Tonight was the evening Julie had arranged. The thought made him frown in annoyance. There was another event too, something that had been decided long before I possessed this body. In 3 days, it's the Memorial Day. Zeitmeso restaurant. The two men walked side by side. One of them spoke. "It must have been a difficult trip for you. Julie left before I did, so she must be waiting inside." Upon entering, the man exclaimed, "You look absolutely radiant dressed up like this." When Deculein saw her, he also froze for a few seconds. As he pulled out a chair to sit, he couldn't help but think to himself, "I never noticed before, because she's always in armor, but dressed like this. She's truly beautiful. No wonder the original Deculein was so infatuated with you." Just then, Julie replied, "Of course. I put a lot of effort into getting ready." Sofiane watched the two of them chat cheerfully. "He's here. I only came to see Julie in her new dress." He frowned, deep in thought. "I was so distracted by Julie in that moment that I didn't realize it at first. I never expected to see her here." Sophine. Right now, she's simply playing the role of a sister from the Ifrit family, attending her little sister's meeting. But in reality, Sophine isn't just Julie's sister. To Deculein, she is the single most dangerous character, a born psychopath. She's willing to do anything to achieve her goals. The leader of the underground intelligence organization, the Shadow. The one who controls the continent from behind the scenes. In terms of raw power, she's on par with Zeit. The only person Sophine truly cherishes is Julie, so messing with Julie is like pushing her one berserk button, there's no doubt about it. The moment I walked into this room, I felt Sophine's killing intent, the embodiment of a villain's destiny. The fact that I could sense the killing intent of someone like Sophine proves that this death flag is incredibly dangerous. Ultimately, if Deculein can't prove his sincerity to Julie, he won't be able to overcome this crisis. Zeit, sitting there, spoke up, asking Deculein, "Now then, let's get down to business before the food arrives. Professor Deculein, when will the wedding be held? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged." Hearing this, Julie had the strongest reaction. "Brother." But Zeit quickly waved his hand, cutting her off. "This is a matter for the family elders," which made her face darken as she held her tongue. Deculein hesitated. Zeit encouraged him, "Just speak your mind." Deculein's eyes shifted toward where Sophine was sitting. Finally, he made his decision. "I will let Julie decide everything. If she isn't certain about this marriage, I am willing to accept calling it off." Hearing these words made Julie even more furious. Zeit, however, listened and said casually, "You speak of breaking the engagement so lightly, don't you? Is it because the two of you have grown distant lately? If so, I advise you to find a way to mend this relationship. Calling off an engagement isn't that simple. The family elders will never accept it." When he finished speaking, Julie cried out in frustration, "Brother, please give us some time alone. I'm begging you." Glancing over at Deculein, Zeit thought for a moment, then agreed. "Very well, let's go, Sophine." "Yes." Before leaving, Sophine cheerfully added, "You two have a nice chat now." The room fell silent again. Julie spoke first. "What are you planning this time? What is it you really want?" Outside, Sophine held a glass of wine, sitting across from the door in contemplation. Julie demanded, "What do you really want?" Deculein glanced outside, thinking to himself, "She's listening." From outside the door, Sophine was eavesdropping. She pretended to leave with a smile on her face, but she definitely planted something to listen in on this conversation. There's no way she would just leave so simply. But this is also an opportunity. Sophine doesn't know that I've realized she's watching. If I can make her believe that Deculein is genuinely in love with Julie, then perhaps I can escape this death flag. With that thought, Deculein spoke with feigned emotion. "Julie, I'm only speaking my true feelings." This made Julie more annoyed and even more incredulous. "True feelings? What are you talking about?" Deculein then began to weave his story. "It seems breaking the engagement isn't as simple as you think. At this point, neither you nor I can act as we please anymore. We've already come too far." Julie clenched her fists and demanded, "So what are you trying to say? Are you planning some new trick to torment me? Before we were engaged, you used your connections to force me. You promised benefits to my family's elders and had them pressure me into agreeing to things like this." Seeing her getting angrier, Deculein frowned and said her name, Julie. But she then exploded, shouting, "You used the excuse that fighting is too dangerous to push me out of the Royal Knights. Then you had the audacity to offer me the position of commander of the Heine Knights under the Deculein family. And when I refused, you spread all sorts of vile rumors about me. You're not planning on doing that again, are you?" Everyone knew about this. Confusing obsession and madness with love, destroying everything around Julie so that she couldn't. What other choice did I have but to stay? It was all because of Deculein's treacherous actions. That's why I understand Julie's hatred better than anyone. With that thought, Deculein stated firmly, "I won't do that anymore." But the heroine was now in a state of pure distrust. "I won't let myself be fooled again," Deculein continued. "I know that I have been holding you back for a long time." His words made Julie freeze. "What?" "I said that I was wrong." She stared at him silently, not saying a word. Deculein spoke again. "But it's not just me. Even your brother and sister are too extreme." Julie immediately shot back. "No, they're not." Deculein analyzed with cold logic. "If they aren't extreme, then why are they stopping you from breaking off the engagement? Isn't it solely for the honor of the Iliade family?" Julie fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Outside the carriage door, Sophien heard every word. Casually cutting his steak, Deculein continued, "Besides, if you truly want to become a guardian knight, don't you have to escape the control of your Iliade family?" This statement left Julie completely stunned. "How did you know about that?" A guardian knight was a knight who didn't belong to any Iliade family, existing only to protect the empire. "Julie, I am not an honest man, nor am I trustworthy. What are you trying to say now? I am completely different from the person you wish I was. I am not worthy of you. Just get to the point. For someone like me, there is only one thing I can do for you." We will maintain our engagement, but we will not marry. I genuinely want to set you free, but due to political ties, I cannot. Use my name as a shield, for as long as you need, until you are truly ready to pursue your own dream. I will uphold this engagement and wait. The more she listened to him, the more confused Julie became. What on earth are you plotting? Why are you only telling me this now? Deculein continued his life-saving mission. I don't expect anything in return, but if there is one thing, may I ask for it? Julie remained silent, pressing her lips together in anticipation, but the request he made was shockingly simple. Smile for me once a month. That is all I want. Julie froze when she heard those words. Her face turned bright red. Outside the carriage, Ephorine's face flushed as she listened in. I just said something that sounded nice to avoid Zeit's death flag. But seeing Julie flustered by my words was unbelievably cute. She spoke in a panic. Why are you suddenly making a promise like this? I couldn't help but admit it. Even Deculein's original love for Julie had now become my own. While he was lost in thought, Julie challenged him. You're just playing some kind of shameful game. Then she cleared her throat, regaining her composure. Anyway, no matter what you say, I won't be fooled. I will never believe you. What are you smiling at? I won't believe you. Listening to their entire conversation, Ephorine smiled at the slightly cheesy scene. But, does that mean this feeling is real? If so, maybe I should keep watching for a little while? Just then, a system notification appeared. Incarnation of the villain's fate. Zeit's death flag has been resolved. Shop currency +2. 3 days later, Deculein sat with his arms crossed, looking outside and thinking, 3 days passed quickly. Today is the scheduled Memorial Day. Deculein stepped out of the carriage and walked inside. A cemetery. Its very nature brought a deep sense of nostalgia. Amidst the overgrown weeds, the evening sunlight filtered through the cracks in the tombstones. It felt as if my heart had been here before, dissolving into this very space. Because my memories here were not as Deculein, but the memories of Kim Woojin. As he thought this, an image of the beautiful Dua appeared, and a voice echoed, I'm going to add a little Easter egg that will confuse Deculein. Huh? Late at night, Dua reached out and cheerfully suggested, I suddenly had an idea to add a small side story for Deculein. Anyway, he's just a minor mid-game boss, so it should be fine, right? The writer already approved it. Woojin threw away the trash and replied, don't just do whatever you want. Things like that are just a waste of resources. Don't you see how many sleepless nights we've already had? If it doesn't directly affect sales, don't make more work for yourself, boss. Dua was not convinced. But why? It has its own meaning, you know. Woojin seemed all too used to this. Here we go again. She smiled brightly and said, I mean putting the creator's heart into the game. Woojin walked away with a glass of water, leaving a few words behind. You're starting to say confusing things again, boss. Whatever. Do what you want. It's not like you asked for my opinion because you actually plan to listen. Dua was extremely confident. Actually, this is a pretty clever idea. It definitely won't be a waste. Deculein had a deceased fiancée. Back then, Dua had been so excited, saying she had a fun idea. I wonder what she found so interesting about this. Was it for the whole team? Isn't this the cheapest way to show you care about the people around you? Oh, you still haven't lost that touch. So, what kind of mischief did you hide in the Easter egg this time? What was it that made you smile so brightly? To revive the memories of Kim Woojin, I have no choice but to follow these traces. With that thought, he muttered to himself, wondering if he should call this a clever move, or a bit over the top. The tombstone was engraved with the words, Dua, the one who was always grateful to you. Why? Why did you carve your own name on this tombstone? Deculein, a character modeled after Kim Woojin, and Deculein's deceased fiancé. Why did Dua put her own name in that position? And above all else, why did she leave this message? It was just another line of text, but it sent a storm of emotions surging through me. I could almost hear Dua's voice whispering in my ear as old memories endlessly flooded back. The image of her smiling shyly as she praised my drawings, the way she took off her coat for me when I was shivering in the middle of a winter night, her warm embrace as she gently told me she loved me. She had supported me, had been by my side for 7 long years. The one who was always with me, memories of her. While Deculein was lost in his emotions, someone appeared in the distance. He gritted his teeth in anger. I've finally found it, you filthy mage. The sun was gradually setting. Deculein walked on, quickly regaining his composure, as if he had never shed a tear. At times like this, Deculein's personality really came in handy. Just then, a shadow appeared before him. Deculein recognized him immediately. That face looks familiar. Lockhart, isn't it? Lockhart growled in fury. You know me? Now, this is an interesting surprise. An arrogant mage dares to speak to me? Deculein frowned in silence, thinking to himself, the mage killer, Lockhart. He was an S-rank mid-boss, specifically designed to counter players who chose the mage class. The reason Lockhart was the sworn enemy of all mages was his special ability, Magic Nullification. In a flash, Lockhart leaped forward, attacking him. In any game, a nullification ability is a type of overpowered skill, and Lockhart's ability doesn't require any special conditions. As long as you're within his range, everyone's magic becomes useless. Lockhart charged forward madly. "You stupid mages. Magic doesn't work on me." He attacked incredibly fast, but could he be faster than Deculein's dodge? The two figures toyed with each other like a cat and mouse. Watching him leap high into the air, Deculein thought to himself, but this is exactly why all mages fear Lockhart. Lockhart's face twisted in anger as he screamed, "Die! Talk big, get hit hard." Lockhart took a steel fist right to the face. He went tumbling backward. Looking down from above, Deculein said calmly, "That means nothing to me." Lockhart frowned, cursing under his breath. "This bastard." The scene then began to fade. "A few days ago, I finally saved up over 10 currency units in the shop and bought the Mana Quality Enhancement. This skill increases mana efficiency, but more importantly," Deculein looked at the chair on the roof and mumbled, "I'll have to completely readjust how I use magic. I need some practice. However, with the same amount of mana, I can now generate exponentially more power. Mana Quality Enhancement Level 1 has been applied. You can now refine mana more effectively. Its effects seem even broader than I expected. Well then, I'll move on to the next part of the process." Deculein picked up a staff. Just then, he realized something astonishing. Staring at the bent iron bar, Deculein exclaimed, "What the hell is happening? To put it bluntly, my physical quality has also been upgraded." Lockhart, who'd been beaten to a pulp, was sprawled out on the ground while Deculein remained perfectly composed. The system displayed a notification. Deculein thought to himself, "Just as I predicted, the mana quality enhancement also applies to my traits. I could have beaten Lockhart with my iron body alone, but with the enhanced trait, it was even easier than I imagined." At this point, Lockhart was down for the count but still running his mouth. "Damn it, I could have finished him, you rotten mages. Those heretics who betrayed the gods. The BCHT floating island. The wizard's tower. All of them are insane. Without magic, you're all just useless. A unique ability that could be called game-breaking, an intense hatred for mages and those heretics." Deculein narrowed his eyes and stated, "Lockhart, you are a member of the fallen tribe." Hearing this, Lockhart looked up, in shock. "You, how do you know?" "The Red Seat tribe. The name comes from the fact that they are born covered in a red membrane, a bloodline that carries ancient dark magic. They hide their identities, lurking throughout the continent, and are the natural enemies of mages. From the beginning of time, magic was created to destroy demons. The conflict between mages and the fallen tribe became a core part of the world's lore and one of the main storylines of this game. Because of this, those with the blood of the fallen tribe are constantly hunted. Right now, some kind of purge could be happening." Deculein looked at him and said consolingly, "Lockhart, I understand you. I sympathize with the years of persecution and oppression your tribe has endured. But if you murder innocent mages, you're no different from the monsters you hate." Lockhart shouted in furious resentment, "Shut up! What the hell do you know? Stop spouting nonsense and just kill me." Just then, Deculein added, "I know the fallen tribe is also innocent." Hearing this, Lockhart couldn't believe his ears. "What? How dare a lowly mage say something like that?" Deculein remained as calm as ever. "I am Deculein of the Deculein family, a noble bloodline that never loses its dignity." This only annoyed Lockhart even more. "Are you trying to show off your pride before you die? How ridiculous." Deculein ignored him and continued, "The only thing that makes me lose my dignity is demons. The Deculein bloodline. We who have hunted demons since ancient times boil with rage at the sight of them. It is an irresistible instinct. Lockhart, when I fought you, did I lose my dignity?" Hearing this question, Lockhart froze. "What?" Deculein rephrased. "Or was I swayed by your provocations? Did I let rage control me? You are still human. This is the true dignity of one with noble blood. Can you believe my words?" Just as Deculein was about to succeed, someone ran over, shouting, "Over there! Hurry up!" Instantly, Deculein delivered a swift kick to Lockhart. Deculein said calmly, "Now, surrender quietly." A soldier saluted formally and said, "Inspector Lofa, reporting." That was a spectacular kick just now, as expected of Senior Professor Deculein. "This murderer. Should I give him another beating?" Deculein stopped him. "No need. Leave him be." "Ah, yes sir." Then, he gestured to one side, casting a spell. The blue pressure Deculein created looked incredibly elegant. Beside him, Lofa stared in awe. Can magic really be this refined? Handing over a coil of rope, Deculein reminded him, "He nullifies magic. If magic sealing cuffs are also useless, bind him with steel chains." Lofa understood as soon as he heard that. What? No wonder he escaped so easily and didn't show up on magic radar. Deculein then asked him a question. But why did you arrive so early? Were you on patrol? Lofa replied. We came because we received a report. Weren't you the one who called? Sir? Professor Deculein confirmed. No, it wasn't me. It seems someone else heard the commotion and reported it. In that case, I'll be leaving now. Good work. Hearing the praise, Lofa beamed. Yes, sir. As Deculein walked away, he thought to himself, I'm glad I was able to end this without any bloodshed. In this place that still holds her memory, I don't want to hurt anyone. The next day, for the first time in 15 years, the floating island convened a conference at the Deculein estate. Holding the scroll in his hand, Deculein asked, Did you really come all this way just to deliver this letter? Uriel replied with her hands on her hips, Since you don't seem to care at all, I had no choice but to bring it myself. Taking care of the Deculein family's stability is also the head's responsibility, isn't it? By the way, how long are you planning to stay half-naked like that? Deculein ignored his sister's words and opened the letter to read. Recently, there was a demonic event at Shadow Mountain. Because of this, the Magic Council of the Floating Island wishes to convene for a discussion. The system displayed a main quest notification. Deculein spoke up. 1 week from now, a maximum of 2 companions are permitted, including guards. Uriel crossed her arms and replied, Do I even need a guard? Should I ask Zeit? He used to be a mercenary, but ultimately, it's not necessary. Besides, someone like Zifrin is more used to holding a steering wheel than a weapon these days. He wouldn't be suitable. Uriel shot her brother a look and replied, Listen to you. But anyway, going without any guards isn't an option either. I know. The journey to the BCHT isn't a place where I can guarantee my own survival, Deculein asked, nonchalantly. Are you worried about me? As if he'd hit a nerve, Uriel cried out, What? Don't say such creepy things. It's just that it would be a huge pain if you died before officially passing the position of head of the family to me. Realizing she'd been rude, she blushed and stiffened. Deculein said, In any case, just let me handle the escort. I'll ask a reliable source. The Zeit Gelfrit Night Barracks. Everyone was training hard. Julie stood there observing them and praised. Good. Keep up that pace. Focus. From a distance, a man stood there watching them thoughtfully. He was filled with despair. What am I supposed to do about this? Just then, someone spoke up. What do you mean? This guy is so weird. Always sneaking up on people. Bjorn shot him a cold glance, and the man jumped, exclaiming, At least give a warning. Bjorn. Then he sighed in frustration. We just received a mission request for the Night Order. It's a pretty big one, but something feels off, so I'm hesitating on whether to accept it or not. Bjorn offered a solution. Instead of worrying about it all by yourself, why not discuss it with the commander? The other man replied. The problem is how to tell the commander. This mission is to escort Deculein. To be precise, it's to escort the entire train. But everyone knows what that really means. It seems they're trying to obscure the main target, afraid we'd refuse if it was just about protecting him. Bjorn offered his opinion. Take the mission. A train escort mission isn't something just anyone can handle. If we succeed, our Night Order's reputation will skyrocket, and as an independent order, this will also help our finances. The man was still hesitant, but Deculein and the commander. Bjorn immediately cut him off with a firm tone. Our commander never lets personal matters affect a mission. After hearing that, the man had a change of heart. Is that so? Then we should report to the commander quickly. Behind him, Bjorn's face was radiating killing intent. The name of the Highland mountain range located in the northernmost region of the continent, with an altitude of 3,500 meters. It is also the home of mages, known as the Elders. The BCHT is the center where all schools of magic on the continent submit their doctrines. The Magic Tower is, of course, also under its jurisdiction. Even the mages' floating island must abide by the decisions made here. This place holds such immense influence that it can be considered the pillar of the magical world. And because the Grand Conference is convened only once every few decades, being summoned to the BCHT is a great honor. In his room, the brown-haired young man received his summons, and at that very moment, the blue-haired girl received a letter as well. This served as a recognition of their status as renowned mages. Over with Sylvia, a letter was also delivered to her. However, the BCHT has another name, the Magician's Grave. At the train station, for the train to the BCHT, Julie and 2 others were waiting on the platform. She looked at the man before her and asked, Are you fully prepared? The man immediately replied, Of course, don't worry, he's here. Hearing that, her gaze shifted forward, her expression one of utter shock. Deculein was slowly approaching. Beside him was Alan, who was carrying luggage and speaking. It's already April, and yet there's so much snow. Professor, the north is really something else. As soon as the man saw him approach, he greeted him. Thank you for coming all this way. Deculein looked at him and spoke. From this transfer station onward, the Zeitgelfried Night Order will be responsible for security for the first half of the journey. His words made the man wonder to himself. As for Julie, the moment she saw him, she froze completely. Her whole body flushing red, she frantically stood at attention and declared, "We will do our utmost to protect you and ensure your journey is a smooth one." Her expression and actions made Deculein glance at her, a look of confusion on his face. He looked at her and thought to himself, if that's the case, then just smiling at me once a month is enough. After the greeting, Julie timidly bowed her head, her body trembling with anxiety, completely flustered and asking herself countless questions. What should I do? Should I smile right now? Should I? Really? How am I supposed to smile? A bright smile, or just a slight one? Why do I have to put up with this? Her behavior made the man feel helpless, crying internally as he thought to himself. Even though she despises him, she's still trying her best for the mission. She is truly respectable. Captain. He then turned to her and offered, "Captain, I'll take care of it." Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "I am Bjorn." Bjorn stepped forward, looked at the two of them, and introduced himself. "I am the one assigned to this escort mission. These two only came here to show their respect after entrusting this important task to me." Hearing this, the other man came forward, clapped him on the back, and joked cheerfully, "This kid is an excellent warrior, acknowledged by the entire Night Order. So there's no need for you to worry, Professor." Deculein didn't answer, his brow furrowing slightly. His eyes were extremely wary as he meticulously observed the man before him, thinking, "An excellent warrior, huh? I should check him with my insight to be sure." Then, he narrowed his eyes and used his insight. After using it and seeing no aura emanating from the man, Deculein was a bit confused and wondered, "I can't sense any special aura from him. Am I overthinking this?" Seeing that he didn't respond, Bjorn continued to speak. "Most mages travel with escorts, so each train car has an assigned guard. I will be responsible for protecting the car you are in, Professor." Deculein looked at him and replied, "Then, I'll be in your care." After they had finished their discussion, Julie looked at them and exclaimed, "All right, my job here is done. I wish you a safe journey." Then she immediately turned to leave. But after walking a short distance, Julie suddenly turned back, which greatly confused Deculein. Next, she looked at him and flashed a radiant smile, which only confused him even more. Seeing her strange behavior, the man turned his head and quietly called out, "Captain." Deculein smiled at her, his eyes full of helplessness as he sighed, thinking to himself, "So you did keep your promise." A few hours later, the train was preparing to depart. All the passengers began boarding and finding their seats. Deculein tilted his head to look at Bjorn behind him and advised, "You should get some rest. We still have several hours to go." Hearing this, he bowed his head and obeyed. "Yes, I'll get some sleep then." Model. A few minutes later, the train finally started moving. Alan leaned back in his seat and sighed wearily. Deculein glanced at his pensive expression and thought to himself, the summons from the BCHT is also known as the Mage's Tomb. Right now, the BCHT is considered the pillar of the magic world, but at the same time, it has a terrifyingly opposite side. The reason lies in an unpredictable event that occurs every time the BCHT summons conference takes place, a train attack. Surviving this event is a matter of life and death, and it's also one of the countless reasons Deculein could die. The way to survive is to choose the right, safe train among the many heading to the BCHT. If you want to increase your chances of survival, you can pay for information from the Black Connection, a network that reveals which train will be attacked. If this were the Deculein from the original story, he would have definitely done that. But that's no longer possible, because after I possessed Deculein, I completely severed all ties with the underworld. That's why, before coming here, I prepared thoroughly to protect myself. For instance, I mastered the martial arts techniques of the legendary Assessian. Deculein held the book in his hand, then glanced at Alan sitting beside him and silently mused. Anyway, Alan is sleeping so peacefully, even though he was so excited earlier he was causing a scene. Flashing back to a few days ago, Deculein's voice echoed in front of the room. "Alan, do you want to go to the BCHT with me as my assistant?" "Of course, since it's very dangerous, you can refuse." Hearing his offer, Alan was deeply moved. He looked at him with teary eyes and thanked him. "Thank you so much, sir, Professor. For someone like me, this is an immense honor." Seeing him cry like that, Deculein felt a bit annoyed and blurted out, "If your nose starts running, I'm not taking you with me." Back in the present, Deculein glanced to the side and wondered to himself, "It's quite surprising. I didn't think he'd agree to come with me, knowing full well how dangerous it is. Could it be that his ambition is even greater than I thought?" Meanwhile, Alan was still sleeping soundly. After a while, the train was finally about to arrive. When the train came to a stop, everyone slowly disembarked. Now, only the three of them remained in the train car. Deculein sat quietly, waiting for Alan to wake up, while Bjorn slowly approached them from behind. Deculein rested his hand on the window frame, looking outside as he wondered. The last stop now is the BCHT, and nothing has happened so far. Did I actually choose the right train? I prepared so meticulously, but it seems like it was all for nothing. At that moment, he was wearing the knight's suit, the knight's trousers, and the knight's leather shoes. The potential of this outfit had been unlocked by the hand of Midas, increasing its defensive capabilities. Deculein frowned, looking at the wood steel floating in front of him, and thought, before leaving, I used the hand of Midas on a famous master's outfit to enhance its defensive power. I also reinforced the long wood steel plates throughout the inside of the train. Everything is ready. I even applied it to Alan's cloak. His cloak is now a protective garment, its durability significantly improved thanks to the hand of Midas. After glancing at Alan, his expression turned slightly annoyed again. Deculein found it a little hard to believe himself, and wondered, I've been using the hand of Midas too much lately, to the point where I have barely any mana left. Should I have used it on something else? What a waste. No. Preparation is preparation. But it's best if nothing happens at all. I hope things just stay peaceful like this. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the train was speeding across a bridge when suddenly, from above, something fell and caused a part of the train to explode. A few days before Deculein's departure, a voice was heard on a train. You're not going to put your book down even on the train? The blonde-haired man crossed his arms, looking at Sylvia sitting across from him, and asked, Does the Yuao Magic Tower give a lot of homework? She answered while still reading her book, A lot, but I missed a few classes. Hearing that, the man chuckled and teased her gently. Even though you're destined to become an archmage, you still work harder than anyone. In response to her father's teasing, she asked, If I don't go this far, do I even have the right to become one? This left him a bit stunned. Sylvia lowered her head, her expression slightly worried, as she thought to herself, To be honest, I'm not worried about Ephraim or Gianni, but I still want to hear more of Deculein's lectures. Then, she looked at her father and blurted out, Father, why are we leaving for the BCHT summons conference so early? We could have left a few days later. He lowered his head and smiled without answering. A few seconds later, the blonde-haired man looked at his daughter and asked seriously, Have you heard that the journey to the BCHT is likened to a mage's graveyard? Surprised by her father's question, she asked back, I thought that was just a ghost story. He quickly denied his daughter's words. It's not. Then he explained, Every time there's a summons to the BCHT, a few mages lose their lives. 15 years ago, 11 people died. For a long time, being summoned to the BCHT has been the mark of a prestigious Yuan family. If a family is chosen from among the 20 Yuan families to attend the conference, that family's name will be engraved in history. However, any Yuan family that is summoned but fails to attend will be permanently erased from the list, and according to an important rule, a new Yuan family will take its place. What do you think is the easiest way to bring down a prestigious Yuan family? Her father's question immediately made Sylvia gasp in horror. Don't tell me. He immediately replied, That's right. The journey to the BCHT is like a frozen lake, where those who aspire to become the new prestigious mages will target the lives of those who came before them. Hearing this, Sylvia was so shocked she couldn't utter a word. He looked at his daughter and advised, That's why I wanted to leave early. I received intelligence that a group is plotting to attack a later train. I brought you along to take maximum precautions. As soon as he finished speaking, she said, But if this gets out, there will definitely be trouble. He didn't answer but frowned slightly, thinking, I should explain this to Sylvia, because sooner or later, she'll have to face the cruelty of this world. Then he looked at Sylvia again and asked, Among the 12 traditional Yuan families, do you think any of them have managed to maintain their tradition from the very beginning? If anyone deserves to be punished for this, then all mages are equally guilty. The deaths on this journey are basically no different than a natural death in the way of magic. Back in the present, Deculein was calmly reading a book as the train sped along the tracks outside. Suddenly, a large object fell from the sky toward the train, creating a terrifying explosion. The blast sent a powerful jolt through the cars. Bjorn frowned, his expression full of suspicion. It wasn't just him. Deculein also narrowed his eyes. Sensing something was wrong, his gaze hardened instantly. All of a sudden, a blue light emanated from the train car's window. The violent tremor woke Alan up. He looked outside, then cried out in alarm. What is this? Professor, look, the train. The entire train is floating in midair. The train was now enveloped in blue energy, suspended in the middle of the sky. Everything was safe and sound. Deculein let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Thank goodness I remembered basic psychokinesis. The E-step footwork helped a little, but memorizing basic psychokinesis before we left is what really saved us. On the roof of the train car, several figures appeared, gathering together. One of them looked at his comrades and spoke. Unbelievable. The whole train. Are all the head professors really on a completely different level? Another turned his head and replied. It's a little surprising, sure, but this is just the beginning. Everyone, focus up. As long as we finish this, we'll get a hefty reward. After that, they climbed down through a broken section of the train. The black-clad figures secured ropes to the roof and rappelled down. In just a few moments, the group was inside the train car. Deculein glanced over at the intruders. With an annoyed look, he cursed, "Fools!" Shards of steel and wood suddenly appeared from all around. Deculein controlled the shards to attack the men in black as he spoke. "Unfortunate for you. I anticipated this." Seeing his comrades defeated so easily, one of the black-clad men was struck with terror. Alan, seeing the scene unfold behind him, couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "Professor, we're under attack. What the hell is going on?" Noticing his panicked state, Deculein swiftly chopped the back of his neck and said, "Get some rest, Alan." Immediately, Alan collapsed beside him. Deculein slowly stood up, glanced back, and said, "Bjorn, right? Take this kid somewhere safe. If there are other passengers in the cars, evacuate them." As instructed, Bjorn quickly led the other people on the train outside. Deculein walked over to the damaged section, his eyes following Bjorn. He suddenly recalled the moment he knocked Alan out, and thought, that felt too soft. With the 5 keen senses of a Lian Mani, I should definitely be able to tell the difference. Could it be? But a moment later, he turned his attention back to the men in the car and declared, "First, I have to finish this. You're the ones who started this, so you must have known, right? That your deaths were sealed the moment you came here." At his gaze, they involuntarily shrank back in fear. Deculein looked at them and stated the inevitable. Then, he began to unleash his power, and a blue aura enveloped his body. Outside, Bjorn laid Alan down against a rock wall, then glanced back toward the train car with a deeply worried expression. Back in the train car, which was enveloped in Deculein's energy, all the intruders had been eliminated, their bodies strewn across the floor. After dealing with them, Deculein sank wearily into a seat, sighing to himself, "I'm exhausted." Minimizing the blast's impact while fighting at the same time used up way too much of my mana. His current mana stood at 103,657. Just then, Bjorn returned from outside. He looked at Deculein and began to report, "I have moved all the other passengers to safety." Hearing this, Deculein immediately replied, "Good. Then we should." But he stopped mid-sentence, suddenly sensing something as his gaze froze. Deculein looked towards Bjorn, thinking, "This guy. His eyes are completely different than before. I was caught off guard by the attack too, which means he must have." As if sensing he'd been found out, a dark, crimson energy began to radiate from Bjorn's body. He looked at him and thought, the fate of a villain. Deculein's eyes instantly became guarded. He was traveling with me. Hiding his true nature from the very beginning, I've been too careless. At that moment, Bjorn suddenly raised his sword. He looked at Deculein and said, "I'm glad you're still alive, because I have to kill you with my own hands." He leveled his sword, pointing it directly at him. Bjorn looked at Deculein and said, "I've evacuated all the other passengers to safety. Now, it's your turn to die." His actions made Deculein curious, so he asked, "Before we get to that, I have a question. Is someone ordering you to do this?" He then asked, "Is it, Julie?" But before he could finish his sentence, Bjorn cut him off, shouting furiously, "Stop. If you dare say my master's name again, I will not forgive you. She is a knight of honor who would never stoop to something like this. Enough of your disgusting delusions. You will die by my hand for my master." From Bjorn's reaction, Deculein had a good idea of what was happening. "So, this has nothing to do with Julie, I can tell from his reaction." He then recalled the moment Bjorn was entrusted to him. This is a man trusted by the entire Zeit Guild. Then, Deculein's expression grew anxious as he thought about his current state. "I only have 10 mana points left. Can I defeat someone considered the top talent of the Zeit Ifrit Guild like this?" But he didn't have time to prepare. Bjorn instantly charged forward to attack. "Then my duty as your guard ends here?" To defend himself, Deculein quickly formed a shield out of steel wood. Watching the attack, Deculein thought, this is the only way. Suddenly, the train began to shake violently. Deculein gave a mental command, "Cancel psychokinesis." In the next instant, the train was no longer held up and began to plummet off the tracks. Meanwhile, in Sylvia's room, her guard opened the door, holding a cup of white ice cream. He looked at her and asked, "My lady, would you care for some? It's a specialty from the Magic Tower, called Eternal Snow Ice Cream." At his words, she sighed in resignation and replied, "I don't want any. You eat it. I'm tired of it. I've had it plenty of times." Then, she looked at him and asked, "Is everyone here?" Her question left him confused. "I'm sorry, who?" This was Sio, a guardian knight of the Ifrit family. Seeing that she still hadn't answered, a guard spoke up. "Everyone is here, except for Julie and Ephorine. Are you waiting for someone, my lady?" She gazed out the window, sighed, and replied, No. Following her longing gaze, he watched her and smiled softly. Then, he left the room. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her, "I'm off. Call me if you need anything." Hearing this, Sylvia simply replied, "All right." The moment he was gone, she suddenly whispered a name, Deculein. She looked down below as her mind drifted back to a time before, thinking, I never intended to see this. He was holding a bouquet of flowers, forget-me-nots, and placed them before her mother's grave. Engraved on the tombstone was the name Sierra, the proud wife of the great mage Glahan and the beloved mother of Sylvia. That day, I came to visit Mom and talk to her, just a normal day like any other. At that moment, Sylvia sat down beside her mother's grave and asked, "How have you been, Mom?" Then she began to confide in her, "Professor Deculein is just awful. He gives us so much homework. It's as if he thinks his class is the only one we need to study for." And that day, while she was talking with her mother, she suddenly heard a strange sound that made her freeze in shock, wondering, what was that sound? Sylvia quickly moved toward the source of the noise. She hid behind a tree, and the scene before her left her utterly stunned. Her mind screamed, Deculein. Just by seeing that ramrod straight back, I knew it was him. There was no mistaking it. Watching his lonely figure kneeling before the grave, she couldn't help but wonder suspiciously, why is he in a place like this? I never thought he was the type to mourn the dead. After a moment, he finally stood up. 2 streams of tears were suddenly falling down his cheeks. Seeing this, she was horrified, her mind reeling in disbelief. He's crying. The man who's always so cold and arrogant is actually shedding tears. Back to the present. As Sylvia was on her way back, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, she thought to herself, it left me stunned. Until now, I only saw him as an annoying professor who always acted so superior, but even he has memories of losing someone he loved. Those tears were like shooting stars, and they won't stop haunting me. Immediately after, she suddenly placed a hand on her chest, her expression thoughtful, as she recalled something her father had once told her. I've received intelligence that a group is plotting to attack the next departing train. Her eyes drooped slightly, her expression filled with sorrow as she thought, this just keeps bothering me. After hearing Deculein's last lecture, there's something I want to try. Then, Sylvia took out a mana stone. She looked at the stone in her hand and murmured, if I use this mana stone as a medium, it might just work. She then began to use the mana stone, and an immense source of energy enveloped her body. Among the 3 attributes of elemental magic that are formed from the caster themselves, Sylvia's magic, which was based on the 3 primary colors, began to use the mana stone as a catalyst and gradually take shape. The light from the mana stone radiated out, illuminating the entire space with the 3 primary colors. When she was finished, Sylvia looked at the bird in her hands and exclaimed in amazement, I did it! She gently held the bird, formed a connection, and named it. From now on, your name is Stier. Stier and Sylvia looked each other in the eye, as if affirming and sealing their contract. Then, she released it into the air and shouted, fly high and show me what you see. Back with Deculein, after the train had stopped shaking, he pushed himself up from his seat, trying to get to his feet. Sensing the train's current condition, he felt a wave of relief and thought, luckily, the train managed to hold on and didn't fall to the ground. Although I've probably broken a few bones, thanks to Man of Iron, I should recover soon. As he spoke, he placed a hand on himself to begin healing his wounds. Suddenly, a brilliant red light flared up beside him, startling him. It was Bjorn, and he was lunging right at him. Deculein quickly tilted his head to dodge the attack while wondering, he's unharmed? He immediately launched a counterattack. Bjorn easily leaned away, dodging the spell. Faced with such power, Deculein was a bit surprised and thought, a protective aura? Seeing that he was still unaffected, Bjorn raised his hand to attack again, roaring in anger. You're really persistent. Immediately after, he charged forward, unleashing an attack on Deculein. Seeing him dodge, he attacked even more relentlessly. Faced with his strength, Deculein couldn't help but think in shock. He's too strong. Bjorn is much stronger than I am right now. Even at my best, I couldn't possibly beat him. However, he had the spirit of unyielding steel. Even when broken, it refuses to bend. It activates during combat, maintaining one's spirit to the very end, making one almost immune to any mind-affecting magic. Deculein would never yield in a situation like this. He watched as Bjorn charged at him, sword in hand. Bjorn swung his sword down, striking Deculein's defense. He clenched his teeth, his expression filled with rage. Deculein just frowned, staring back defiantly, but he was shocked to see his wood steel get destroyed. Deculein cursed, damn it! Bjorn charged straight at him with his sword. Faced with this, he thought to himself, if I get cut by this sword, will everything just end without a trace? Will I open my eyes and find myself back in my office? If not, then this is the end. Immediately after, a spray of fresh blood splattered across the room. Outside, Stier was taking flight, soaring closer to the train. Bjorn rushed toward Deculein with his sword. He smiled faintly at him and thought, it's over. But unexpectedly, a strange energy appeared, stunning him. The space around them suddenly began to distort, making him exclaim in his mind, what is this? The space is warping. Not only him, but even Bjorn was completely bewildered. Due to the spatial distortion, Bjorn made a mistake and accidentally sliced his own hand. His hand was severed, flying off into the distance. Bjorn clutched his arm and screamed in agony. Sensing an opportunity, Deculein gritted his teeth and thought, I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance. He used the last of his mana to launch an attack at Bjorn. Immediately, Bjorn stumbled and fell. He staggered backward, moving away. Bjorn then grabbed his dagger and jumped out of the train, attempting to escape. But then, realizing the situation, he plunged his knife hard into the side of the train car to hold on. Just like that, Bjorn was suddenly hanging by a thread. He was dangling in midair, held only by a single knife. Deculein slowly approached him. He tilted his head, looking down at Bjorn hanging below. He gritted his teeth, looking up at him. Then Bjorn demanded, what did you just do? Deculein looked down at him and replied, I don't know either. More importantly, why do you want to kill me? I don't recall doing anything to earn your hatred. In response, Bjorn answered, I remember very clearly the crimes you committed against my master. Hearing this, Deculein continued, do you really think you're doing this for Julie, even though Julie never once asked you to? What is she to you, for you to go this far? Hearing this, Bjorn smiled faintly and said, you would never understand. Deculein then recalled the past, where a crowd was gathered around Julie, thanking her. Thank you so much, ma'am. If it weren't for you, things could have been so much worse. Julie bowed her head politely and replied, I was merely fulfilling my duty as a knight. At that moment, Bjorn was being held by guards, shouting relentlessly, let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. He's the one who started it. At his screams, a blonde woman pointed a finger at Bjorn and furiously yelled, do you have any idea how kind my Deculein is? You must have been the one who did something wrong. The man standing next to the woman chimed in, that's right. Faced with their lies, he roared in anger, are you trying to die? Hearing his threat, the woman shot back, still haven't learned your lesson? Bjorn roared back, what? The woman continued to point at Bjorn and threatened, let's see what happens when I hand you over to the police. You should get on your knees and beg for forgiveness right now. You hit my child, so you'll be charged with assault, not to mention trespassing. Hearing this, Julie looked at the woman and asked, wait a moment, ma'am, did you say he was trespassing? In response to her question, the woman answered, that's right. His character truly reflects his upbringing. Julie looked at Bjorn, then glanced at the high wall in front of them, and thought to herself, did he really climb over that tall wall? He looks so skinny. She then turned to the woman and said, ma'am, I will take this boy to the police station. You should stay here and rest. The woman seemed a bit hesitant at the offer, but replied, if you would, that would be wonderful. But just moments later, Julie was leading Bjorn away. He continued to scream and struggle the entire way. Let go of me. I said, let go. I was just defending myself. I didn't do anything that warrants being taken to the police. Suddenly, she stopped, which caught Bjorn completely by surprise. Then, Julie spoke. The Fia family is notorious for their behavior. I believe that at least part of what you're saying is true. In response, Bjorn immediately shot back, not part of it. Seeing that he was still yelling, Julie suddenly shouted, but then she turned back to Bjorn and said, even so, you shouldn't have hit them. Her words left him stunned. Then, Julie looked at Bjorn and asked, if you come with me, I'll teach you how to control yourself. What do you say? He was completely taken aback by her offer. Bjorn looked at Julie and asked, will you feed me? He thought to himself, that was the first time I met my master. After that, I became a part of the knightly order. However, because of my past and my personality, I couldn't fit in with the others. The only person who cared about me was Julie. She smiled at Bjorn and asked, Bjorn, are you having a hard time? He looked at her and replied, no, everything is fine. But at the same time, he thought to himself, yes, everything really is fine, as long as I can be by the captain's side. My master was always ahead of me, always helping others, and never compromising in the face of injustice. The respect and admiration I felt for her grew day by day, and so did my love. Back in the present, Bjorn looked at him and said, I know, my feelings would only be a burden to her. I know my affection is a weight she doesn't need to carry, but even so, I still have to kill you. You will bring about my master's destruction. Deculein didn't answer. He looked at Bjorn and thought, he's right. Every tragedy in this story is a butterfly effect of my actions. Then, he suddenly spoke. However, you're wrong. In his mind, he made a vow. I will change what the original Deculein did. I will make sure that Julie's fate is not destruction. And so, he suddenly reached out and gently stroked Bjorn's hair. The gesture left Bjorn completely stunned. Deculein knelt down to look at Bjorn and pleaded, stop this, Bjorn. I will not harm Julie, no matter what happens. Trust me. Bjorn didn't answer, his expression becoming incredibly grim. Deculein watched in astonishment as a red mana suddenly erupted from Bjorn. The sight before him left Deculein stunned. He murmured, "You're not going to reconsider?" Bjorn then began to unleash his mana. Bjorn looked at him, his face cold as stone. "No, I won't change my mind. I will kill you. One way or another." In response to his declaration, Deculein gripped his wooden staff and declared, "You're a fool. Your foolish choice today will haunt Julie forever." Then, with a roar, he prepared to strike him down. Even with death staring him in the face, Bjorn showed no fear, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Julie's eyes suddenly flew open in alarm. Seeing her reaction, the man looked at Julie and asked, "Captain, are you feeling unwell?" She quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." As if sensing her worry, he asked, "Are you worried about Bjorn again? He can take care of himself." Julie forced a smile as she walked and replied, "You're right." Back with Bjorn, as he was falling, his eyes went lifeless as he thought of Julie one last time. "My master, I hope you find happiness." SP flew towards the train car, its eyes looked down below, and the image of the car came into view. CV was channeling her ability through SP. She thought to herself, his guard was killed, he fell from the cliff. No, to be more precise, that knight tried to kill Deculein first, and Deculein killed him in self-defense. Just then, CO approached from a distance, calling out to her, "Lady Sylvia, there you are, we should be heading back. The conference is about to begin." Sylvia simply replied, "All right." She then followed CO back. However, she kept glancing over her shoulder, silently calling his name, Deculein. Will he make it in time? Back at the tracks where the accident occurred, an officer approached and greeted her. "It's an honor, Deputy Chief." And she was Lilia, the Deputy Chief of the Security Bureau. Lilia looked at the two repair workers and asked, "So there was an explosion and an attack?" Hearing this, one of the officers handed her a report and replied, "Yes, but this sort of thing is pretty common. The summon conference at BCHT is about to happen, so it's nothing too serious." Lilia took the report, glancing at it as she asked, "I see. Any casualties?" The officer replied, "No one was injured, but 2 people are currently missing. A knight named Bjorn and Professor Deculein." But hearing the names of the 2 missing people made her gasp in astonishment. Then, the officer pointed towards Alan and said, "You can get the details from that witness over there." A few reporters and some onlookers stared at him, whispering amongst themselves, "Who's that? I think he's still in shock from the whole thing." Then, a reporter approached Lilia to provide some information. "A knight saved me. At that moment, the train was just floating in midair, and when I came to, it had already crashed. I think the assassins launched a second attack." His words made her a bit suspicious, and she asked, "Floating in midair?" He then held out a photo he had taken in front of Lilia. "Here, I took a picture. It was so shocking, I had to capture it." She took the photo to examine it, her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, "He lifted the entire train with magic?" Then, as if in disbelief, she muttered, "That's absurd." Suddenly, the reporter added, "Knight Bjorn is dead. I don't know why, but he tried to kill Deculein and ultimately failed. Head Professor Deculein survived." Hearing this left Lilia stunned. She quickly turned around, thinking to herself, "What? Am I receiving a telepathic message from somewhere?" Lilia scanned the crowd in front of her. From a distance, a man began to approach. Seeing him, someone pointed and exclaimed, "Is that someone coming from over there?" Professor Deculein. Deculein was silent, his expression blank. He then recalled his fight with Bjorn and thought to himself, if it weren't for that strange phenomenon that happened, I probably would have died at the hands of some nameless knight. If it wasn't for the help of some unknown person, I'd be the one at the bottom of the cliff right now. I can't believe I'm this weak. Who on earth saved me back then? Lilia looked towards him and called out, "Head Professor Deculein, I see you're safe. I'm Lilia, from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident." As soon as he saw her, he asked, "What time is it?" She looked at him with a slightly confused expression and answered, "Excuse me? It's currently 3:30. He then glanced back at the tracks and thought to himself, I still have 6 hours. Lilia looked down at the document in her hand and began to speak. "These questions are just procedural, like about the person who was accompanying you." But before she could finish, Deculein suddenly cut her off. "Is this train the only way to get to BCHT?" Lilia felt extremely irritated that her words were being dismissed. Even so, she still answered him, "No, there's a land route and a sea route on the other side." Then she tried to get back to the main point. "Now, let me ask again. Please let me finish. Professor, the knight who was with you." But when she looked up, he was gone. Lilia immediately turned to the 2 people behind her and asked, "Head Professor Deculein was just here, wasn't he?" "Huh? He probably used acceleration magic." The professor simply shrugged as if he didn't know. Hearing that, she muttered again as she walked forward. Even after stopping a derailed train with telekinesis and fighting off assassins in Bjorn, he can still use the high-level magic. Accelerate. Just how much mana does he have? So that's the Deculein you were all talking about. At the BCHT conference, everyone present was deep in discussion. Zeit glanced at the clock and murmured, "It's almost 9:53, the time when the stars align." Meanwhile, Sylvia kept looking around, and seeing Deculein's seat still empty, she thought to herself, "He's still not here." Just then, the host's voice rang out through the conference hall. "Before the conference begins, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to those who answered the summons." As the host finished speaking, a powerful source of mana suddenly materialized in the middle of the conference. The immense mana made Sylvia shudder in awe. She clenched her teeth and thought, "This colossal amount of mana. It must be from Desan, the Grand Elder of BCHT. He's the strongest candidate for the title of Archmage, a living legend who left the secular world behind. This means I have to reach a level at least equal to his, to even dream of becoming the Archmage." The host then began, "After we take attendance, we will begin the conference. Zeit, of the Iliade family." Zeit replied, "Present." Ephraim, of the Berdan family. Ephraim immediately responded, "Present." Bayran, of the Beorad family. Hearing his name, the man replied, "I'm here." Ifrit, of the Jiwin family. He smiled calmly and answered, "Present." Next, Deculein, of the Eucline family. But when the host called on the Eucline family, his seat was still empty. Sylvia looked at his chair, a worried expression on her face as she wondered, "Eucline still isn't here?" Seeing that he didn't answer, the host announced, "If he does not appear before I call his name a third time, he will be considered to have not answered the summons, and will be removed from the list of the 12 mages." This caused some people to gasp in shock, exclaiming, "Eucline is being disqualified? This is a huge deal, since the first summons was 200 years ago." A huge deal? Wasn't this already predicted by many? The current head of Eucline is far inferior to his ancestors. That's right. There have been rumors for a long time that his talent is nothing special. The whispers from the crowd made Sylvia extremely uncomfortable, and she thought to herself, how on earth has Deculein been living his life to the point where not a single person is worried about him? It's pathetic. This is so irritating. The host began to call out, "The head of the Eucline family, Deculein. The head of the Eucline family, Deculein. The head of the Deculein family." Suddenly, the conference room doors slowly creaked open. Ephraim turned in surprise to look at the doorway. Deculein walked in slowly, to everyone's utter astonishment. She looked at him and thought, "Deculein." He leisurely brushed the dust from his shoulder, then calmly adjusted his hair. Ephraim stared at him, bewildered. Deculein's voice rang out. As Deculein of the Eucline family made his entrance, all eyes in the hall turned to him. Deculein announced the head of the Eucline family had arrived. The meeting began in silence and moved quickly. The first item on the agenda was about the demon that appeared on the Mountain of Darkness. The appearance of a dark demon on the map is a far more serious matter. We must issue a directive to every magical faction or cooperate with the church. At the same time, we'll dispatch mages to the suspected areas. The first item on the agenda was passed smoothly. The head of the Essenen family spoke up, and with no objections from any other families, it passed without a hitch. "We will now take a short break." Hearing that they would be taking a break, Deculein let out a long sigh of exhaustion. "I ran like a madman without stopping, just to get to this meeting on time. Now, both my mana and my stamina are completely drained. And yet, I still managed to keep a calm facade." The real Deculein's constitution and personality are truly incredible. Just as he stepped outside, someone called out to him. The professor turned to see his disciple, crying her eyes out as she checked on him. "Professor, you're not dead? I'm sorry for being late. I wasn't allowed to attend the meeting." "I'm fine, don't worry about it." A thought crossed Deculein's mind. He could no longer see this girl with the same innocent eyes as before, because now I know she's hiding her true identity. But why? For what purpose? Suddenly, Deculein recalled a famous line from a movie in his past life. "Alan, from now on, stay by my side." His disciple just stared at him, dumbfounded. "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. For now, keeping her by my side to observe her is the safest option. One day, I'll find out who you really are." A short while later, the meeting resumed. The next item on the agenda concerned how the Magic Society would deal with the fallen. This was a sensitive issue. It wouldn't go as smoothly as the last one. Suddenly, some guy slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "The fallen are nothing more than a swarm of cockroaches. They secretly plant their seeds in our society, multiply, and poison us from the inside." The one who had spoken was Beitan, the head of the Bras family. He was followed by the head of the Essenen family. The head of the Brand family spoke up. "On what grounds do you say that? Besides, there's no way to distinguish the fallen from other races. Then, we can invent a method. Their bloodline magic is bound to have a loophole. The Empire's magic tower must unite to exterminate them as soon as possible. Watch your words, Beton. Exterminate, you say? As expected, opinions were divided right from the start. We still don't know the reason why. But the Fallen are secretly gathering. There must be a leader behind them, and who knows what they're plotting. That's just baseless speculation, Beton. Speculation, you say? The leader of the Fallen is in hiding, recruiting followers and plotting something. Doesn't that disgust you? Didn't countless mages die 60 years ago because we were too merciful? At his words, the entire meeting room fell silent. Suddenly, a man with a golden beard cleared his throat. So, what does Deculein of the Deculein lineage think? The one who has always been at the forefront of demon extermination, a master demon hunter. As someone from this era, I understand these kinds of situations better than anyone. Hatred, born from thoughtlessness, always leads to unnecessary tragedy. But even setting that aside, oppressing the Fallen has never been the right path. Even if I can't stop it, I have to stall for time. At least until the next main quest begins. After all, the true enemy of this world isn't the Fallen. After a moment of thought, Deculein finally spoke up. In the past, it's true that the Fallen were once our enemy. However, if you were to carefully examine the historical records, you would see it all stemmed from misunderstandings. A red-haired man asked, "Misunderstandings?" Deculein replied, "Precisely. During the Rodra witch incident 237 years ago, Rodran was falsely accused of being a witch. As a result, a massive persecution took place, leading to the immense bloodshed of the Fallen. They fought back, and from then on, blood called for more blood. Things may be quieter now, but as for the incident 60 years ago that you mentioned, wasn't its nature entirely political? All because a monostone mine was discovered in the Fallen's territory. Haha, political, you say? The Deculein family was the one that killed the most of their people and seized that mine? And you have the nerve to say that? They are undeniably a bloodline tainted by dark magic. As a demon-exterminating family, you of all people should know that. The Deculein tradition is to hunt demons, not to slaughter the Fallen. The furious old man yelled, "They are demons." In an instant, everything fell silent. Deculein pressed on. "Can you take responsibility for that statement? Don't be so quick to declare humans as demons, because those who do so can become demons themselves." The furious old man stormed out. After the first session ended without a clear conclusion, the matter was postponed until the next day. Outside, the man with the golden beard was speaking to his daughter. "It's a shame we must be apart until the next meeting. Sweetheart, it's only until tomorrow. Berkt has strict rules. Everyone must stay in a separate room. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? What are you talking about, Dad? At my age, who still sleeps in the same room as their father?" The golden-bearded man was heartbroken, tears and snot streaming down his face. "All right then, I'll see you tomorrow. Berkt has a very high mana concentration, so strange phenomena often occur at night. They told me to read the hotel's instructions carefully. I know, I'll behave and stay put, so don't worry, Dad." The scene shifts to the blonde girl's room, where she is reading something. "These rules are nothing more than scary stories for kids. As long as I just sleep quietly, nothing will happen." "Right, I should just go to sleep." Later that night, the girl was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, she woke up and got out of bed for a drink of water. As she was drinking, she suddenly sensed something. The space behind her began to fracture into pieces. Panicked, she pulled out the rule sheet to check it, just as her surroundings suddenly transformed into a long hallway. "No way. Did I do something wrong?" Then, she suddenly saw something that made her eyes widen and her jaw drop. The paper clearly stated, "Once you lie down in bed, avoid waking up before dawn. Otherwise, you may find yourself in another place." Ephraim frantically reread the instruction sheet. "I can't leave the bed until morning? Is that why I ended up in this situation?" The image of the castle glowing with a purple light flashed through her mind. "In the second great hall, where I stayed a few days ago, nothing strange like this happened at all." She quietly wondered, could it be that the mana density has gotten thicker because I'm near the Elders' Council? She gasped in alarm. "I was too careless, thinking I'd be fine as long as I didn't leave my room." "Calm down. Calm down." Suddenly, from the corner of the hallway right behind Sylvia, a mysterious black aura emerged, sending a shiver down her spine. Sylvia spun around in a panic. Something was there. She quickly ran forward, anxiously wondering where she should go. A mysterious staircase faintly appeared right in front of her. Sylvia was stunned, recalling a rule of the Rosa Saji Hotel. Do not go up or down any stairs that appear. With that thought, she immediately turned in another direction. Sylvia remembered another rule. If any door in the hallway is open, absolutely do not step inside or even look in. And so, she squeezed her eyes shut and ran forward, constantly trying to calm herself down. Don't panic. There has to be a door that will lead me back. At the end of the hallway, a mysterious door appeared. Sylvia slammed her fists on the door, shouting, "Help me. If someone knocks on your door, do not answer or make any sound." All the doors in the hallway suddenly began to emit a strange light. She kept pounding on the door and yelling, "Is anyone there? Please, somebody?" Sylvia was so scared she started to cry, relentlessly banging on the door, searching for a chance to survive. "Please." Suddenly, the door opened. A familiar voice rang out, leaving her speechless with shock. "Are you lost?" On the other side stood the familiar figure of none other than Deculein. He calmly said, "Sylvia." The moment she saw her savior, a wave of emotion washed over her. He spoke slowly. "Come in." Sylvia obediently agreed. "Thank you, Professor." A cozy warmth continuously radiated from the fireplace in the kitchen. She spoke timidly. "I'm sorry. I left my bed and suddenly found myself in the hallway." Deculein replied calmly as he read his book. "At the BCHT, strange magical phenomena are always occurring. There are many spirits who have lost their consciousness due to magic. You should have read the rules more carefully." Seeing his profile, Sylvia couldn't help but wonder. An unchanging appearance and an unwavering gaze. Was he able to open the door simply because he's Deculein? Suddenly, a strange sound cut through Sylvia's thoughts. A strange slime was slowly seeping into the room through the crack under the door. A skull with sharp teeth materialized and shot straight toward her. While Sylvia was still panicking, he stopped it in time, saying, "Stay still." Then, tendrils of magic shot up from the floor beneath her feet. The beams of light immediately lunged forward and attacked the skull ghost. And just like that, unable to resist, the ghost began to dissipate. Instantly, strange black stones appeared on the ceiling, catching Sylvia's attention. She exclaimed in surprise, "That's incredible. Were those wandering Zyke spirits really just destroyed?" Deculein replied with a calm expression, "There's nothing to be surprised about. This is just a specialized form of magic, meant only for destruction. It's nothing to be proud of," he continued, "because magic wasn't created for killing." Hearing this, Sylvia's face flushed with emotion as she looked at him. "That is flowing fire." A sea of red instantly surrounded him, engulfing the entire room. Deculein looked at it and answered correctly. Another source of magic appeared, this time as bolts of lightning. "Good," he replied. Next came flowers that turned to gold. "Correct," she continued, conjuring a magical flame. "This is demon fire," Deculein replied nonchalantly. "Well done." Sylvia, who was still performing the spell, puffed her cheeks in confusion, thinking, "He's not even looking." Staring at the magic in her palm, she wondered, "Should I maybe try making a mistake on purpose?" Then, a faint light appeared. "What about this one?" he continued. "You're doing well." Deculein paused, then spoke again. "However," he said, looking at the ray of light created in her palm, he remarked, "The air sigil engraved within the fire spell is still a bit unstable." She blushed and asked, "Then what is my weakness, Professor?" Deculein, still lost in the pages of his book, answered coldly, "You must find it yourself." Sylvia retorted, unconvinced, "But you told her her weakness." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Ian discovered that on her own." Hearing this, Sylvia could only clench her fists in frustration. Then, he spoke softly, "Don't be impatient, Sylvia." She was too surprised to speak. Although Deculein was still focused on his book, he offered gentle advice. "Time is on your side. As long as you persevere, you will improve." He continued slowly, "You can move forward slowly, one step at a time. You are one of only 3 people in this world who possesses such talent." Hearing her professor say this, Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise. His words echoed softly in her head. "Extraordinary, an outstanding talent. She will surely become a great archmage. To be this strong at her age, her future is bound to be brilliant." These were words she had heard countless times growing up. An image of herself standing timidly next to her father flashed in her mind. They were just cliched and empty compliments. Sylvia closed her eyes tightly, thinking, "But why do Deculein's words feel so different?" The sky had now grown dark, and the high moon cast an enchanting glow. In the dark room, Deculein was still diligently reading his book. Beside him, Sylvia had fallen asleep on the bed without even realizing it. Suddenly, a mesmerizing light caught his attention. He glanced through the gap in the window. A strange light was glowing outside. Deculein wondered, "What is this energy?" He then decided to go outside. Deculein stepped into the mysterious forest alone. As he walked, he thought, "The magnate suddenly warned me that, except for the BCHT meeting, this mountain path is nearly inaccessible. Perhaps I can find an item that's even rarer than I imagined." Right behind him, a strange black shadow suddenly appeared. A sound echoed. A skeleton ghost in a black hood appeared, blocking his path. It let out a threat. "Boo!" But Deculein wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, the skeleton ghost was the one who was confused. It kept following him, trying to scare him with terrifying noises. But Deculein didn't seem to pay the skeleton ghost any mind. Ignoring its presence, he continued deeper into the forest. Suddenly, he stopped, causing the skeleton ghost to look on in surprise. Deculein turned indifferently and asked, "Have you seen any items overflowing with mana?" The skeleton ghost was astonished, too shocked to speak. It immediately let out a series of strange noises and fled for its life in the opposite direction. Deculein watched it go, confused, and muttered, "What's wrong with it?" Finally, he reached a tree that was radiating that mysterious energy. "Found it," Deculein said. He touched the tree trunk in amazement and exclaimed, "This is a fragment of a pure mana tree. Incredible." A piece of a mana tree struck by lightning. This type of wood is already rich in mana, and now it's been purified by a lightning strike, making it an excellent material. Classification: Miscellaneous goods, special wood trait. I've obtained a material that surpasses my expectations. He looked at the piece of wood, which was constantly radiating mana, and thought to himself, ever since coming to this world, I've been constantly training and researching, but I hit a wall because of Deculein's mediocre talent. If I craft a staff from this, perhaps I can increase my power much faster. This is a much bigger score than I imagined. The sky was now changing color as the sun slowly rose, illuminating everything. The meeting continued in a much more tense atmosphere. Bitan, holding firm to his own opinion, spoke up. "Doesn't demon blood flow through their veins? So what's wrong with calling them demons?" Deculein didn't back down an inch, retorting sharply, "How ridiculous. If you put salt in a glass of water, do you call it salt?" The fierce debate between Deculein and Bitan left the mages in the meeting room utterly bewildered. The crowd kept whispering, "Why is Deculein defending the Crimson Sin? Yeah, seriously. I thought for sure he'd be the one leading the charge to purge them. This is unexpected." Sylvia's father rested his chin on his hand, muttering seriously, "What in the world is Deculein planning? What are you scheming?" Sylvia, sitting beside him, couldn't stop thinking. Just like her father, they all thought Deculein was defending the Crimson Sin for his own personal gain. Looking at him, she sighed and thought, "But they're wrong. Deculein is simply stating the obvious truth. That's enough." Bitan's hands trembled as he clenched his fists, glaring at him with seething resentment. "We won't reach any conclusion like this. Therefore, the issue of the Crimson Sin will be postponed until the next meeting. Now, let's move on to the next item." The subsequent issues were resolved quickly, and the meeting that had dragged on for days finally came to a close. One by one, everyone left the meeting room that had haunted them for the past few days. Beaton angrily walked over and shoved Deculein's shoulder, then snorted in frustration. Suppressing his anger, he thought to himself, "This is the result of all my efforts to prepare for the upcoming main quest, but it seems I've also made quite a few enemies." The next day, in the BCHT Market District, Deculein and Alan were inside a magic shop, examining the items. He held 2 gemstones in his hand, thinking, before leaving BCHT, I need to forge a magic staff here. With the magic wood as the core, what would be the best supplementary materials? Suddenly, Alan let out a gasp of surprise. He shouted in a panic, "Professor! Professor!" Still engrossed in admiring the gemstones, he replied nonchalantly, "What is it?" Alan ran over, pointed ahead, and said excitedly, "That person is my savior. It's thanks to her that I made it back safely." Deculein was surprised, thinking, "So that's her." He walked over and spoke. The head of security, Lilia, recognized him and exclaimed, "Professor Deculein, we decided to treat Lilia to a meal as a thank you for bringing Alan back safely." She smiled cheerfully and said, "Thank you so much, Professor. This is a bit sudden, but we need to conclude the investigation." Just as the food began to arrive, she continued, "My escort knight, the one who was with you. What happened to him?" Deculein replied calmly, "He's dead. He was killed during the ambush." "I see." The waiter had now brought out most of their dishes. Looking at Deculein calmly enjoying his meal, Lilia thought to herself, "What on earth makes you so different?" A loud voice suddenly rang out. "Lockhart, under the direct authority of the Emperor, you are hereby remanded to the Imperial Security Bureau. You will be sent to Och Prison, known as the most brutal of them all. After harming so many innocent mages, this is the price you deserve to pay. Do you have anything to say?" Lockhart, his hands already cuffed, clasped his hands together and glared, but said nothing. Lilia continued, "So quiet in the interrogation room, are we? Show me." He exclaimed in confusion, "Show you what?" As if she already knew everything, she replied nonchalantly, "Show me your power." Hearing this, Lockhart let out a faint, mysterious smile. Suddenly, the room was flooded with dark magic. A globe placed up high began to vibrate from the magical energy. It emitted a strange light from its very center. Lilia stared at the object in shock, let out a sigh, and then slammed her hand on the table in fury. Lilia scowled, grinding her teeth. "You fool," she screamed. "I told you clearly not to act so recklessly. Why would you do something that harms our entire clan?" Hearing this, he just smiled without replying. She continued, her blood boiling. "I was originally planning to kill you. If it gets out that you're one of our clan, it'll just give them another reason to continue the oppression." Only then did Lockhart speak. And you think our clan can survive in this empire just by hiding? Lilia answered, we can. If we continue to hide our identities, we're just different from others, from birth. He said, seriously, no. We were born with the power of demons, and that is what they fear. Lilia cut him off angrily. Shut up. Talent isn't something only the Crimson Sin possess. She pointed her finger and continued. And another thing, why did you get involved with Deculein? We were already monitoring him in secret. He asked in a panic. Were you planning to kill him? She crossed her arms and frowned. For now, we're just observing. But if he keeps acting like a madman, killing him is not out of the question. He immediately tried to stop her. Don't, Lockhart continued. He is a true nobleman. There's no need to kill him. She pointed to her head in disbelief and retorted, what, a true nobleman? Don't be ridiculous, you idiot. I have a whole pile of crimes he's committed right here. Hearing this, he fell silent, at a loss for words. Lockhart thought, but that dignified look he had when he declared, the Crimson Sin are people, not demons. His eyes were fixed on what was right, without a shred of doubt. If all nobles were like that, perhaps we could have lived in harmony with this world. Then Lockhart spoke aloud. He knows I'm of the Crimson Sin, and he still didn't kill me. At his words, Lilia's eyes widened in astonishment. She turned to him in disbelief. Don't tell me he doesn't know that his ancestors from House Deculein led the massacres. An oppression of the Crimson Sin? He replied. No, he does know. Lockhart continued. But if I were to treat a child a certain way, just because of the blood in their veins, wouldn't that make me just like them? It would be the same as agreeing that I should be called a demon. Lilia exclaimed. This damn bastard is so stubborn, he won't give an inch. He spoke up. How long do you think you can keep that position before you're found out? Lilia answered confidently. Forever. There's no way to distinguish a red sin by their appearance or bloodline, he asked doubtfully. But there are still some foods that your race can't eat. She immediately replied, then we just avoid eating them, that's all. Lilia rested her chin on her hand warily and continued. Anyway, the Emperor's health is getting worse. A new king will be on the throne soon, and then we'll need to see his attitude towards the red sin. Until then, the clan will not act. From behind the door, she kept reminding him, you should just go rot quietly in the Reich. Back in the present, Liefeld Demian thought to herself as she ate, what the hell is a true noble anyway? He's just another nuisance like the rest of them. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached their table. She covered her nose in annoyance, thinking, the smell of alcohol is so strong. Deculein, his expression still icy, spoke up. What is it? I have nothing to say to you. Ifrit approached cheerfully, staring at him for a long moment without a word. Then, he let out a mysterious smile and said, what? There's one thing I really want to hear from your mouth. Deculein. Your darkest secret. In that instant, the knights Sight and Julie said with trembling voices, what did you just say? Say that again. The person in front said sorrowfully, the thing is, Father was killed during a mission. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning, and Julie couldn't believe what she was hearing. She shot up to her feet in panic and said, get ready immediately. We'll get an explanation as soon as Deculein returns. Meanwhile, Ifrit was still standing cheerfully in front of him, waiting for the answer he wanted. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. No one dared to say a word. Liefeld Demian looked at him in confusion, thinking, is this man the current head of the Deculein family? What's going on? He seems to be drunk, muttering vaguely. You completely took me by surprise in that meeting. I still can't figure out what's happening. I wonder why you do this while still being wary of another family of mages. His eyes were filled with scrutiny as he said, why? Why would you side with the Red Sin, Deculein? In contrast, he remained calm and didn't answer. Liefeld Demian's eyes widened in shock as she thought, what? Ifrit said mockingly. You once said you wanted to annihilate them, didn't you? Before that, you even rambled on about how those inferior species don't deserve to live. Your research paper criticizing them is still at the university, isn't it? Despite being ridiculed like this, he didn't say a single word in his defense. The man leaned in and taunted. Or did you just find a new slave to use as a research experiment? Alan slammed the table in anger and shouted, how disrespectful. Stop insulting him. Deculein wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied calmly, calm down, Alan. I'm fine, he continued indifferently. His brain has rotted. With that way of thinking, it's not surprising. I understand. This sharp remark immediately wounded his pride. Ifrit gave a sly smile and replied, all right then. He continued, I hear the research presentation is in 6 months, or was it 3? Let's just wait and see if your nonsense actually comes true. With that, he staggered away. Liefeld Demian had been listening to their conversation in silence the whole time. She didn't even realize when her hands had started to tremble. She thought to herself, he's wary of everyone, yet he's siding with us, the Red Sin. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at him, thinking, is that it? It's hard to believe. Then she lowered her head and murmured, in the end. There was what you said true? The scene changes to the front of a small shop on a city street the next day. Before leaving Berkt, I asked one of the most famous artisans to craft a staff for me. Side quest complete. Glayton's magic staff. Condition 1. A sufficiently high reputation, good or bad. Condition 2. Have good intentions or have turned over a new leaf. Condition 3. Rare, high-quality crafting materials that interest Glayton. Condition 4. Meet him at least 2 times and receive 1 unit of the magic staff shop's currency, personally made by Glayton. He then stepped out of the shop, thinking, he really is a famous artisan. Maybe because Deculein visited him before, I was able to complete a quest I didn't even know I had. The steam train was now rolling past massive, snow-covered mountains. On the train back to the Empire, I'm in the same car as Ifrit. Because of that, the man constantly radiated a terrifying killing intent toward Deculein and Alan. He didn't bother hiding his hostility, but no conflict broke out during the trip. Although he was furious, all he could do was glare. He couldn't do anything else. With a blank expression, Deculein thought to himself, this long journey is finally over. The sky was gradually brightening, and snow was falling endlessly to the ground. The train stopped at the station, which was bustling with people. After the long journey, Alan was also tired, stretching and sighing. He asked curiously, Professor, just 1 more transfer, and we'll finally see something other than snow. However, what stood before them now was the cavalry unit, led by Julie. Deculein exclaimed in surprise, Julie, but she didn't say a word, only lowering her head. A voice rang out, I heard you were ambushed. I'm glad you're safe. He replied with the same emotionless face, thank you. Deculein thought, it seems she heard the news from Bjorn. Looking at the soldiers who were glaring at him with resentment, he had a good idea of what was going on. I'm not sure what they've heard, but they don't seem happy that I was the only one who survived. Julie gripped her trembling arm and continued. I read the news. They said you cooperated with him to save the victims. Deculein's gaze dropped, and he didn't reply. She gritted her teeth and continued. I want to ask you something. Julie struggled to get the words out. What was he like? Her eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she was desperate for his answer. Seeing this, he simply stared straight ahead without speaking. A long silence stretched between them. He thought to himself, I was planning on telling her everything. Recalling the past, he continued to think, Bjorn tried to kill me, and everything ended up like this after the fight between us. I was going to tell Julie everything. At least, I was going to tell her. His eyes were filled with unspoken thoughts, but he could only say them in his head. But standing in front of her like this, I can't bring myself to say it. Looking at Julie, waiting for an answer, he wondered if he should tell the truth, but the truth was too cruel for her. An image of shattering ice flashed in his mind. He thought, her beliefs won't waver, but her heart isn't forged from steel. That's the Julie I know. If she knew the truth, she would surely blame herself. A vision of Julie clutching her head in despair flashed through his mind. Deculein thought, she would see her subordinate's mistake as her own and torment herself for it. He frowned, thinking bitterly, the right choice is not to tell Julie the truth. Looking at the knights who were directing looks of condemnation at him, he told himself, even if it means I'll be resented by others. Suddenly, a station employee approached and shouted, Train number 4, bound for the Empire, is preparing for departure. All ticketed passengers, please board the train. Everyone was already hurrying to board the train. The two of them still stood facing each other, not saying a word. Finally, he spoke calmly. It's hard to say. He was very moved. Julie lowered her head, silent and sad. Then she quickly bowed and replied, Thank you. We'll go see him right now. Please, get some rest. After speaking, she immediately turned and left with the knight. Recalling that moment, he bowed his head in self-reproach. How ridiculous. I haven't changed at all. I still can't grasp Deculein's feelings. Standing beside him, Alan spoke up indignantly. They're so rude. We're victims too, yet they look at us with such contempt. He immediately comforted him. Don't worry about it. They're just ignorant. A figure slowly approached and spoke. Why are you holding back, Professor? A confused CV asked. He called out CV's name in surprise. Deculein asked, puzzled. Holding, what back? She quickly turned and took something out of her bag. She walked over and held out a book to him as she spoke. This is a gift. Deculein looked at her, confused. Before he could reply, CV hurriedly ran off. Alan blurted out curiously. What was that about? The professor replied nonchalantly, I don't know either. Deculein massaged his shoulder tiredly, thinking, even when it's about to end, everything is still. The train began to move once again. He said, Alan, let's go home. He quickly replied, yes, Professor. During the first ambush, Professor Deculein handled the situation and saved the survivors, along with Sir Bjorn. Then came the second ambush, and the train was derailed. It seems Sir Bjorn fell during that attack. However, the VIP car where Professor Deculein was staying was luckily left dangling on the edge of a cliff. In short, both of them did their best to control the situation, but Sir Bjorn was killed in the second ambush. A trained staff member used magic to recount the story. Julie spoke up. Thank you. She and her group of knights were too saddened to speak. They repeatedly asked the staff member if there was anything they could keep as a memento. He quickly replied that there was not. As for who was behind the ambush, on the way to Burst, there's an unwritten rule that you don't ask about a crime that just happened. We don't do that. Everyone was still there, but Julie turned and walked away first. She walked to a high cliff and looked out ahead. Julie said sorrowfully, I have lost my most trusted right hand. I can't believe you would leave this world so meaninglessly. Her eyes, filled with regret, gazed down into the abyss. You fool! At the Deculein estate, a voice rang out, shaking everything. Uriel, furious and radiating killing intent, shouted, You wrote another check for the family, didn't you? Roy, standing beside her, tried to stop her. My lady, please calm down. She criticized him angrily. Have you already forgotten what I told you? That our financial situation is not good at all. At this rate, we won't last more than 2 months. You idiot. Back in Bursch, Deculein recalled with a frown. The cost to create that staff was higher than I thought. This is the consequence of writing that check. But the Deculein family's finances can only last for 2 months. I need to do something. Then he spoke up. Calm down. I have a way to make more money. Hearing this, Uriel asked curiously, What is it? A faint light shone into the vast room. Deculein led them to a room filled with shiny artifacts. He seriously began casting a spell on them. Seeing this, a confused Uriel asked, What are you doing? These are the items you bought at the auction, just to show off your wealth. Deculein turned, sighed, and replied, Just wait, and please, speak more appropriately. You are the heir to this family, after all. Hearing this only made her more furious. She cursed under her breath, What? You dare to lecture me on how to speak, when you're the one bankrupting us? If Roy hadn't held her back, Uriel would have probably lunged forward to teach Deculein a lesson. He placed his hand on the items and thought, At first, I didn't understand why these items exuded the aura of a magnate. Recalling when he first saw the antique vase, he thought, I just assumed they were art investments, like in the real world, Deculein told himself. But recently, while preparing to return to Burkt, I realized something, a way to turn these items into money. Then, he touched the antique vase and cast the Midas touch spell. Uriel sighed, completely exasperated. What are you doing putting your hand on it? Are you an idiot? Roy exclaimed, at a loss for words. My lady. Deculein then turned and spoke calmly. All right, I'm going to put these items up for auction again. Call an appraiser. Hearing this, Uriel exclaimed in shock. What? She shouted angrily. Why would you sell them again when you just bought them a little while ago? Who in their right mind would keep antiques like this? You won't even get half the price if you sell them now, Deculein replied coolly. Be quiet, Uriel. She shot back furiously. What? Be quiet? You're the one throwing money out the window. Helpless, he turned to the butler and said, Roy, call the appraiser immediately and have these items moved. He immediately bowed and obeyed. I understand. Deculein then turned to look at the antique vase behind him. It seemed to be radiating an incredibly powerful energy. Description: Vase of the Eastern Master Craftsman. A vase created with the talent and heart of a master craftsman. Midas touch effect. Its potential has been awakened. Type: pottery. Flower vase. Special effect: flowers placed in this vase will never wilt. Additionally, the flowers will gradually transform into new species. Each petal carries an effect ranging from medium to high-grade fatigue recovery. Deculein smiled to himself. This vase, which once cost 2.5 million elnes, has now become something I don't want to sell. Ignoring Uriel's helplessness, he calmly instructed the movers, be careful when handling them. Uriel tried to calm herself down and said, Deculein, we need to talk. Are you really planning to sell all of these things? Are you seriously trying to drive our family into bankruptcy? He calmly replied, Don't worry, we'll make money. She burst out angrily. Don't worry about what? Hearing that, he promptly ignored her and said, It's time for me to go to work. In an imperial town, inside the club room for the University Magic Tower's Magic Exploration Club. 5 people were inside, happily playing cards together. With a serious look on her face, Ephraim laid down her cards and said, A table full of kings. Seeing this, the other kids gasped in amazement. Did Ephraim just win 3 rounds in a row? She grinned triumphantly and replied, That's 1 week of no cleaning duty for me. The kids chattered away. I almost won. If that card had just come out a little sooner, that's just a sore loser's excuse. Ephraim beamed, thinking to herself, This feels like a dream. Remembering the dark times in her past, she thought, I came from a baron's family and never even attended the academy. From the moment I set foot in the magic tower, I've always been hated by others. She continued her fearful thoughts. It wasn't just the students, even the professors disliked me. Unforgettable scenes slowly resurfaced in her mind. So many things had happened that made her unable to hold back her frustrated tears. Ephraim looked lovingly at her friends and thought, and yet, here I am now, in a club with friends. Warm sunlight filled the room as she spoke cheerfully. I really love this Commoner's Magic Exploration Club. Hearing this, the girl next to her immediately reminded her, on the surface, it's just a normal club. Ephraim, watch your words. She quickly replied, sorry. Just then, someone approached and said, you foolish kids. The person who entered looked at the children and immediately shouted, what is this? What the hell is going on in this club? It turned out that Beck had gone to tattle to Professor Deculein about their club. He said smugly, Professor, these low-class commoners are just taking up space in the magic tower and doing useless things. Seeing this, Ephraim frowned, thinking to herself, Professor Deculein and Beck, those two always cause trouble whenever commoners are involved. He looked up at the sign and yelled, the Commoner's Magic Exploration Club? I'm asking you, what do you think you're doing? Ephraim closed her eyes tightly, patiently thinking. Even though this isn't exactly a friendly visit, I knew this day would come. I need to handle this properly. With that thought, she took the initiative to speak up. We submitted a proposal to establish the club, and it was approved. We are an official club. Hearing this, Professor Deculein exclaimed with contempt, what? Who approved this stupid club? He pointed his finger at Ephraim and said, wait a minute, you're that low-born who was punished last time. It's you again? She frowned and cursed silently in her heart. There it is again, that low-born crap. He wouldn't let it go, saying scornfully, look at this one's arrogance. How dare you glare at a professor? Lower your eyes. Now. The girl beside her immediately tried to calm her down. Ephraim. Seeing this, Beck, who was standing by the door, burst out laughing with delight. Professor Deculein continued to mock them. Fine, if you're all so confident, then tell me. There's no way any professor would have approved this club. Suddenly, a figure quietly approached them. Ephraim seemed to sense something was about to happen, but he continued to yell, see? I knew it. Before the professor could finish his sentence, Deculein's tall figure appeared as he said, I did. He glared down at them, his voice low and threatening. I'm the one who approved it. Is there a problem? Seeing him, Professor Deculein's jaw dropped in horror, unable to speak. Ephraim thought in a panic, Deculein. Deculein glared down angrily. He replied calmly, I approved it. Professor Deculein, do you have an objection? To the astonishment of the children, he continued, I heard you calling for me from down the hall. Is something the matter? Do I need your permission as well? He thought to himself, I was just being bothered by Yariel, and I haven't even had a chance to breathe since I got here, and now you're already nagging me, all covered in sweat. Though he didn't say it out loud, the murderous aura radiating from Deculein made everyone nearby tremble with fear. Professor Deculein stammered in a panic. Professor Deculein, I understand. That's not what I meant. He immediately changed the subject, saying cheerfully, isn't this place a bit too bare? He forced a laugh and continued. What I mean is, doesn't the Imperial University's magic tower deserve better equipment and furniture? I was just getting heated because everything looks so terrible, Deculein added fearfully. I will take responsibility and replace everything with something better, Professor. Hearing this, he finally fell silent and stopped complaining. But just a moment later, Deculein spoke up. Just like you, Professor Deculein. So thoughtful. It does look a bit shabby. In response, the old man could only scratch his head and laugh. Just leave that to me, Professor. Then he turned around and saw Beck, who was now trembling with fear. Deculein looked at him with contempt and said, vermin will always act like vermin. Then he immediately left, not forgetting to say, I'll be taking my leave. Beck watched his retreating back, gritting his teeth in anger, but unable to do anything. It was a beautiful morning. Warm sunbeams gently shone through the window into the classroom. Ephraim saw Deculein walk into class, and the students began to buzz with chatter. It's been a while since Professor Deculein's last lecture. He went to Burst, but what on earth happened there anyway? Who knows? The discussion grew more lively. But that train accident was in the Sorcerer's Journal, right? Yeah, it was. I saw it too. The whole train was floating in the air. It was insane. You think he'll tell us about it? I mean, what happened? Ephraim listened to them, but kept an uninterested expression on her face. Just then, he placed his hands on the desk and said sternly, silence. Deculein held a piece of levitating chalk and slowly began, I will now begin the lecture. He looked down at the class and explained, today's first topic is pure elements and magical interference. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared. Magical interference is the act of one mage intervening in another mage's spell. Then Alan slowly entered the classroom, carrying a container of magic stones. Deculein said, before we get into the theory, we will start with a practical exercise. Then he snapped his fingers, and the stones in the container immediately began to glow and float around the room. They flew to each student's position one by one. Everyone was utterly amazed by the professor's magic. However, only Sylvia remained completely calm, showing no emotion. The last stone finally appeared in front of Ephraim. Deculein explained seriously, "These are magic stones, each worth 3,000 elna." Looking at each glowing stone, he continued, "I will only be using psychokinesis, so try your best to interfere and take it. Whoever manages to take one gets to keep it." Upon hearing this, Ephraim's eyes lit up, and she slammed her hands on the desk excitedly in response. "Yes, sir." The next second, the friend sitting to her right quickly covered her mouth. Deculein seemed slightly annoyed, and said in a stern voice, "Interfering with a spell is important, but defense is just as essential. It's more beneficial to protect yourself, but go ahead and try." With that, the students began to reach their hands toward the magic stones and cast their spells. All of them gave their all to control the magical energy. The atmosphere in the classroom was now incredibly tense, with everyone focused on their task. Deculein thought to himself, "Last time, I managed to stop an entire train, but I've only learned basic psychokinesis. I need more practice to get used to it." His gaze never ceased to be sharp. He continued his thoughts. "At the same time, I also want to test the spells of, what would it be like for me to go against 150 young mages?" Sylvia seemed completely determined, pushing herself to the limit to break into the magic. "I can't lose." Not only that, Ephraim was also giving her all to complete the task. Some students were already exhausted, even coughing up blood. They trembled as they used the last of their strength to penetrate the magic. Seeing this, Alan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Professor, you're incredible. Even when attacked by 150 students at once, you didn't even flinch. They couldn't break through your spell at all." Deculein thought to himself, "To be honest, I'm pretty surprised myself. I didn't think they'd be completely unable to interfere. Even after trying so hard their noses bled." Suddenly, a monostone began to vibrate violently. His gaze swept over it, and he quickly noticed something unusual. Sylvia had actually succeeded in controlling the magic from the monostone. She glanced over at Ephraim, who was still struggling to gain control. Seeing this, Sylvia let out a quiet sigh of relief. Deculein walked over and praised her happily. "Well done, Sylvia. You're the best." She was slightly taken aback, but simply bowed her head slightly in thanks. He thought to himself, "I expected Sylvia could do it. Is there anyone else?" The remaining students were still using all their strength to gain control. Some had even collapsed onto their desks from exhaustion. Deculein turned his head and replied coldly. If there's no one else, then he suddenly continued, "It seems there is one more who succeeded." Hearing this, Sylvia's face turned pale. That successful person was none other than Ephraim. She exclaimed wearily, "I did it. My 3,000. Sylvia's expression wavered slightly, but she didn't say a word. As time passed, no other student succeeded in controlling the magic. Deculein finally spoke up. "Stop." The next second, they immediately collapsed, some even throwing up. He rubbed his forehead in disappointment and sighed. "How pathetic. Take a break, and remember to clean up your own mess." Class ended, and the students immediately left the classroom. The girl next to Ephraim collapsed on her desk, exclaimed, "Ephraim, how did you do that?" "I tried until I felt like I was going to die and still couldn't do it," she replied, panting heavily. "I almost kicked the bucket too. My tongue is completely numb." With a nosebleed, Ephraim said wearily, "But I think I figured something out." The girl next to her asked in surprise, "Figured something out?" She said, "Yeah, I don't really know much about telekinesis, but when I was trying to break Professor Deculein's magic, it felt like I broke through something else." The girl replied in amazement, "I'm so jealous of you." Meanwhile, Sylvia sat at a distance, her eyes fixed on their table. She frowned in confusion, thinking, "This is unbelievable. How did the person who ranked last semester suddenly become second? There's definitely no special treatment involved." Recalling the scene between the two of them, she suspected, so the rumor about Professor Deculein giving Ephraim private lessons late at night must be true. Sylvia glanced at them irritably, thinking, "So he lied to me?" She looked over at Ephraim, who was joyfully clutching the monostone, and thought, "What's so great about that idiot, anyway?" Sylvia stared at her with an extremely annoyed expression. That smug look of hers. The next class began. Deculein, holding a piece of floating chalk, said, "During that warm-up exercise, you all tried your best to create magical interference. However, there's an easier way to block my telekinesis. Those of you who succeeded probably have a vague idea already." At his words, both Sylvia and Ephraim looked up in surprise. He explained seriously, "That method is called mana interference. Mana interference is different from the usual method of blocking a spell right as it's being cast. This method requires you to understand the opponent's spell and then disrupt it from within. However, the reason this method isn't common is because it has a major limitation." The students were confused, thinking to themselves, "Mana interference. Don't you have to write out a ton of magic formulas to use it?" He continued his lecture. Mana interference can only be used on types of magic that you yourself understand well. And in reality, it's not a method that's recommended for frequent use. In practical situations, people usually use barriers for defense or counter with another spell. His voice turned stern as he continued. However, no pain, no gain. Today, you will use this opportunity to learn how to understand and use mana interference. The chalk floated up to the formula on the board. He continued. The core of the mana interference technique is identifying the central circuit of the magic formula. This central circuit changes depending on whether the spell is destructive or supportive, and which element is being used. In other words, you must recognize the central circuit your opponent is using and interfere with it. If you get used to the mana interference technique, using many common spells will also become easier. Immediately after, he created a magic circle from the formula. He said seriously, "Now, I will teach you how to identify the central circuit in most magic formulas." He raised his hand, releasing a powerful stream of mana. First, look at this magic formula called Whirlwind Blade. Destructive spells always have a circuit that burns from the inside out. The students below scribbled notes non-stop. Next is supportive magic. 2 hours later, Deculein glanced at the clock. He said, "Next," then paused for a few seconds. After closing his book, he announced, "Although there's still a little more material, class is over. You all wasted my time earlier, so I'm sure no one has any complaints. As for the rest, study it on your own." Finally, he didn't forget to remind the students, the midterm exam is coming up. There will be an open practical session before the exam. Remember what I taught you today. It's very important. Goodbye. And with that, he quietly left, leaving the students stunned. The door slammed shut. The astonished students couldn't stop murmuring. What was that? He left without finishing the lecture. What is wrong with this professor? The red-haired girl groaned, stretching wearily. That feeling is so unsatisfying, like getting cut off right before a sneeze. What? We have to figure out the rest of this ourselves? I'm completely stiff. Ephraim replied with a forced smile. Tell me about it. But she thought excitedly. Still, today I feel like I had some kind of awakening. It's hard to describe. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Ephraim, representative of the commoners." It made her turn her head. Right behind her was the arrogant Beck, looking down at her with a haughty expression. The red-haired girl exclaimed angrily, "Beck, are you trying to start something again?" The girl continued, "Last time, you even dragged Professor Jeffin into it. Lately, it feels like THF is always picking fights with us." He sighed and sneered. "What? It's because you all are showing off too much. For a bunch of commoners." "Ephraim, what on earth did you do to jump from last place to second?" She shrugged, thinking to herself that she shouldn't bother with him. He cut her off, saying, "Even if you told the truth. A kid with no family background and no money. Don't tell me you bribed the professor." Hearing this, her expression darkened, and her eyes widened in shock. Ephraim turned her head and said coldly, "What did you just say?" He replied arrogantly, "What? It's the truth. Everyone knows you get private lessons from Professor Deculein." She immediately shot back in anger. "What? I have never." From a distance, Sylvia silently watched their conversation. Beck shouted, unconvinced, "Then explain it. You were a total dunce who didn't even study at the academy from the start. How did you suddenly get so good so fast?" Not stopping there, he continued to taunt her. "Or maybe Professor Jeffin went easy on you? Maybe he wanted to give you that magic stone, which I can understand," he said scornfully. "It's because you don't have a home or parents." Suddenly, he froze when he saw a blue light radiating from her. Ephraim was furious, her magic flaring as she growled, "Say one more word." He wasn't the least bit intimidated, challenging her back. "You think I don't dare?" She immediately shot back. "Yeah, so go ahead and say it." Sylvia was stunned by this, but suddenly a hand pulled at her sleeve. It was Julie, who panicked and tried to stop her. "Don't! What if Ephraim gets punished again?" Hearing this, she snapped out of her uncontrollable rage. Remembering Deculein's teaching that a wizard must always keep a cool head, she had no choice but to let it go. Then, Ephraim lowered her head, removed Julie's hand, and replied cheerfully, "Thanks, Julie. You're right. I lost my cool for a second." Julie smiled back and then continued excitedly, "I guess I just went crazy for a moment talking to that idiot." Julie happily played along. "It's okay. You're calm now." Seeing this, Beck was furious but couldn't do anything about it. She shouted excitedly, "Julie, let's go get something delicious to eat." "Yeah, let's go," the other guy called out in alarm. "Hey, where are you two going?" After they left, only Sylvia remained in the classroom. She silently watched their backs as they departed. Outside on the school grounds, a pair of feet strode quickly forward. Ephraim clenched her fists in anger, saying, "I only managed to hold back thanks to Julie, but I can't stand that guy Beck anymore," she muttered as she walked. "What am I going to do about that arrogant noble?" Suddenly, from a small alley, she noticed Sylvia waiting there. Ephraim was surprised to see her. Sylvia stepped forward and initiated the conversation. Can we talk for a moment? Ephraim thought, confused. What is this? Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? She replied, what is it? If you're looking for a fight, you've picked the wrong time. Get lost. Sylvia asked, are you getting private lessons from Deculein? Hearing that, Ephraim became absolutely furious. She practically breathed fire as she retorted, oh, that's just great. You looking for another fight? Does that even sound logical to you? Me and him have the worst relationship in the whole school, so why would I be getting private lessons? You don't know anything. Ephraim continued angrily. Did you call me out here just to spout this nonsense? Does everyone want a piece of me today? Sylvia crossed her arms, thinking, I think she really is. Then she turned and replied, all right, whatever. Ephraim blurted out, flustered. Whatever? What do you mean, whatever? Sylvia continued. But did you know this? Deculein hasn't set foot in the laboratory for the past 3 years, not even once since your father passed away. Ephraim put a hand to her chin and laughed. Of course he hasn't done anything. That Deculein can't accomplish a single thing without my father. He was a genius, after all. Sylvia said, then I suppose you also know that for the past 3 months, Deculein has been going to the laboratory every single day. Hearing this, Ephraim froze for a few seconds. Sylvia continued, he's cleaned it up, chosen new assistants, and brought in all sorts of magical tools. What do you think that means? Ephraim panicked, unable to believe her ears. She thought, no way. A suspicion flashed through her mind. Is he trying to steal my father's research again? But Deculein isn't capable enough to continue the research on his own. She clenched her trembling fist and, regaining her composure, finally replied, how should I know? It looks like he's trying to do something on his own. He is Professor Deculein, after all. So what does that have to do with me? Sylvia smiled faintly, sighing in relief. She immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to add, I just thought you didn't know. It's good to see you're aware. Ephraim lowered her head, lost in thought. A few days later, during the next practical class, the students lined up, waiting for their test. Julie said nervously, what kind of practical lesson is this, holding it in a place like this? Ephraim replied, confused, yeah, what's he up to now? As everyone began to move, Beck immediately pushed and shoved, nearly knocking Julie over. She exclaimed angrily, it's that jerk again. Ephraim quickly stopped her. Just ignore him. Deculein stood at the podium and said in a stern voice, silence. The class is now beginning. He continued. As I mentioned before, today is the final practical session before the midterm exam. Instantly, Deculein snapped his fingers, and the concealing cloths dropped away, revealing a stadium packed with spectators. Deculein stood before the audience and announced a public practical session. Everyone was stunned by the test's format. Ephraim exclaimed, how many people are watching us? He gestured and said, in front of all these people, you will be required to demonstrate magical combat. Deculein explained the rules of the test. Using any magic you can cast, you will fight one another, and you must use at least 3 forms of pure elemental magic. Winning or losing is not important. I will be focusing on evaluating your combat process, your strengths, and your weaknesses. Consider this a foundation for your self-improvement. With that, he turned and continued his introduction. Professor Jeffen will be supervising closely to prevent any injuries, so there will be no restrictions applied. He rubbed his head and replied with a forced smile. You can leave it to me, Deculein announced. Then let the class begin. First up is Do-gyeon, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He said, step forward and choose the person you wish to fight. And so, the first battle began. The 2 contestants stood facing each other before thousands of watching spectators. Deculein announced loudly, now, let the match begin. The magic duels proceeded rather smoothly. The contestants vied to show off their abilities to the judges. The magic they cast was incredibly powerful, quickly taking down their opponents. From the sidelines, both Jeffen and Deculein intently observed every single one of the students' movements. At first, the students were awkward, unaccustomed to combat, but they gradually focused and began to unleash their magic. The force they generated had immense destructive power, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Sylvia also quickly and easily defeated her opponent. Deculein said with satisfaction, Sylvia wins. Beck and his friends couldn't help but jeer. Another commoner loses. What are they even doing here, learning magic? Wouldn't they be more useful cleaning my garden? Watching from a distance, Ephraim silently thought, what a cruel bunch. Though, it's not like just anyone can stand up to Sylvia. Then, just as the sad-looking student was leaving the arena, she bravely shouted words of encouragement. It's okay, you did great, Deculein said. Next is Beck. Choose your opponent. The guy crossed his arms arrogantly and said, I choose. Then he pointed directly at her and declared, Ephraim. She frowned and thought to herself, fine by me. On the dueling stage, the 2 stood facing each other. He spoke arrogantly, think you can even fight? Ephirine, there's no one here to secretly teach you now. She glared at him and answered sharply. That garbage tone again? Is insulting people the basic etiquette for your kind? She immediately shot back at him. You know, you look pretty pathetic, trying so desperately to copy Deculein's style. Hitting a nerve, he snapped. What? He didn't have to wait long for an answer. Ephirine quickly raised her hand, unleashing a powerful stream of magic. I'll show you that your magic is just as pathetic as you are. And with that, the two immediately lunged at each other. Beck said contemptuously. What the hell did you just say, you insect? Not to be outdone, he conjured his own magic and shouted, I'll send you to meet your parents. His magic sent Ephirine flying, giving her no time to defend herself. The powerful attack slammed her hard against the wall, causing a massive explosion. Beck laughed smugly. What an idiot. Suddenly, the magic circle he had created turned blue. Beck froze, not understanding what was happening. On the other side, Ephirine had already cast a spell to restrain him. She glared and said, After entering the magic tower, there's one saying I've always remembered. Ephirine poured all her strength into creating a giant, magical fist that moved towards Beck. She shouted, A good old-fashioned beatdown is the only thing nobles like you deserve. The fist, forged from her power, easily sent him flying. Seeing this, Julia exclaimed joyfully, Nice one, Ephirine. Even though there's no such saying. Badly injured, Beck lay on the ground, whining and crying, his eyes wide with shock as he looked up. Ephirine approached him smugly and said, So? How does it feel to get completely crushed by me? Deculein announced, You are the victor, Ephirine. Beck gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking, Just another lucky commoner. From a distance, Deculein looked at the roster and sighed. The matches ended too quickly. All because a few idiots couldn't even withstand a single blow, depriving the audience of a decent fight. Hearing this, Ephirine approached and spoke up. Professor, could you give me one more chance? I need to use 3 types of pure elemental magic in this practical session, correct? But my opponent was too weak. I only had time to use one type before the match was over. Hearing that, Deculein was at a loss for words. He replied coolly, You're right. Because your opponent was too weak, you couldn't be properly evaluated. It would be unreasonable to end things like this. Very well, choose anyone here. Suddenly, she pointed directly at him. Ephirine said confidently, Professor, I want to fight you. At this, everyone was shocked and began to murmur amongst themselves. Jeffin exclaimed in alarm, What? Look at that crazy girl. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Good grief, she's really lost her mind. Sylvia also frowned, confused by her actions. Ephirine saw everyone's expressions and thought to herself, just as I expected. Everyone's freaking out, but I anticipated this reaction. I'm not an idiot, after all, she thought nervously. This is a chance. A chance to face Deculein. If I can seize this opportunity, I don't care if I'm seen as a lunatic for a moment. Deculein let out a small smile upon hearing her proposal. Jeffin said scornfully, Is she actually insane? Does she even know what she's doing? Deculein interrupted. That's enough. Professor Leolin, calm yourself. Hearing this, he replied in shock, but Deculein turned to her and agreed. Very well, I permit it, he answered calmly. I said anyone could be chosen. I didn't set any limits, so I will be your opponent. Deculein continued coolly. However, to be fair, it wouldn't be right for a professor to fight a new student without some kind of handicap. I will not attack first, and if you can make me move even a single step, you win. Hearing this, Ephirine became slightly tense and stammered, Why? Yes, sir. Then, the two stood facing each other, preparing for the match. Energy pulsed continuously from her bracelet. She thought to herself, My heart is pounding so hard. She nervously thought about what she had longed for, a one-on-one duel with Deculein. He stood majestically and shouted, Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, she quickly unleashed her magic straight at him. She told herself, The power gap between us has always been obvious. Of course, I know I can't do anything to him right now. Her attacks flying toward Deculein were all blocked with ease. He didn't even have to lift a finger. She thought, I know full well this duel is reckless. Without stopping, she immediately unleashed another magic attack, but I still have to try while I have the chance. Facing such a formidable opponent, she wasn't scared at all. Instead, she thought about the adversary she would one day defeat with her own strength, and the distance between them. She shouted, pouring all her strength into launching her fire magic at her opponent. Deculein was slightly surprised by her ability. He let out a small chuckle. Faced with Ephirine's magic, he stood tall, completely unfazed. Tense, she reassured herself. It's not over yet. Earth element. Dust and smoke billowed throughout the arena. Using her own strength, Ephirine created a swirling vortex of fire to encircle Deculein. Seeing this, Professor Jeffin's jaw dropped in amazement at her power. Even Sylvia felt tense watching the match. Wow. Suddenly, her spell formation wavered, shocking her. Cracks began to appear on the fireball she had created. The fireball quickly shattered into pieces. Inside, Deculein stood firm, as calm as if nothing had happened. He looked at her with an arrogant expression. Astonished, Ephorine gritted her teeth and continued to launch various magic attacks at him. But those attacks were nothing to him. Deculein said sternly, "Your magic has a tell. The bigger the motion, the more obvious that tell becomes." She tensed up, taking in her surroundings, and once again, a mana disturbance. Ephorine gritted her teeth and said, "So, the next spell." Suddenly, she froze, unable to cast her magic. Ephorine's face darkened as she thought, "My spell won't activate. Impossible." Did he see through the entire structure of my magic? Deculein spoke coolly. "In my presence, you will not be able to cast any more magic." Hearing this, she angrily gritted her teeth, thinking, "Damn it, he's completely blocked my ability to cast spells." She began to formulate a plan, but without waiting any longer, she charged straight at him, shouting, "This magic battle isn't over yet." She quickly threw a punch at Deculein. "When it comes to physical combat, I'm much more confident." But he easily blocked her with one hand, stopping her in her tracks. With just one move, he easily sent Ephorine flying. She crashed hard onto the ground, causing an explosion. Deculein glared and sighed. He thought about her skillful combination of basic elements, wind and fire. On top of that, she used the earth element to create a dust explosion. After witnessing her abilities, he thought, her magical intuition is impressive. However, no matter how good her intuition is, if she can't control the elements, she can't use them at the right time. Looking at the bracelet radiating her powerful mana, he thought that the thing making all of this possible had to be the power of her vessel. Deculein's gaze sharpened as he looked at the bracelet. The ability to control all elements, as long as she wore it. Truly, one of the most precious abilities in the world. Deculein sighed with a slight smile, thinking that if the Deculein of the past saw Ephorine now, he would have shuddered, maybe even felt jealous. If a kind girl like her grows up on the right path, there's nothing better. With that thought, he walked over to her and said, "It's a shame the outcome was already decided, but this isn't bad at all." His words seemed to make Ephorine freeze. Her eyes lit up, as if she couldn't believe it. He turned to leave, announcing loudly, "Today's public lesson is now over. All freshmen should focus on preparing for the upcoming midterm exams." After the match, everyone was stunned and couldn't help but gossip. Isn't this the first time Deculein has praised someone so much? For real, but Ephorine did amazingly well. When she fought B, the match ended so quickly that nobody expected she could do this. Yeah, that match was so boring. Hearing that, B's pride was deeply wounded, but he didn't dare talk back. Ephorine smiled to herself, thinking, did I just get acknowledged? Her friends also came over to cheer her on. That was for real. Ephorine, you were amazing just now. Seriously, you're the best. We're so proud of you. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky over the sea, where Ganesha and her companions are waiting on the shore for a boat to dock. She exclaimed, "They're here!" A group of children got off the boat. She said cheerfully, "Leo, Kalos, long time no see. How have you all been?" The last one to get off the boat was Yua. Ganesha shouted with joy, "Yua, it's so good to see you. It's been a while, huh? Did you miss me?" She replied with a smile. "Just a little." Yua stepped off the boat with a radiant smile. A girl from Gohei named Yua, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend. Ganesha exclaimed excitedly, "It's our adorable little Yua. I missed you to death." The girl replied cheerfully, "Captain, that hurts. This is child abuse. You know?" Ganesha immediately loosened her grip and replied, Okay, I'm sorry." But what was noticeable was Yua's expressionless face. Just then, there was a blinding flash of light. Yua turned, but couldn't react in time. The headlights of a car rushed toward her. The brilliant light swallowed me whole, as if erasing me from the world. And then, all sound in the world vanished. Suddenly, a clamor of voices broke the silence. When she groggily woke up, she found she had entered the body of the young girl, Yua, without even realizing it. When I opened my eyes, the world I once belonged to had completely changed. Just then, Ganesha was shaking someone's shoulder, talking to the others. "Is Deculein really planning to use children for that? I can't take this case anymore." The other person replied, "Then you shouldn't have taken it in the first place. Blinded by his good looks, were you? Do you have any idea what the penalty fee is?" She thought in a panic. Those faces. They're so familiar. The characters, the stories my team and I spent so many sleepless nights creating, are now standing right in front of me. Then, the woman walked past a heavily injured man on the ground and strode toward her, saying, "Hey there, I'm an adventurer named Ganesha. You're Yua, right?" The girl thought with uncertainty. Yua? Panicked, she thought to herself. He in front of me are Ganesha and the party with Ephorine and Lu Hongyu. The warmth here, the smell of the sea breeze, If this is really inside the game, then based on the lore. With that, she replied awkwardly, yes, I'm Yua. And just like that, I became Yua in the very game I was developing. Back in the present, Ganesha was shouting at the noisy kids, telling them to stop running. Yua turned and thought to herself, that's Ganesha, the world's greatest adventurer. Tensely, Yua calculated, if I want to survive right now, the best way is to stay close to her. She pressed her lips together, determined to survive and find a way back home. Back at the mansion, Deculein held a strange case in his hands and exclaimed, it's finally here. Inside was the staff he had commissioned. Elka Lagalane's Deculein's staff. A magic staff crafted by Master Lon exclusively for Deculein. Deculein's exclusive item, classified as a magic staff, with a special effect of storing up to 500 mana points. The staff acts as a regenerative circuit, increasing spellcasting efficiency. He marveled to himself. It's beautiful. Aesthetic sense skill. Specifically, the ironwood item has the natural properties of this wood. In terms of physical potential, it ranks highest among all types of wood. It self-learns and understands the user's magic to help optimize it. As an aesthetic item, not only is the design beautiful, but it can also change to match the user's outfit. He held the staff in his hands, admiring it for a long moment. Even its attributes are compatible with the Deculein bloodline, possessing special power in exorcism or purification. Deculein said, and it was only 9 million Elaine. I thought it was expensive at first, but now it seems way too cheap. In terms of both performance and beauty, it's truly a treasure. Suddenly, Roy's voice came from outside. Master, dinner is ready. He immediately replied, I know. I'll be right down. On the dining table was a lavish spread of delicacies. Deculein looked at it in silence. Uriel immediately spoke up. I recall the family finances are tight, so why is this meal so luxurious? It's even more extravagant than usual. To overcome hardship, you need strength. This is a meal to boost morale. Ro had to explain to him, remember those artifacts you told us to sell? The response was extremely good. As soon as we listed them, buyers flooded in to the point that the auction was even interrupted. Lady Uriel and I thought we were dreaming. We earned not only enough to cover the deficit, but also enough to run the entire household for the next few years. Then he continued, this is Lady Uriel's way of expressing her gratitude. Please, accept it. Hearing this, Deculein smiled faintly and breathed a sigh of relief. He exclaimed, this is delicious. This made Uriel feel a bit relieved. She said smugly, looks like you do have some business sense after all. And so, the two siblings had a very pleasant meal together. However, Deculein couldn't help but nitpick his little sister. But you're holding the knife, with the wrong technique. Uriel fumed. Oh, give me a break. A while later, in Deculein's office, stacks of documents were piled up, waiting for him to deal with them. Deculein held a paper and sighed. What a mess. He tossed the paper aside with a sigh and said, how pathetic, Deculein. The midterms are coming up, and I'm slaving away, creating the exam questions for it. He spent hours thinking and looking for inspiration, gathering all the old exams that Deculein had ever created. He gritted his teeth in frustration and said, every single one of these was designed just to crush the new students. He recalled his past self's attitude. I am the noble Deculein, a great magician. Suffer my exam in despair. All those exams showed was Deculein's arrogance. He rubbed his forehead and sighed wearily. To think that even his exams reflect such a garbage personality. The old Deculein really was like that. He must have believed that the difficulty of his exams was a testament to his own superiority. That's why he made such ridiculous questions. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, but I won't be like that. I want to create good questions. The process of solving them might be arduous and difficult, but finding the answer should bring a natural sense of awe. It all leads to a magician's enlightenment. Every little thing I do as a professor can become the nourishment that fosters talented magicians. Looking at the pile of documents before him, he muttered, the last box. Maybe there's a clue in here. He picked up the stacks of problems and carefully examined everything. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This one is completely different. Holding the test paper, he thought to himself that the feeling of this question was completely different from the rest. He couldn't help but suspect it was written by someone else. Deculein marveled. The difficulty is still high, but it's the kind of question that sparks intense curiosity. A powerful stream of magic began to emanate from around him. If I truly understand this problem, he gripped the paper tightly, thinking, and channeled the answer into the magic test. Immediately, elemental sparks filled the air. His room was now flooded with powerful mana. A pair of mysterious hands appeared. They belonged to a girl of unknown identity. The silhouette of that girl appearing before his eyes stunned him. Deculein said excitedly, if you solve it correctly and channel the right amount of mana into the answer, it reveals a picture as the result. Each color represents an element, and their harmony in the answer creates a deep sense of admiration. Looking toward that mysterious silhouette, he smiled and continued. This is truly the perfect question for the understanding of pure elemental magic course. He placed a hand on his chest and thought, a fierce, instinctual jealousy is suddenly welling up inside me. Deculein surely would have recognized the sophistication of this question, a beauty in the problem that he himself could never have created with his talent alone. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. But looking at the girl's silhouette, he wondered, who is this woman? In the meeting room. The contents of the letter state that the matter concerning the red line will be postponed until the next meeting. Supreme Elder Dixon of the Council. The mysterious girl read the paper aloud. How interesting. So that's how the meeting about the red line ended. I heard it was thanks to Professor Deculein's strong opposition to the suppression. Yenmei cheerfully placed the paper on the table and said, a strange turn of events. Professor Jeffin, too. Her gaze sharpened. And all of you here as well. She looked toward the other professors and said, you're all the same. Yenmei was the most promising candidate for the title of Archmage. She possessed immense magical power, but her personality was surprisingly gentle and mischievous. She often picked up gossip from the new students. Yenmei looked intrigued. She laughed and said, what's this? Deculein and Knight Julie had a huge fight? And Professor Leolin failed his diet again? Oh my gosh. Her curiosity about the world and her love for gossip were actually tied to the secret of her birth. She was, in fact, a half-elf, which also explained her personality. And of course, that was also the source of her immense magical power. Even someone like her, who acted indifferent, looked forward to a day like today. She calmly lifted her teacup, took a sip, and said, Deculein protecting the red line. Fascinating. Once a month, the professors would gather to greet the chairman. As usual, if anyone was absent, it was Deculein. He sighed, answering, why would someone like me need to curry favor with anyone? That's what he used to say. But this time was different. A voice rang out. Mr. Chairman. A remark was blurted out in his absence. Jeffin spoke hesitantly. Sir Luina will be attending the Magicians' Conference this time. Hearing this, she was shocked and thought, Luina, the one who competed with Professor Deculein for the head professor position, who voluntarily resigned because of Deculein's schemes? I thought they'd return to the kingdom. With that thought, she replied cheerfully, Sir Luina, why come back now? Are they planning to return to the Empire? Jeffin replied happily. If a position were available, they'd be back in a heartbeat. He continued with a forced smile. If that really happens, our magic tower will gain a powerful new asset. After all, Sir Luina accomplished so much in the kingdom, he went on, compared to Deculein, who only knows how to protect the Red Sin. I'm not saying our current head professor is bad, of course. Hearing this, Yenmei chuckled cryptically and replied, all right, if Luina returns, I'll give it some thought. Hearing this, the remaining professors were overjoyed. She continued cheerfully, well then, that's all for today. I have other things to do. Those professors who haven't submitted their exam questions yet, hurry up and do so. Understand? With that, she threw open the door and rushed off. Yes, ma'am. Holding a glass of water, Yenmei spoke up. Jeffin has been acting very strange lately. Looking at the stack of documents thicker than a Bible, she thought nervously. And besides, the exam questions he submitted for that other class were so good, it's hard to believe he wrote them himself. Someone else must have written them for him. Maybe I should tease him a little, she mused. What if Luina, Deculein's mortal enemy, really does come back? Yenmei exclaimed with excitement. That would be so much fun. A few days later, on the day of the midterm exam for understanding of pure elemental magic, the room was buzzing with whispers. Did you hear? Is this the real exam? Ugh, what is this? I heard Deculein's exams were weird, but this is just too much. I give up. Alan immediately spoke up. All right, everyone, calm down. I understand you're confused since this isn't a normal exam, but it's just as we announced. He continued to explain, the midterm exam for understanding of pure elemental magic will last for 10 days. The deadline is Sunday at midnight, when the Magic Tower's academic schedule ends. Alan continued. Each student will take the exam in their own assigned private room. Of course, you can take other exams intermittently during that time. You can also eat and sleep during the exam period. However, you are strictly forbidden from taking the exam paper out of the room. He added, as announced, this is an open book exam, Julie said in a panic. An open book exam that lasts for 10 days? Just how hard is this thing going to be? Ephraim groaned, pulling at her hair. Even the final exam isn't this bad. That's so Deculein, making his teaching assistant say all the weird stuff while he doesn't even bother to show up. Alan continued. The professor added one more thing. For anyone who achieves a perfect score, I will write a letter of recommendation under my authority as head professor. At this, the entire class gasped in astonishment. They began to buzz with excitement. A letter of recommendation from the head professor? That's incredible. Magician ranks are divided from the first class. Eternal Archmage, down to the 11th class novice. But leveling up is no easy task. Advancing within the magician ranking system is not. It wasn't a matter of just attending classes and waiting for time to pass. Each level required passing a promotion test, and that test was not easy in the slightest. But getting a letter of recommendation from Deculein, a 4th rank Archmage, was basically a special pass, a golden opportunity. Ephorine rested her chin on her hand and thought, "What? A recommendation letter from Deculein? That lifelong enemy of mine is going to recommend me? That just kills all my motivation. I don't want anything to do with him." She snapped back to reality, thinking, wait a minute, what if I actually get a perfect score and he writes me that recommendation letter? Ephorine started imagining a scenario where she defeated Deculein. "If you hadn't written me that letter back then, you wouldn't be groveling at my feet like this now. Please forgive me." She smiled slyly, thinking, just imagining it feels so satisfying. "Just you wait, Deculein. I'm going to get that recommendation letter." On the 4th day of the exam, it seemed life wasn't as great as she'd imagined. As she clutched her head, her face dark with despair. This is so hard. Looking at the thick stack of exam papers, she thought in a panic. 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours, the difficulty increases with every single question. Look at this pile of calculations. But she wouldn't give up that easily. Ephorine marveled to herself, but these questions are truly amazing. She thought the process of solving them was pure agony, but when she found the solution, it brought a sense of enlightenment she'd never felt before. Did Deculein really write these questions? She frowned, looking at the exam papers. The joy of discovering the solution made it impossible to stop, even while struggling through the pain. Ephorine gripped the paper tightly, renewing her resolve. "Just you wait, Deculein. I will definitely get your damn recommendation letter." Her resolve didn't last long, and she started moping again. But this question is impossible. Then she decided to leave the room. "I need to get some fresh air. Just staying cooped up in my head like this will only make things worse." Outside, Sylvia was sitting on a stone bench, gazing at the surrounding scenery. She massaged her shoulder and let out a tired sigh. Finally solved it. It took 30 hours just to finish one question. "I need to rest a bit." She remembered Alan's words, that he would write a recommendation letter if she got a perfect score. She smiled to herself, thinking, saying something so pointless, as if he's granting a favor. Because in reality, anyone capable of getting a perfect score on this test would never fail the promotion exam. She placed a hand on her chest, her resolve hardening. "But I still want a perfect score, not for the grade or the letter, but for myself." Every question is strangely beautiful, each one a key that unlocks a new level of understanding. If I can solve it to the very last question. Sylvia closed her eyes tightly, thinking she would surely advance to another level as a mage. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sylvia." She looked in shock at the person before her. Ephorine. Sylvia thought to herself, "I wonder how far she's gotten." Then she began to speak hesitantly. "Hey." They both spoke at the same time. "What question number are you on?" Realizing this, they were both surprised that the other had asked the exact same question. They shyly turned their faces away. Sylvia answered awkwardly, "I'm on question number 8. Hearing this, Ephorine exclaimed in shock. "What? You're already on question 8? Sylvia replied, "I'm still working on it." Ephorine responded tensely, "That's still really fast. I'm stuck on question 7. Sylvia was surprised by this, thinking, "What? Ephorine is only one question behind me? Is she lying?" But this is no time for idle thoughts. I have to get back to solving it. With that, Sylvia stood up to leave. Seeing this, Ephorine asked curiously, "Wait, are you getting up because of me?" Sylvia immediately replied dismissively, "I was just taking a break." While the exam was in full swing at the tower, Deculein suddenly sensed a great change approaching. Holding a newspaper, he said, "Now, things are truly about to begin. Emperor Crevamon is currently in critical condition." Deculein rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Emperor Crevamon is in critical condition. Remembering the man's image, he mused to himself, he was known for being calm and gentle. Because of that, he always sought to balance divine authority and imperial power. He also never enacted hostile policies against the Red Taboo. The problem is the new monarch who will be enthroned after his passing. That person is currently the most important figure in this world. The image of a woman with fiery red hair, with an immensely powerful magical aura radiating from her, appeared in his mind. Deculein continued his thought, and also the most troublesome. Sophian, this world is about to enter a great war. At the magic tower, the sky had gradually darkened. It was the final day of the exam. During this time, many students had given up, almost broken by Deculein's magic exam. However, the gap between the top-tier and lower-tier students was incredibly clear. Regardless of their scores, all the students boasted about having completed the exam as if it were a medal of honor. After the exam ended, instead of enjoying their freedom, they spent their time reflecting on what they had learned. This was highly unusual and quickly caught everyone's attention. Even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to see what this rumored exam was all about, and as a result, every single one of them was astonished by its difficulty. And now, the number of students trying to solve the final question, question number 8, was down to just 2, Sylvia and Ephorine. After a long struggle, Ephorine was showing signs of giving up. She lamented, "This damn question, number 8. So, this is the final hurdle. But I will definitely solve it." The amount of coffee she'd drunk was countless. There was no way she could give up after all those cups. With a gaunt face, Ephorine was still determined to fight to the end. She calmed herself. Just focus a little more. Look closely at the problem again. Suddenly, it was as if she had discovered something. All of a sudden, from the hallway outside, Deculein and Alan noticed a brilliant flash of light shining from within the room. Alan said in alarm, "Professor!" Deculein quickly replied, "Yes, one of them has solved the final question." He thought calmly, as if he had already guessed. "I knew it would be her." The door slowly opened. Deculein stepped into the room, which was overflowing with mana. He gently closed the door behind him. He spoke casually, "I knew you could do it. Congratulations." And that person was none other than Sylvia. At that moment, her eyes were welling up with tears of emotion. Before her and him was a beautiful picture that enveloped the entire room. Vibrant colors filled with magical elements. Even the cool blue tones radiated warmth, and amidst a starry sky sparkling with hope in the darkness, it was both hot and cold, both brilliant and sharp. Deculein reached out his hand to catch the rays of light, an involuntary smile of admiration spreading across his face. "This is a true masterpiece." He smiled, thinking that even though he was the one who created the question, he couldn't replicate this beauty himself due to his own limitations. Kim Woojin was reflected in this question. He dreamed of becoming an artist but lacked the talent. Even so, he still wanted to create works that could move people. It was touching, inspiring him to pursue art until the very end. That person was Kim Woojin. Deculein's own aesthetic sense was also woven into this question. Because of that, Deculein, a lover of beauty, and Kim Woojin, who once dreamed of getting into art school, were both comforted by this moment. He turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "Good work, and thank you." His words left Sylvia so stunned she couldn't believe her ears. After he left, she remained standing in place, as if she hadn't yet come back to her senses. Her hand moved slightly as she whispered, "Me too. I wanted to thank you too, Professor." Sylvia raised her hand, contentedly touching the rays of magical light she had created with her own power. "I will definitely become an archmage." She had the talent. After all, an incredible talent. Who would have thought she could do something like that? Well, it made sense. The descendant of an archmage from the Iliad clan. An archmage of the Iliad clan. Her hand gently touched the magic. Sylvia looked up and said emotionally, "Grandfather, magic itself is beautiful enough." Out in the hallway, Alan quietly entered the room and announced, "Time's up." She looked up and replied cheerfully, "I understand. What a shame." Alan came over to comfort her. "You did very well." Even at the very last second, there were still 2 people trying to solve this question. She asked curiously, "What about Sylvia? Did she solve everything?" Alan nodded in silent agreement. Hearing that, Ephorine sighed in admiration. "She's a monster. I'm so jealous." She looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought for a long time. She thought to herself that at some point, her mind was no longer occupied with letters of recommendation or rankings, but only with a mage's curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Ephorine frowned with regret, thinking she also wanted to answer all the questions. Then, she shot up to her feet and said, "Anyway, the exam is over, but the questions are still there." Alan was confused by her words. She turned to him and said, "I'm going to solve this." Ephorine's smile was as bright and full of determination as ever. In response, he gave her a gentle, encouraging smile. "Good luck. I'll be cheering for you." The sky at the Magic Tower was gradually growing dark. Sometime later, Ephorine wearily dragged her feet along a deserted path. She sighed, "I'm so tired." The magic exam. "If I'd solved everything, I probably would have been satisfied with the sense of accomplishment," she said sadly. "But all that's waiting for me after this grueling exam is the memory of a painful scene, a door covered in graffiti, and a cold, empty bed." Suddenly, strange figures approached. A familiar voice called out, "Ephorine," causing her to turn around instinctively. It was her best friends. Ephorine exclaimed emotionally, "Guys!" Julie happily opened her arms to comfort her. After every exam, celebrating together is a must. "Come on, let's go get something delicious to eat." Seeing them, she was deeply moved. Julie continued to console Ephorine. "What's wrong? You looked so spaced out just now. It was pitiful. Was the test that rough?" Julie looked at her with an incredibly gentle gaze. Then she exclaimed excitedly, "Since Ephorine made us wait this long, she's treating everyone." Ephorine replied in a panic, "I never said that." A few days later, a miracle happened in a certain room. She was in awe, witnessing the sparkling scene before her. So beautiful. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the room. Ephorine, are you ready? She quickly answered, Julie, I'll be right out. A little later, Ephorine was having a conversation with the red-haired girl in the flower garden. It's such a relief that the exam is over. Yeah, we'll be busy again soon, but these few days are truly precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming member training. She seemed just as excited. Me too. Ephorine secretly felt lucky that she had kept on trying. That test. I'm glad I didn't give up and saw it through to the end. It was the best magical experience I've ever had. Suddenly, the red-haired girl asked her, Ephorine, have you heard the news? It's about Professor Deculein. I heard there's a huge controversy just because of his exam. She asked in surprise, What did you say? The red-haired girl picked up her glass of juice, sipping it thoughtfully. Suddenly, her expression became incredibly serious. I heard Professor Jeffin was even summoned to the floating island. It's unbelievable. Hearing this, Ephorine was stunned for a moment. The floating island? The floating island is an island that hangs permanently suspended at an altitude of 1,500 meters above the ground, the pinnacle of magical engineering and a gathering place for mages. It is said that all the knowledge and magic of the world converges there. It's a place of innovation and also an autonomous region beyond the governance of the world below. Naturally, eccentrics obsessed with knowledge and magic all gather there. A professor turned and asked, So, what exactly happened? Another replied, It's about the tower's exam, and it's even more astonishing than imagined. A completely new form of experiential magic. Some mages praised Deculein's exam profusely, and soon it became the hottest topic on the floating island. So, he was invited there to give a special lecture explaining the test. Deculein now stood in the middle of the lecture hall, looking intently at the exam paper. The impact of this test had surpassed his wildest imagination. He never expected it to become so famous. Event quest. Lecture on the floating island. Mana plus 30. I was lucky to get this quest too, not to mention the lecture fee is very generous. About 1 billion won if converted to this land's currency. Maybe I should consider developing in this direction. It's not bad at all. Deculein then gently placed the exam paper on the table. First, he expressed his goodwill to the audience. It is a pleasure to meet you. Today's speaker is the head professor of the Imperial University Magic Tower and a 4th-class monarch rank elemental mage, Deculein. The topic of this lecture is the midterm exam from the University Tower. The lecture will last for 2 hours. Before we get to the questions, I will briefly discuss pure elements. Iliade chuckled and asked Duina, Have you seen the exam paper? Hearing this, she immediately chided, That's plagiarism. There's no way Deculein could have come up with such an excellent question on his own. And this difficult professor was Duina von Slot McQueen. The lecture proceeded smoothly. Before diving into each question, I will use some content from previous lectures at the tower to make it easier for everyone to understand. Deculein explained the first question on the exam. Now, let's move on to question number 6. At that very moment, a voice called out, A question. I have a question. Iliade couldn't hide her curiosity and shot up, raising her hand high. Then, she pointed a finger forward and stated her question. Based on what you just said, Professor, if we distinguish between pure elements and types, as she spoke, a magic circle appeared, radiating a brilliant light. Then, Iliade finished her question. In question number 6, how should the elements be combined to create the most optimal destruction spells? Before answering the last question, he let out a sigh. Oh, the Dean is here too? Ah, well, that makes sense. The Dean is known for being mischievous, after all. Given the old Deculein's personality, it's not surprising they'd suspect I had someone write it for me. I might as well play along with this little game. Deculein no longer hesitated and pointed a finger forward. Regarding that, to Duina's surprise, he immediately created a bright blue magic circle filled with special characters. After finishing his demonstration, he answered Duina's earlier question. You just need to add the core circuit in a linear fashion like this. Although she was a bit surprised, she still responded. Huh? Oh, that's right. Thank you, Professor. Afterward, Duina continued to question him relentlessly, but thanks to his knowledge, every question was answered immediately. Under the disapproving glares of the other mages, Duina finally fell silent. It seemed there were only 10 minutes left. Since Deculein had spent most of his time on her, he decided the Q&A session was taking too long. I will not be presenting the final question, but just then, a hand was raised in the distance. Just one last question. Professor, did you really create question number 8 yourself? Duina, harboring deep suspicions about the test's authenticity, had to get to the bottom of it. Understanding what she was implying, Deculein's gaze turned sharp. Duina, please be clear about what you are trying to imply. Duina, not one to back down, asked him bluntly and without restraint. As I just said, are you really the one who conceived and wrote question number 8? That is what I want to know. Hearing this, everyone started buzzing. What? Wait, what's going on? Is she saying he hired someone to write it? For real? Faced with Duina's accusation, Deculein remained calm as he began to clear up the misunderstanding. It is common to draw inspiration from others. However, he suddenly paused. The next second, the entire lecture hall was illuminated by wondrous streaks of light, forming soft, flowing curves. To silence all doubt, Deculein decided to put on a spectacular show for them. This entire work is mine. Everyone's jaws dropped in amazement. It's so beautiful. Truly magnificent. He then emphasized, I improvised this on the spot, so it is completely different from question number 8 on the test. Immediately after, he glanced towards Duina. After his spectacular display, Deculein's face grew stern as he asked for her opinion once more. Is that a sufficient answer for you, Professor Duina? She was seething with frustration but could only grit her teeth, unable to say a word. With nothing more to discuss with them, Deculein ended the lecture. This lecture is now over. The system window announced, Event quest complete, mana plus 30. As Deculein strolled down the hallway, he felt a bit uneasy. In the original story, Deculein and Duina did not have a good relationship. Today went by peacefully, but he feared it wouldn't be long before something happened. Honestly, trouble was always lurking around Deculein. Suddenly, the figure of a girl up ahead made Deculein stop in his tracks. A brief glance at her sparked a sense of familiarity within him. Even I recognize her. Suddenly, the girl turned to look at Deculein with an expression so grave it was as if the sky were falling. He couldn't help but be puzzled by her distressed look. What's with that scowl? The two of them now stood face to face, and the atmosphere grew incredibly tense. Seeing her expression of contempt for him, Deculein suddenly understood. Now I remember. She must be Deculein's old university classmate. In response to her bewildered expression, he politely extended his hand. It's been a while, Julie. She couldn't understand Deculein's friendly gesture and questioned him. What is this, Deculein? I don't recall our relationship being so close that we'd use first names. The next second, he asked a simple question that made Julie jump. Is Princess Maho all right? I don't care how close Julie and Deculein were. I don't need to know. What's important is the princess Julie is protecting. Maho, Emperor Crebain is about to draw his last breath. And that moment is a major turning point in this game. Many named characters will live or die, and new events will begin to unfold. And the one named character who absolutely must survive is Maho. She's one of the characters I personally developed, and from the mid-game onward, she becomes a key force for justice in the main quest. She is second in the line of succession for the Duchy of Ephorine, and third in line for the throne of the Ryok Kingdom, making her lineage extremely complicated politically. A tragic princess, surrounded by bloodshed wherever she goes. Currently, she's staying in the Empire under the guise of studying abroad. But when the Emperor dies, she will have to leave the Empire, and will fall into grave danger. Although Deculein meant no harm, Julie rebuked him. After all these years, you're still as skilled at provoking people as ever. Deculein. Suddenly, he held out a white orb to her. Not wanting her to get the wrong idea, Deculein explained. Don't get agitated. I'm simply throwing a lifeline to an old classmate who has chosen to walk into a death trap. At Deculein's words, Julie froze for 5 seconds. Then, she took the orb he offered and sat in a corner, deep in thought. It's a communication crystal. If you change your mind and call me, I will help you. Deculein's last words kept echoing in her mind. At the time, Julie had reacted fiercely upon hearing them. You expect me to beg for help from someone like you? In your dreams. Deculein didn't waste words, speaking concisely and to the point. There's no time left. I'm sure you're well aware of that. But if you still refuse, then fine. It's up to you. Julie was now in complete turmoil, and she let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from the distance. Julie, you don't look well. Maho appeared, her demeanor gentle and concerned. Maho, not wanting to worry her, Julie tried to play it off. It's nothing. But Maho was very concerned for Julie and offered her advice. I understand the situation as well. Don't try to bear it all alone, Julie. Soon, my brother's subordinates will come, either to use me or to eliminate me, all for the sake of the succession. It's so tiring. I used studying abroad as an excuse to flee to the Empire, but it turned out to be a place I could truly live. Most importantly, I feel safe here. But the next emperor will not allow such chaos to exist, so I must leave as soon as possible. Thinking it over, Julie realized Maho's words were perfectly reasonable. That's right. Maho gazed at her face, smiling in relief. Then, she suddenly brought up the suitcase she was holding. Julie, this is all the money I've saved up until now. Julie couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? But, why are you giving it to me? Maho had this money prepared, fearing something might happen to Julie. I know you don't have enough to hire mercenaries to escort Julie on her return trip. Hearing this, she became flustered and tried to refuse. No, Your Highness. I will manage somehow. Please, take this money back. Maho wanted to share the burden with Julie, so she repeated, Don't carry everything on your own. This is for everyone's sake, so it's not a waste at all. Faced with Maho's generosity, Julie could no longer refuse. She then reluctantly accepted Maho's offer. I understand, Your Highness. It's embarrassing, but I will do my best to hire mercenaries with this money. No matter what danger comes, I, Julie, will definitely protect you. Who's there? Julie suddenly sensed the presence of a stranger and threw the door open. But before she could do anything, the person had already bolted. Although she couldn't see his face, Julie had a good idea of who it might be. So, they've come? This is more dangerous than I predicted. As I thought, without help, the darkness has now completely consumed everything. All was quiet, but a light was still on in Deculein's office. When Uriel walked past him, she couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Reading more these days, are we? I thought you didn't like to read. Hey, you could at least answer me. I heard you gave a lecture on the floating island, and you got paid for it, right? Deculein knew exactly what she was thinking, and immediately crushed her hopes. Don't expect to get a single coin, Uriel. She got defensive and shouted. I wasn't expecting anything, okay? Anyway, an official letter arrived. The freshmen at the academy want to have a picnic in our family's domain. Seeing him answer so quickly and dismissively annoyed her. You could at least think about it for a second. However, Deculein's memories of picnics weren't exactly pleasant, so he refused again. Picnics are unhygienic. I absolutely forbid it. Uriel still tried to persuade him. What the hell are you talking about? At least take a look at the letter. It's not for free. This is also a good opportunity to show the freshmen our magic tower. But once Deculein made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. That's enough. Leave, Uriel. She still seemed reluctant. I just wanted you to take a quick look, that's all. The joke wasn't funny, and Deculein's patience was wearing thin. He spoke again in a stern voice, and faced with that terrifying expression, Uriel didn't dare to linger any longer. All right, I get it. She walked out of the room, extremely annoyed. The atmosphere became quieter than ever. Deculein suddenly sensed something and pulled out a white orb. He knew Julie needed help, so he got straight to the point. Speak, old friend. She was frantic and told Deculein, I think it's time to leave. There isn't much time left. Help me. Deculein didn't hesitate to accept her request. Very well. In that case, will you follow my plan? Julie asked. What plan? Deculein then took out a map and explained it to Julie in more detail. There is only one escape route for Princess Maho. At first glance, it looks dangerous, but that's precisely why it's the safest path. Hearing that, Julie immediately asked for the location. Without hesitation, Deculein named the Zivat Gorge. At that moment, Julie's heart skipped a beat. The next second, she expressed her concern about the place. What? That land filled with poisonous gas? Of course, that's something you would suggest. Deculein frowned and emphasized his point once more. Do you really think you can escape with your life by taking the normal route? Trust me, Julie. We will get through the Zivat Gorge. And the dangerous place they were talking about was indeed the Zevat Gorge, a treacherous place where the demonic energy was so dense it was like a demon's den. It's said that demons sometimes appear there as well. Because of that, the area doesn't belong to any country's territory, and that very place was Princess Maho's only path to survival. If we can cross the Zevat Gorge, reaching the Duchy of Yen will be a piece of cake, Julie added. I can't say I haven't considered its geographical advantage, but when you were making your calculations, you probably didn't account for a Eucline coming along. Don't worry, I myself will lead the way. You, yourself? Hearing this, he confirmed it. That's right. But Julie couldn't quite rest easy, and still had some doubts. She couldn't understand, and asked again, Why are you going this far, Deculein? After all, there's nothing for you to gain from this trip. Deculein then chose his words carefully to explain. I am a man who lives by reason, Julie. My intellect and judgment are both far superior to yours. What did you say? This guy is singing his own praises again. He then explained further with a thoughtful expression. I simply wish for your princess to survive, which in turn will benefit my family and my domain. This is just a transaction, not kindness. Don't read anything more into it. At this point, Julie's suspicions faded, and she asked more about the plan. What about the rendezvous? He had calculated everything meticulously and revealed it to her. 3 days from now, at the entrance to the Zivat Gorge. If you can't even make it there, I'll consider you unworthy of survival. Hearing this, Julie agreed with Deculein. Understood. I just hope your abilities can live up to that big mouth of yours. Breakthrough independent quest. Store currency +4. Additional achievement reward. 3 days later, everyone present at Deculein's estate was in complete awe. Is this Eucline? That's right. Wow. The view is incredible. It feels like we're in a completely different country, doesn't it? The capital of the Eucline domain, Ewin, was a prosperous tourist city with countless places to eat and have fun, inspired by the most livable cities in the real world. That was why, despite being requested as a picnic spot many times, Deculein had always refused. After receiving his approval, a confused Uriel asked him, "What's with the change of heart? You said before that a picnic was absolutely out of the question." However, this was all part of his plan, precisely because Iyuan was located near their meeting point at the Zevet Gorge. It's only a 3 or 4 hour horse ride. I just need to wait for a chance and sneak away. Suddenly, Deculein turned to her and asked, "Where are the freshmen?" Uriel then reported to him in detail. "I've booked an entire floor at the Iwenzam Hotel. It's basically 4 people to a room. Anyone who wants a private room has to pay out of their own pocket." He even offered some praise. "Well done, Uriel. As a professor at the Magic Tower and also the Lord of Yuan, I have fulfilled my minimum duty as a guide to our visitors. A picnic is meant to be enjoyed freely, and I won't interfere with how you have fun. However, if you dare to dirty the hotel or my domain, just know that you won't be smiling for the rest of your time at the Magic Tower." Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what Deculein meant at all. After that, I spent time preparing so they could later turn Hecane into an outpost. Uriel was always very confident in them. "So, what do you think of the mages from our Hecane Magic Tower? Among the provincial mages, they're second to none, right?" Deculein thought to himself that by combining his eye for talent with the resources of a massive conglomerate, he could see a golden aura emanating from capable mages. This woman gets a raise, while that guy gets fired. Hearing the shocking news, he was completely stunned. "What?" Just like that, I used my time discreetly, and before I knew it, it was sunset. Sylvia stood in the quiet space, staring intently at her fireworks display. High above, vibrant, colorful fireworks were continuously set off. Everyone was captivated by the spectacular scene. Sylvia truly was flawless. 10 points. The fireworks really are beautiful. 10 points. She placed her hands on her hips with a puzzled look. Why would the professor assign homework even out here? A magical fireworks experiment, of all things? Hearing that, Ephraim completely agreed with her. That's true. After Sylvia finished her presentation, the professors made another announcement. Next up is Group E. She hadn't even finished speaking when she was cut off. That's enough. Ephraim was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Yes, sir." Deculein didn't want to wait any longer and immediately ordered them. Skip the long explanation. Just fire. Ephraim and her teammates placed their fireworks on the ground. The next second, incredibly impressive bursts of brilliant fireworks shot up into the sky. The other students were all left gaping in awe. So beautiful. Ephraim's group did a good job too. Yeah. However, he didn't seem very pleased and only gave them an average score. 9 points. The explosions were too loud. Who would have thought the professor next to him would sigh and give an even lower score? 4 points. When Ephraim saw how dissatisfied she was with the result, she tried to comfort her. "What? It's okay, Julie." In contrast to those 2 rock-bottom scores, Deculein gave them a surprisingly high one. 10 points. A perfect balance between destructive magic and stabilizing magic. Hearing this, she was overjoyed and a little disbelieving. "Huh? Really? 10 points?" A quiet night now enveloped the entire area. The only one keeping company with the bright moon was Deculein. He was now ready to begin his plan. "Good. It's the perfect time to depart. I wonder if Julie arrived safely." Suddenly, the person who appeared before him wasn't Julie, but Ephraim. "Is it because you feel indebted to me?" Deculein calmly questioned her. "Ephraim, what are you doing here alone at this hour? Go back." Her mind was in turmoil, and she desperately needed an explanation from him. "Please, just tell me. Back when I was disciplined in the club, and today as well. Why are you treating me like this? Is it because of my father?" Deculein looked at Ephraim with an annoyed expression, then immediately mounted his horse. "Figure it out yourself. You're not a child who just whines." Ephraim gritted her teeth in frustration at not getting an answer. Without lingering any longer, Deculein spurred his horse and rode away. Ephraim, refusing to give up, shouted after him, "I'm going to apply to join your team, Professor. I'm going to uncover everything why my father took his own life, why he had to do it. I will definitely surpass you, Professor, and become even greater than you are." The space fell silent once more. Deculein was gone, leaving her standing alone, feeling dejected. Meanwhile, Deculein was urging his horse forward. "Ephraim wants to join my team? But I don't sense the destiny of a villain in her. I don't even know what I did to her father myself. What if it was truly an unforgivable sin? I can't go any further. The demonic energy here is too strong. Let's head back to the stables. We'll continue tomorrow at noon. I'll contact Julie and the others through the crystal ball to see if they've arrived." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Deculein." Deculein turned around, recognizing who it was. "You've worked hard." Julie had done her best to protect Maho and get here safely, just as promised. Now that they were all gathered, they would soon depart as planned. All of a sudden, Deculein bowed respectfully before Maho. Then he slowly introduced himself. "I am Deculein, head professor of the Magic Tower at the Imperial University. From this moment on, I can guarantee the princess's escape route. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Manhwa was extremely grateful to him. "Thank you." Before setting out, Deculein also had a few things to note. The journey here must not have been easy. "Where is your intelligence?" At that, Julie tossed him a piece of paper and said, "Take it. It's a note from the adventurers." Deculein then unfolded the paper, glanced over it, and his face grew wary. As soon as he finished reading, he folded it back up with a look of disgust. How vile. They don't know their limits. Seeing this, Julie asked, "Are you all right?" Deculein confirmed that he was, and gave further instructions. "Of course. Just stick close behind me." "Well then, let's move out." Without another moment of hesitation, they set off, guided by the moonlight. Suddenly, Manhwa couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Julie, what was written on that paper earlier?" Professor Deculein didn't look very happy. Hearing her question, Julie didn't know how to answer for a moment. Realizing she couldn't hide it from Manhwa, Julie decided to be honest. "It said that the people pursuing us include 37 assassins and something called an Orn An." "A demon Orn An?" Julie immediately confirmed it and revealed a bit more information about the creature. "That's right. It's a hybrid creature, half demon and half undead. It's both difficult to handle with physical force and hard to eliminate with magic. That makes it even more dangerous than those assassins." Manhwa listened, her expression filled with disbelief. "I can't believe it." It didn't stop there. She emphasized something even worse. "The demon Ornan is a product of a pact." "A pact?" Seeing her confusion, Julie enlightened her. "A demon Orn, and can only be summoned with underworld magic, requiring a human body and a demon horn as a sacrifice. That means they used dark arts reserved only for fallen mages, just to keep up with us. And these are the people who want to become the king of a kingdom. But if there's one thing to be hopeful about, it's the Deculein bloodline, a family famous since ancient times for its ability to exorcise evil. This bloodline grants its wielder superior strength when facing evil spirits, giving them the ability to purify surrounding demonic energy and convert it into their own mana. The purified mana is then enhanced by one quality level." Deculein led the way, constantly scanning his surroundings. As he moved, he could feel the murderous aura of the place. "So this is the crevasse. As expected. It's not called a den of demons for nothing. The evil energy is so thick you can feel it on your skin. A normal person would suffer just from breathing the air here, but for me, this is an advantage. 4th tier mana quality. Thanks to the abundant evil energy all around, I can temporarily achieve 4th tier mana quality. Mana quality is the key factor. A difference of just one tier can determine a mage's class. Mana is divided into 10 tiers. Ordinary people are between tiers 9 and 10. Only from tier 7 and above can one even think of becoming a mage or a knight. From tier 5, the number of people drops drastically. Most of the famous figures on the continent are at tier 3 or 4. Tier 1 is a symbolic concept reserved only for the gods. Even at tier 2, there are only a few people, like the Guardian Knight GFZ, Archmage Damon, and Prime Minister Atgai, for a total of only 4 people. With my mana currently at tier 4, dealing with a daemon won't be a problem. Suddenly, Julie started to grumble a bit from behind him. "Can't you go any faster, Deculein? Slow and steady," so he calmly reassured her. "Is your impatience clouding your judgment?" Julie calmed down. "The current pace is optimal. If we rush, you could become addicted to the demonic energy." Hearing that Deculein was right, Julie didn't say another word. Suddenly, she turned to look behind her. Manhwa was also trying to comfort Julie. "Julie, everything will be all right. Don't worry too much." Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Her Highness truly has a warm heart. Even though she's surely more worried than anyone, she's still trying to comfort her subordinate. "I will absolutely not let her get hurt. If danger strikes, I will not hesitate to sacrifice myself." Suddenly, Manhwa panicked and pointed forward. "Over there, a swarm of bats." Julie's demeanor immediately turned cold and commanding. "They're finally here." Deculein was very confident in his abilities, so he decided to take them all on. "Let me handle this." At that moment, numerous sharp blocks of rock appeared behind him. Deculein's eyes glowed, brimming with killing intent. The next second, he showed no mercy and launched an overwhelming preemptive strike. The bats seemed to be locked in Deculein's matrix, unable to escape. One by one, they were wiped out by attacks as sharp as scythes. In the blink of an eye, Deculein had dealt with them swiftly and cleanly. Seeing that the immediate danger had passed, he gently turned back. All right. Everyone was in awe of his incredible power. An entire swarm of bats, taken down in a single blow. As expected of Professor Deculein. Truly extraordinary. Even so, danger was always lurking around them, but Deculein always kept a cool head, ready to fight in any situation. Now, another ferocious monster charged toward them. Their companion couldn't help but wonder, these annoying creatures keep popping up, but it seems we haven't actually encountered what we're worried about yet. Suddenly, Deculein looked ahead and noticed something. You have no gallantry. Let me say this first. If you approach without reason, I will tear you to shreds on the spot. Maho looked as if he had a question but didn't dare to ask, while Deculein just continued to walk forward in silence. His footsteps were steady on the ground. At that moment, from a distance, an enemy was lying in wait to ambush them. You're pretty sharp, but you're about to die, so you must already know what's going to happen to you. Realizing the situation was turning grim, Deculein gave a command. Princess Julie, proceed to the Yen Kingdom first. She thought she had misheard and asked again, what? But not wanting her to be caught up in the danger, he targeted her pride and said, are you just pretending to be concerned? A pity, but it's not needed. Even if I said anything, you wouldn't listen. Suddenly, Deculein told her to look over there. In front of them was a group of dangerous-looking people dressed in black, but in a flash, an explosion of white smoke erupted. They never expected Deculein to pull a move like that, and every single one of them was injured. After showing Julie what she needed to see, he asked again, so, have you made your decision? What you need to do is get out of here quickly. Julie took a moment to think it over carefully once more. Then, she agreed to follow his advice. This way, Your Highness. Julie, look over there. She immediately looked where Maho was pointing and was utterly stunned. Before them now, a powerful and sinister aura was rising. A figure formed from that aura materialized in front of them. They were now surrounded. Julie's group was also facing a dangerous entity. What is that? A daemon in spirit form. Despite this, Deculein's original decision remained unchanged. Take the princess straight to the kingdom. But it's too dangerous for you to be alone. He quickly reassured her, I will be the one to finish it. The man beside her also decided to stay and clear a path for them. Lady Julie, I will support him. Please get to safety. Julie stood frozen in place, her mind racing. Seeing she was having trouble making a decision, Deculein uttered one more sentence. If you're still conflicted, then don't linger here. Once the princess has secured her power, you can simply repay this favor to Deculein then. I will send a few more escorts. Go. Now. Julie clenched her teeth. Deep down, she didn't want him to stay. So in the end, she chose to get Maho away from there as quickly as possible to draw their attention. We'll meet again in the Yen Duchy. Meanwhile, their enemies were determined not to let Julie and Maho escape. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Let's see how far that foolish woman can run. Deculein was just as determined not to let him run rampant. You should be more worried about yourself. The daemon was still running its mouth. Arrogant mage. This body can't be killed by mere steel, and magic is useless too. After all, magic will just dissipate in the miasma of this ravine. A tremendously powerful aura began to rise from around him. Before charging in to attack the daemon, Deculein calmly analyzed the situation. Quite confident, aren't you? He's right. Normal physical attacks and even magic can't destroy a daemon. It's almost non-corporeal, and in a place like this, magic is highly ineffective. But I have an advantage here too. Not only is my magic quality enhanced, but my mana recovery speed is also boosted in this place. I used the hand of Midas to touch the wood steel while we were moving. The daemon was still extremely arrogant. Relying on its own power, it just stood there nonchalantly. While it had its guard down, Deculein quickly seized the opportunity to attack. At that very moment, a block of rock shot toward the daemon with immense speed and power. A brilliant blue light flashed straight through the daemon's body. However, that was only the beginning. Deculein still had many more surprises in store for it. I'm not done yet. An even stronger ray of light erupted immediately after, tearing the daemon's body apart. It looked completely stunned and bewildered, unable to even react. But it was no pushover either, and it launched a blast of energy right back at him. He managed to create a barrier just in time to block it. The man behind Deculein was extremely worried. Professor, that thing was cut in half, and it's still alive. Deculein immediately reassured him. Don't make a fuss. Just keep hitting it until it's really dead. Without faltering, he continued to summon powerful blocks of stone. He then pointed his scepter forward, preparing to launch his next attack. The glowing blue stones continued to hurtle toward his opponent like a meteor shower. Dan An, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, was now frozen solid. The stones formed an attack matrix from all directions, leaving him completely battered. The man behind him couldn't help but be astonished by this display. No matter how tough Dan An was, in Deculein's hands, he was nothing more than small fry. Meanwhile, Julie had successfully stabbed her pursuer. With her decisive action, Julie managed to protect Maho. She immediately ran to Maho's side to check on her. Are you all right, Your Highness? Although Maho's complexion wasn't good, she forced a smile. Aside from feeling a little nauseous, I'm fine. But Julie sensed something was wrong. That's an early symptom of demonic energy poisoning. We've just gotten out of the ravine. Just endure it a little longer. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Maho. It was Yuan, the Minister of Internal Affairs for the Duchy of Yen, Maho's great uncle. Upon recognizing him, Maho immediately ran toward him. Yuan gently placed a hand on her and expressed his sympathy. You children have suffered. Forgive me for only being able to wait for you here. It's all right. I understand completely. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. Yuan then noticed Julie's presence and asked, And you must be Lady Julie? Thank you. Did you escort Maho all the way here? Julie didn't take all the credit, replying, Not entirely. There were others who helped us. She then turned and gazed into the distance. Minister, please allow us to wait here for our companions for a moment. He agreed to their request. Very well. And so, they didn't leave, waiting for Deculein's group until sunset. Yet, even as the sun began to set, no one appeared. At this point, Maho began to worry. Is that professor all right? Julie also felt a sense of gratitude toward him. He had used every means to protect the princess, just as he promised. Having waited for quite a while, Yuan said, Maho, it's time for us to go. Although they moved forward, their gazes remained fixed on the path behind them. Suddenly, Julie and Maho were stunned. Deculein now stood before them, safe and sound. Both of them had survived and made it here as promised. We managed to survive too, Deculein said. At that moment, they were reunited, overcome with emotion. Although they hadn't rested for long, Deculein announced, I'm heading back. What? But you need to rest. It's not necessary. The job is finished. Though Julie desperately wanted to stop him. But his resolute demeanor made her hesitate. Julie wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. At first, I thought he was just trying to cause trouble. But Deculein genuinely tried to help me and the princess. He even faced the danger alone to help us escape. I have to thank him properly. Just then, Julie called out to him and extended her hand. Deculein. Putting aside all their past animosity, Julie was now sincerely grateful to him. Thank you. However, Deculein turned away coldly. That's enough. Seeing the state you're in, I doubt you've even bathed. I'm not shaking that hand. Faced with Deculein's harsh rejection, Julie clenched her fist in frustration. And just like that, under the twilight sky, Deculein left without accepting any praise. We can't just let our benefactor leave like this. They called out to him, Deculein, take care. I will definitely repay this debt. Thank you so much, Professor. Deculein's face remained expressionless. He gave a small wave goodbye without looking back and continued on his way. Quest complete. Main storyline. Store currency plus B. Mana plus 30. That evening, Julie was summoned to see Yuan. Minister, it's Julie. Good, come in. She then calmly entered his room. Then, Julie gently sat down as Yuan indicated. Have a seat. Curiosity began to stir within her. I wonder what he wants to talk to me about. Could it be that even the Duchy of Yen won't accept us? Or is there some kind of plot? No. If he intended to harm us, he had plenty of opportunities when we first met. After they were both seated, Yuan began, Julie. Yes? Before saying what he needed to, he wanted her to prepare herself. Try not to be too shocked by what I'm about to say. The Archduke wants the princess to become his successor. Indeed, upon hearing this, Julie's eyes widened in disbelief. Hearing this, it was as if her ears were ringing. What? What did you say? You mean, the princess can inherit the duchy? He immediately confirmed it. That's correct. The Archduke had likely been thinking this even before Maho sent her letter. It seems this has always been his intention. Perhaps his nephew is not very reliable. For now, this remains a secret, known only to the Archduke, myself, and you. Julie still couldn't believe it was true. Is this really possible? Just a short while ago, I was worried she would lose her life over the succession rights. A princess with nothing to her name, in such a vulnerable position. And now, just by taking refuge here, she becomes the successor? Everything was happening too fast. Suddenly, Julie remembered something. She didn't hesitate and hurriedly asked, Minister, does anyone else know about this? Hearing this, Yuan shook his head and denied it. What are you saying? That's impossible. I myself only heard this from the Archduke just a few minutes ago. At this, her voice softened. Ah, I see. Suddenly, she recalled Deculein's earlier words. We cannot rely completely on mankind's predictive abilities. Humans cannot repeat something perfectly. It's just a coincidence, nothing more. However, for so many coincidences to happen one after another, that was a different story. Julie began to question it. Then what is it? It's as if he already knew all of this was going to happen. I am fundamentally a politician. In both intellect and vision, I am your superior. Don't tell me he analyzed and calculated everything, even predicting this exact outcome. That man is a monster. The image of Deculein leaving under the sunset was deeply etched into Julie's mind. She unconsciously let out a small smile. I wonder if he made it home safely. By now, it was dawn at Deculein's estate. The gentle light of a new day streamed softly through his bedroom window. Deculein slowly opened his eyes after a long sleep. He then sat up abruptly and wondered, have I only been asleep for about 2 hours? The sun isn't even fully up. The steel physique that Deculein possessed could dispel fatigue after only a short rest. Even though yesterday was anything but normal, my body is fully rested, forcing me out of bed. Should I start training my psychic powers? As Deculein was wondering what to do with his day, he suddenly paused. He instinctively looked up, filled with regret. If only I'd been like this sooner. Waking up and immediately training. And then training some more. Never resting. Constantly finding my weaknesses, fixing them, and improving. This routine was born from Deculein living in constant danger, but that alone wasn't enough. A persistent routine, a competitive nature, an unyielding will. These were the qualities that made Deculein's life so efficient. If only I had lived like this sooner. Memories of his time in the real world flashed through his mind. Is there anything else you want to say? She just shook her head and pushed the door open to leave. I'm leaving. He didn't make a move, just stood there blankly, scratching his head. The door slammed shut in his face, bringing everything to a close. If I had lived like this back when I was Kim Woojin, she would have never left me. Deculein still felt like he needed another good, long sleep. I wish I could sleep more. This steel-like constitution is such a pain. For someone like me, stuck in a game 22 hours a day, the days are agonizingly long. The scene shifts to a crowded train station. People were standing and chatting alongside a long line of train cars. That was so much fun. Too bad we have to leave. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to get back to my family. At that moment, a group of people was hiding nearby. Watching them. They're all mages. I want to get a look at the Academy Tower's rookies, back from their little vacation abroad. Yua suddenly walked over and asked confusedly, but why do we have to hide, Ganesha? Startled, Ganesha just laughed nervously and tried to explain. It's just too crowded, so I'm staying out of the way. Hiding? Don't be silly. Yua still couldn't look at her without suspicion. So suspicious. But the truth was, Ganesha was still watching the mages with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, her eyes landed on a familiar figure. Crap. Is that Deculein? Even though everyone says he's changed recently, it wouldn't be good to be seen with someone from the last mission. But still, that face is so handsome, it's hard not to sneak a peek. Tired of hiding in a corner, Yua boldly stepped out. No matter how crowded it is, hiding in this alley is worse. I'm going out. No, Yua. At that moment, the shout caught Deculein's attention. He looked over and saw Yua standing right in front of him. Ganesha's heart sank, realizing they'd been spotted. Shoot, he saw us. But what surprised Ganesha even more was Yua's dazed expression. What's wrong with her? Yua was just staring at him, completely transfixed. Kim Woojin? Memories of him from the real world suddenly flooded her mind, as clear as if it were just yesterday. A deeply familiar feeling suddenly welled up inside her. Suddenly, she was remembering them by each other's side, living through days filled with laughter and happiness. Before she even realized it, tears started to well up in the corners of Yua's eyes. She couldn't understand why these moments of them being so close were suddenly flooding her mind. His smile, as bright as sunshine, was still etched deeply in her mind. But Yua forced herself to remember who he was now. He's just a character in the game, so why do I miss him so much? He looks exactly the same. There, in the middle of the station platform, Deculein looked exactly like the man from the real world she could never forget. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and that is precisely where the author closes the first season of the series. Thank you for watching to the end of the video. Have a great day. And that's a wrap. Everyone, if you want to keep following this series, go ahead and smash that subscribe button. And while you're at it, give that like button a little tap too. Thanks for watching till the very end, everyone. Bye-bye, my loves model.